And good afternoon. Welcome to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are back in the Scandinavian nation of Denmark, the capital, Copenhagen. And there it is, day one of action here. We are starting it off with SUP technical racing as we take a look at one of the 180 athletes, 41 nations going to be in attendance there today and throughout the week. There it is, Team Japan getting all fired up. Right to Gushi, one of the top contenders at this year's event, giving you the shaka. He's ready to go, as are all the other athletes. The energy is high, and I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we are so excited to be back. First time back since 2017. And everybody is fired up. I got Candace Appleby sitting in the booth with me today, along with Bo Nixon. And I'll tell you what, Candace, the energy is huge out on the beach this morning.
Yeah, everybody's excited. There's lots of nerves. They're just having their first race meeting. Going to get the technical heats started off soon, and I'm excited to watch the action.
I'll tell you, it's not every day you get a world champion to sit in the booth with you. Usually she's on the water. Today she's going to sit in with us. We're so excited to have her and get all of her knowledge coming up in technical racing, which she is the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. So Candace and I will be calling the action live for you this heat. Bo Nixon will sit in the next heat with you. But I'll tell you what, the ISA, Fernando Aguirre's done it again, Candace. He's brought the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships back to Denmark since 2017. You were here in 2017, and it was spectacular then, and we're going to do it again this year with a little bit of a twist.
Yeah, I wasn't here in 2017, but my team came and represented strongly, and I'm excited that I get to be here now.
So. Now, that's a little bit different this year. Usually the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships has a surfing element. It will be just a racing discipline this year, a little bit different, but still, a lot of racing, a lot of athletes, a lot of talent here in Denmark.
Yeah, we got athletes getting ready to get out there. Here we go. We got the conditions for today. There is not much swell here, so it's a little bit of wind swell, 0 to 1. Swell direction is from the east, so it's an east-facing beach. Little bit of wind out of the northeast, which will make for some bump on the water and allow for some separation around the buoys. We got not much of a difference between the low and high tide, only 0.1 of a foot. Water temp is chilly.
Well, the air temp was chillier than the water temp this morning, so at least it's warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, so it's good racing conditions. It's a great technical course, lots of buoys out there. As you can see right now, some boards on the beach. Racers are getting ready, going through the final race briefings. Anthony Vela, our race director, put together an awesome course. I got to listen to him and some of the other race officials last night talking about making sure the measurements were exact. They were going to widen the course a little bit from what it was set yesterday to make sure that it is the full 3 kilometers.
Yeah, definitely. I was out there with the rangefinder there this morning, and yeah, I made sure everything was dialed in. You're watching it live on ISAsurf.org here today. And I'll tell you what, don't forget to follow us on all of our social channels at ISA Surfing on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, all the channels. Join the conversation, jump in, tell us how you're going, cheer on your favorite athletes. We'd like to see those things all kind of posted up there as we get started here in day one of action here. And I'll tell you what, a special thank you to some of our sponsors making this possible. Destination Marketing, wonderful Copenhagen, and Sport of Denmark. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. And you see a little bit of the nerve starting to build in some of these athletes. Candace, you've been on the race. You've been on the line. This is the point, 10 minutes, 15 minutes before race time. What's going through people's minds right now?
Right now, it's, they've gone through the course briefing. So if you're in the first heat, it's pretty stressful, right? You're the first ones to run through that course. So you get to really see what it's like. Right now, they're going to get ready to pick their spot on the start line, which is very important, right? You want to pick the right spot on the course. We've got wind today, a little bit of wind, so it's going to be interesting to see where the athletes decide to line up. They are seeded based upon the country's results from the previous year.
Right.
So each athlete gets to pick their spot on the line based upon their country's seeding.
So France is going to get the first seed, Spain gets the second, and so on down the line. You see there is Noah Jouard from France taking that first line, sort of lined up in the center of the start line there. Tell us about that position choice.
Yeah, so I went down to the beach this morning and I got to check out the course itself, and the wind comes from a little bit of the northeast, right? So if you're looking at the start buoy from the beach, it's kind of in the middle of where the start line's going to be, but you have a strong wind pushing a little bit from the side. So a lot of times athletes want what's called the hole shot, the closest spot to the buoy. But with the way the wind is today, some athletes, you might see them, instead of lining up on the right side of the start line, you might see them lining up more to the middle or even to the left to utilize the wind to get to the buoy first. So it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to start.
Yeah, and it all depends on placement of that yellow buoy. That is the hole shot buoy. That's where everybody's going to charge out to. Make that right-hand shoulder turn, come down into buoy number 2. So the blue buoys are left-hand shoulder turns. The red buoys are right-hand shoulder turns. And usually we see more of an M-shaped course with a technical race, but it is a little bit different this year because of the lack of swell, Candace.
Yeah, and to allow for lots of turns and so the athletes don't get jumbled up. And what you're going to see today as well, from buoys 1 to 2 and from buoys 5 to 6 and possibly buoy number 3 into the flag, there's a little bit of bump on the water because of the wind. So there might be some separation from those buoy stretches. The buoys from 5 to 6, 1 to 2, and from 3 to the flag. And the racers are going to do 3 full laps of this course, and it's 3 kilometers each time they're doing this. So they're going to do it twice. There's the first round and then the semifinals.
That is it. 3 laps on that course and then a beach run that makes things even more technical. There is the qualification start list for this heat number 1 here of action today, starting off with the top seed there in the number 5 spot. Then it drops down to 31. Rider number 31, Dennis Nathan. And then all the way through. The top seed there, 141, that's Noah Girard from France. He is your top seed in this heat. And then rounding out the rest, at the bottom, you got Von Bodie from Team USA at the bottom. Some ones to watch out for here. Noak, obviously a top contender. Won it last year, looking to come back and do it again in his heats. We'll see how it goes today. But there is a lot of talent starting to make their way to the start line here, Candace. And you see them all starting to shuffle into position.
So you can see Noik's board right there. That's the starboard with a French flag on it. And it looks like he's chosen that spot that's a little farther left, but not as far left as possible. So he's going to utilize, trying to get a hole shot, but also utilize the wind to his advantage.
Going to go dust off that NSP. Noah Girard, a 2023 SUP champion in the sprints, looking to come back and finish that. Finished second in the tech in France last year, his home country. Just recently had a baby boy, so he is now a daddy. And tell you what, he's going through a lot of turmoil down in New Caledonia where he lives and hasn't been training all that much, he says, but I'm ready to go as he starts piling in here. There's Team USA rider right there, now making his way to the start line. And we'll
Bodie von Allman. And just to the left of Noik, where there was Christian Lopez, the Peruvian paddler. He was lining up. You can see a nice perspective of the course here.
Yeah, great shot. Overcast conditions, light breeze. It looks like the winds have kind of settled down. This morning we got out there, and there was a pretty good wind chop. You get actually a closer angle there. You can kind of see that wind chop pushing right in on shore. So yesterday it was more kind of blowing from the left to right across your screen, so that made it a little bit more difficult. I think these conditions are definitely more favorable for the athletes today.
Yeah, the wind is going to make it exciting. You can see that little lapping on shore. That is because of the little bit of wind swell. Right in front of us, we have athlete number 202. That's Bastian Grimm from Germany. He's lining up on the right side of the course. So the right side of the course is technically the hole shot. However, with the wind, the way the wind is playing out, he's going to have a little bit more of an upwind battle to the first buoy. So it's interesting to see what's going to shake out with these racers and where they're lining up.
And they're pulling them all in. In case you're wondering why they're coming down, they're coming down due to their seeds. Candace talked about that earlier. So Germany finished in the seed number, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now the Czech Republic comes down. Canada will finish in, funnel in next. That's Cameron Carney, followed by Noah Stender from Denmark, his home countryman. A lot of focus on Noah in his paddling lately. Been putting on a lot of effort, training hard with Casper Steinfeth, and that group really trying to hone it in for this World Championship in Denmark.
We got our last few paddlers getting to the line here, choosing their spots. We see some sportsmanship on the line. I saw a handshake.
You never know. You got to give them a good old-fashioned handshake to get started here. But this is it. This is the kickoff. Heat number 1 of 3 today. We're going to do 3 men's heats, Then we'll shift to the ladies. We'll get the ladies' heats in. Remember, this is just qualifying rounds. The finals will be tomorrow, right at this exact same location. And Candace, talk us through who will be moving on and how they move on.
Yeah, so we've got 16 athletes in this first heat, and the top 8 will move on to the semifinals later this afternoon. So it looks like everybody is on the start line, getting ready. You see race director there, making sure the spectators are not in the way. Everybody's going to line up. So there's typically, they do the start, right? And if there is a false start, the first start is charged to the entire field, and then an additional false start would go directly to that athlete, and there would be a disqualification. But let's hopefully we see a nice clean start today.
A nice clean start would be good. And wearing the hat there with his, he's got a lot of hair. That's my man, Christian Tauscher from Austria, 42 years of age. He's one of the elders in this contest here today. Currently lives in Graz.
You see the athletes getting their GPSs ready.
Yeah, getting it all set up. They're going to challenge our range finding abilities here. But the cool thing about Christian, though, professional handball player, coaches SUP and teaches a lot. You're going to see a lot of that. A lot of these run SUP schools, different types of SUP clinics and stuff in their home countries. We'll be talking about that throughout the day. But they're all lined up, ready to go. We're just minutes away from the start of heat number 1. If you're just joining us here at ISAsurf.org, it's heat number 1, the men's SUP technical, getting ready to get underway to kick this thing in gear. 2024 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. Brought to you by Volkswagen. You're going to see them out and about on the beaches and everywhere. So here they go. Their boards are in position. Feet are on the start line. And Candace, we're about ready to get underway.
This is exciting. My heart is pounding a little bit.
Is it? You're just as nervous in the booth as you would be on the line?
It's exciting. Here we go. We got athletes ready.
Straight.
And here we go. We got nice skimming off the line.
Straight, clean start out in front, just on the inside. That is Noah Girard from France out in front with the hat on backwards in the blue. Now he's starting to charge out to the left, and coming on the right side is the NSP rider. That is, I believe, Christian Lopez. And it's all jumbled up as they make their way out to that whole shot buoy. And look at this, paddler number 1.
We've got Riccardo Rossi actually in the lead from Italy. He's out there on the Ever Ready. He's in bib number 165. He's leading. Right behind him is, let's see, that is Antonio Murillo from Spain in second currently. So those are your third and your second seed right now. We have
Noak's in third on the outside.
Spain, and Noik is on the outside.
And it looks like Christian Thatcher from Austria going to try to make his way all the way, like you said, from the right side. He's got to now converge back in. And this whole shot buoy will be really, really tight with all 6 athletes going to it all at once.
Yeah, you can see that little bit of side bump pushing the athletes. This first turn, you're going to see some separation if these guys can ride the bump pretty well. See a clean turn.
Antonio Murillo around, nice and clean turn by Murillo on the NSP, now making his way. Noik now nice and round. He's on round, currently sitting in third, and now all bunched up. You see how tight it gets in there. Your boards are bumping and bumping into each other.
It's tight. Rubbing is racing a little bit here, and you can see these guys, they're battling that wind just to get around that buoy. They're coming in there so congested. And Riccardo is making a little bit of separation. He's got about a half a board length, it looks like right now. These guys are going to really try to utilize this bump to get to that next turn on the inside.
There's a lot of bump going into that buoy.
There is. This is a very technical
It wasn't just wind
course.
chill. It wasn't just wind chop there. I mean, those guys were bobbing up and down. Remember, top 8 qualifiers. There's your top 5. So what we got to focus on is 8th position because that's the bubbles position.
So we got a pack of 5 here. They're going to make a left turn around the inside buoy. The inside blue buoy, they're going to go out, make another right turn on the red, and then they're going to come in for a flag transition.
Give Rossi some credit, though. Heck of a sprint for him making it all the way out there.
Yeah, he's looking great. You can see him. The cadence of his stroke changes a bit as he goes to catch the bumps. Here we go. We got this next turn coming in.
Front side turn by
do
Rossi.
Call that a heel side pivot to front side to the buoy. However, his paddle is on his heel side. There we go. We got some nice clean turns.
You see it going in there. There's quite a bit of chop going to that VW buoy, that Volkswagen buoy. You see it really starting to undulate, kind of throwing paddlers off. And there is the 8th position right there. We'll see if we can identify that paddler. But that's a spot we got to watch as they make it around clean, making their way back out. 2 minutes, 58 seconds here in lap number 1, heat number 1 of the men's SUP technical.
All right, we got a right turn. This is going to come into the flag transition where they have to dismount their boards and re-enter the water, which is a lot, takes a lot of energy when you're racing. And you could see how they're battling that side chop. When they turn, they make sure to really kind of overturn that buoy to not end up having the wind push them off course, but they can only go so much because they have the other paddlers coming right at them.
Look at Murillo now challenging Rossi to the far outside, going into that beach run. The beach run, a very technical, because you got to know when to dismount, and then you got to sort of skim on your way back out. Candace, this is a very technical part of the lap right here.
It is. You want to get off clean. Nice, quick little run. The way that you hold your board is very consequential as well. Some people are going to hold it on a middle strap, maybe on the rail. A lot of these guys are in dugouts, which makes getting on and off the board very challenging. Nice, good retransition. That can really help you.
So the interesting part about this is usually in a sub-technical race, you'd be having to read a little bit of swell, some waves coming through. This one's just a flat water race, so it's more like a sprint, so it changes up your mentality just a little bit, correct?
Yeah, you're not, you're not waiting for a set. You're not looking back out in the water as you're doing in a flag run. Typically, during a flag run, if there was waves, you would be looking to see if there's a set out the back too, so you know what to anticipate. So there's none of the wave anticipation in this event. However, there is water moving that can be utilized. So those that read the water best are going to be able to have a little bit of an advantage with these windy conditions.
So they got, remember, the top 8 move on. Watch what Candace says. Now they start to fall in this draft line right now. We're seeing a little bit of a train started, trying to get every little bit of energy from the paddler in front of them. Let's watch this turn now by Murillo. Onside turn, goes around perfectly done.
Ricardo Rossi in the lead.
Yes.
Antonio from Spain in second. And third, we have Noik. And fourth on the starboard, I believe that is, I'm not sure that was it. That was Erie in fifth.
Interesting thing about Erie, now right in the, as they come across, there's your 5th, 6th, 7th. Looks like Von Allman currently sitting in that 8th spot position. So he's in that qualifying spot. Keep a look for him
Bodie
from
just went around the buoy.
So there's the 8th spot, bubble spot. All the top 8 will move on to the next semifinal coming up later on this afternoon. And a great shot as they come right down into your living room, and you see people starting to break out.
Yeah, so Erie, he looks like he's wanting to move around the pack, and he is making up some ground. He's a very, very strong paddler. He's gone from 5th position. Now he's challenging 2nd. It's going to be a little bit tricky around the buoy. Let's see. We're not really sure how far they are from that next buoy with this shot here, but he's definitely challenging. Maybe going to work his way for a little side draft. He used a lot of energy to come from 5th and now in 2nd position. So right now it looks like he's working his way in, trying to maybe push into that 3rd position. We'll see if they let him in. If they don't, he's still going to utilize a side draft and just apply the pressure to keep moving his way up in the pack.
He's trying to push Noik off to the outside, looks over his right-hand shoulder, the Brazilian on the Flying Fish, currently training in Florida with the rest of the Flying Fish folks, who I know are all watching on live on ISAsurf.org. A big shout out to them. And the cool thing about Erie is he's got a very good balance, and that's due to his circus. You know, he kind of does a lot of circus gym work and such, so there's a little tidbit about him. So
I didn't know that.
Very balanced individual. If you watch him, everything is very precise when it comes to balance. So there's the top 4 making their way back in, now paddling their way.
And then we have 6th, 7th, and 8th. So Bodie Von Allman from the United States on the 8th position. And then we don't see 9th, 10th, 11th quite yet, even in the shot. So it looks like this, so far, this is your top 8. This would be, if everything stays the same, those who are going to transition into the semifinal.
Qualifying group. Yeah, the semifinal coming up later on this afternoon. But you talk about a qualifying heat. Do you treat a qualifier a little bit different than you would a final, Candace, in a world championship like this?
You know, every athlete has a different approach. For me personally, I would always, do my best, but try not to kill myself to make the next round, right? You want to make the next round, and you want to have enough energy to make it out of the semi and into the final. However, the seeding from these rounds does affect your seeding for the semifinal. So you also want to put on a good showing, and you want to let the rest of the field know, like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here, and I'm ready.
Making a statement, and Rossi doing that right now as they're finishing up lap number 1 here of this 3-lap contest. The men's SUP technical, Candace Appleby with me in the booth right now, and very strong paddler there. There it is, coming into your living room. Riccardo Rossi from Italy. Definitely one of the top contenders, wearing the QB hat. Big shout out to Jimmy Terrell back home in California. And look at the backside turn there by the Flying Fish Erie. Unbelievable. That was a quick couple strokes and out of that Volkswagen buoy. Very, very technical sound turn there by Erie. Well done. And here comes the rest of the group. That is the top 8, all making their way around, heading out for lap number 2.
And I think that was Noah Stender from Denmark in the 4th or 5th position as well. So we've got a local paddler that's representing well there on the starboard, up in the top 5.
Yeah, I'll tell you, a lot of hype behind him lately. I talked to Casper Steinfath yesterday, who's going to be competing in his last ever SUP event here at the World Championships, the team relay, multi-time world champion. Kind of led Team Denmark, former vice president of the ISA, and he was talking very, very highly of the polar bear Christian Andersen as well as Noah Stender, saying look out for good things from these young kids. And all 8, you see that little chop there, kind of stuck Von Allman in the hole there.
Yeah, the wind definitely makes the buoy turns a little bit more challenging, especially if you're coming in with a pack and you're getting blown into each other. Here we go. We've got another transition coming up.
Might have a change in the situation.
Yeah, it looks
and we
like
will.
Antonio Murillo is pushing for the first position there on the run transition. Ricardo's been doing a lot of the work, and there's been some conservation maybe from some of those following his draft a little
When
bit.
do you start letting up in a 3-lap contest? When you're in the top 8, now you're going back out from the beach run. You're seeing how far back that 9th position is, Candace. Do you mentally, do you start backing off the gas a little bit?
You know, everybody's different. Every athlete has a different approach.
You keep telling me that, but
right?
I'm asking about you.
Oh, me.
You're always
personally.
up in front, Candace. You were always one of the top. You were always the top one. You look back, you start seeing that. Does that change your strategy a little bit?
Never let up.
Never let up. Okay.
Never let up.
It's going. So you treat the qualifiers like the mains. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
just
pretty much.
Get out there and get it. There it is. Murillo now in front from Spain. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of hype this year. Last year, the team medal went to Team France. They won it. But Spain came in second. They were neck and neck with France all the way to the end. And a lot of hype this year behind Team Spain to take the World Championships this year. What are your thoughts?
Spain always has a very deep team. They show up and they have every position, every race covered. They have a complete team. They're so professional in their approach. They usually come with multiple coaches and managers and physicians. And we've got a little bit of a hold up at the buoy there. And here we go. This is one of the farther back packs working their flag transition here. And it does look like it's gotten a little bit windier.
Yeah, Kristen Taucher now going around the 42-year-old. There is Canada sitting in the 11th position as they start making their way back out. Now they start to see the front of that pack just really start to extend and pull away from the rest of them at 11:40. Most of these heats, they were looking at trying to bring them around 20 to 22 minutes. Is that the correct amount of time you look for a 3K?
Yeah, and so here we go. This is a replay of what happened at that last buoy.
It goes down.
And it was just nowhere to get your paddle in, so it looks like that was Antonio Murillo going down, and that allowed the 6th and 7th position paddlers to catch up. So now you have one bigger pack. You're going to see this shot again. 1 through 7 are together, and then you have Bodie Von Allman working his way to try to catch that pack for that 8th
So
position.
Murillo maybe showing a little bit of fatigue into that buoy turn, Candace.
Yeah, and sometimes if you come in and you're rail to rail and there's nowhere to put your paddle and it's bumpy and you're getting hit from the side and from behind, you just can come unstuck a little bit there. And like I said before, these guys are on dugouts, which sometimes it's a little harder to move around on the board. Here we go.
When you talk about dugouts obviously a little lower to the water. Explain that to the folks back home.
Yeah, so you can have you can go narrower essentially and have a lower center of gravity and, in theory, more balance on a narrower board. So here we go. We've got these guys coming around. That's that far left buoy on the course.
The northernmost buoy.
Yes, the northernmost buoy, and now they have a nice long straightaway. There's a good amount of bump on this portion here.
Yeah, and they're coming right back into your living room. You see them all bunched up as they start making their way in. This buoy turn will be another one as we are 3 wide, looking to go 4 wide, maybe into this buoy turn. Everybody lined up on the pier, ready to watch this.
Now you got Erie, who moved his way in the first position, so he's an incredibly fit paddler. He trains really hard with the group in Florida.
Yeah.
And it's nice to be out in front and have a clean turn. Now you got 3 guys.
Another change in the situation.
Together. Yep.
So Noack now edging out. The third place paddler now is in second place. Erie currently sitting in that first place position. So I'll tell you, changes in situations of the last 2 buoy turns.
Yeah, I mean, a lot happens in technical racing. So many buoys. Like you said, there's some fatigue that can set in. If you fall and everybody else behind you is paying attention, it behooves them to really pay attention to what's going on at the buoy, because you can go wide and make it around a pileup.
Yeah, and that's why I think Erie's trying to form a little bit of separation. You see Noack on the starboard just behind him, hugging his fin box right now, but I'll tell you, Erie is a great turn. Watch this buoy turn by Erie. Drags it perfectly back, sticks the board, knocks it around, and look at Noack as well. There goes the NSP rider, Ricardo Rossi, making his way. Murillo now back in 4th place, and the rest of the group all starting to make their way back out. Candace, there it is, 4, 5, 6, 7, and looking for number 8. We'll see who's currently sitting in that 8th position. 14:43 here with the last and final lap. This is lap number 3.
There's Bodie von Allman.
Currently sitting in that qualifying position. He will move on if he can hold off, but look at the gap now between 8 and 9.
You know, if you're in position, if you're in 6th, 7th, 8th position, and the pack is that far ahead of the next qualifying group, it would behoove you to save a little bit of energy. So I don't know if Bodie right now is necessarily, he's gonna work his hardest always, right? But I don't think he's gonna kill himself to try to necessarily catch the pack or get ahead of any position.
You almost just don't want to make a mistake that's going to cost you time. Well, you know, challenge the thing. This is where you start paddling a smarter race as you see them making their way up for that beach run. And watch the dismounts here. This is a very technical part. This beach, though, a nice gradual grade going out, unlike some of the beaches we see in California where there's shelves and drop-offs.
Yeah, there's no inshore hole here, so it's a nice, easy step off. There's not really too many rocks, just a little bit of a few shells maybe in the sand. So nothing too consequential there.
So there's your top 4. They've been jostling, shuffling all around back and forth. Stender in that 5th spot from Denmark. Good start, a good qualifying run for him. And look at that, Grimm from Germany, currently sitting in that 7th position. I think that's a great finish for him, as well as the young individual from Greece. Currently, they're just on that bubble spot. There it is, Von Allman from Team USA.
We've got a 4-pack now. Separation of 1st through 4th and 5th, 6th, and 7th. He's still got Erie pushing the front of that pack. In 2nd position, that looks like Noack. And you can see Noack's rate is a little bit slower than Erie's, so he's definitely utilizing the draft.
He's letting
himself conserve some energy. If you notice, the farther back you are in the train, the less work you do.
It's true, and Noack is very smart with that. We saw him he jumps in that 2nd spot, and then he always at that last 150 meters coming into the beach puts his head down, and that's where the racing starts. That's how he won it last year. We'll see if he uses that same technique this year. Here comes ninth qualifier.
Paddler. So these guys are really working hard. They want to try their best to catch that pack. They're hoping something that is going to happen that'll get them in an advancing position. But right now there's a pretty good gap between them and the lead pack.
Nice skim there by Taucher going on his way out. Beautifully done. I'll tell you, I'm really impressed with the step-offs and the glides back into the water around that flag.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best of the best, right?
I agree. I just think it's very technical. Here's Murillo on the outside now, challenging the Frenchman. Just keeping just about a half a board length back. going into this third and final lap. There it is, the beautiful shot of Copenhagen, home of the 2024 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. This is the first heat, in case you're just joining us. SUP Technical Racing, there's your top four. Bunching up. They're still racing out there, Candace. They're not backing down.
Oh, yeah.
They're looking for that qualifying spot going into the semis.
There's no letting up.
Erie, look at Erie's paddle stroke. Very firm, strong, pulling that flying fish through the water. And
Really
watch
good
this turn.
technique, great footwork, approach to the buoy. You want to be in position to take your turn by the time you get to the buoy. So that was a nice approach from him. We've got, ooh, that was a little bit of a cagey turn there.
Yeah, he made it though. Noack to the inside, now
go.
challenging Erie. And there's Rossi sitting in that third place with his hat on backwards, the blue hat from Italy. There's your top four. Remember, the top 8 are the qualifiers. 18:45 here in heat number 1. And Candace, I tell you, I'm very impressed with the course. Definitely challenging.
Lots of turns.
Lots of
I haven't
turns.
counted the number of turns in the entire, I think it's about 15 turns at least these guys are doing over the course of 3 kilometers.
It'll get you dizzy. Big shout out to our team at Action Sports for keeping track of it. And look at this,
There he
Noack.
is.
That's what he does. He puts it on.
He's utilizing that bump in that downwind leg.
Yep, that's what I was just going to say. He just caught that little bump across and was able to edge out Erie. Rossi now third position. Now look at Noack really starting to reach out and pull a ton of water, and now is trying to open the gap between Erie. And Erie now trying to catch the bump just behind him, get back on the draft. And Noack's going to pull him. Rossi now in third as they start making their way. Backside turn there.
I think that's
by Noack.
Antonio Murillo in third, possibly.
Yes, it is.
NSP. And then we've got Ricardo in fourth.
And they'll shake their way back into the finish line area. Men's heat number 1 coming to the beach, ladies and gentlemen. It was the man that won it here just sprints just last year. Now looking to take it in the SUP Technical this year. Noack Gerard gonna post first qualifying position in heat number 1 here in the SUP Technical.
That was a really, really
20:06.
smart race for Noack.
20:06, it was fast too. So Erie will come in second, Antonio Murillo coming in third, Ricardo Rossi on the Infinity will come in fourth. Then they'll look and see where that bubble position is as they make their way out with the Sonova now coming across the finish line. That'll be the 5th place paddler from Germany. And I'll tell you what, the gentleman from Greece, a great finish for him.
So you see a lot of these guys
Montage.
finishing with their boards, but that's actually not necessary to finish with the boards, right? You are required to finish with your paddle. However, if things get tricky and there's a race over the finish line, you're not going to want to have your board in your hand.
You might want to get a board caddy for that, huh? But there's a look at the start-finish line right there. 7th, Stender coming in 7th for Team Denmark, so he's pretty stoked on that. He'll go into the semifinal qualifier. And Von Allman from Team USA going to round out the top 8 and move into that qualifier coming up this afternoon. So there it is, heat number 1 in the books, as some of our paddlers going to keep pushing their way through. But a very fast heat, 20:06 in a 3K. What's your thoughts on that, Candace?
That's really fast.
That's fast, huh? That is fast for a qualifier. I think there's a lot of nerves, though. So
Especially with the wind, that's fast paddling.
it is fast. So if you're in heat number 2 coming up, we'll enter that here shortly. But if you're in heat number 2, you're watching how heat number 1 went. What are you looking for on the water?
Sure, you're looking at the lines that they took to each buoy, especially with the wind, right? How close, how far, where you're sitting on the start line, and who had the best advantage based upon where they started. That's what you're probably looking at first. So here we have our 9th place finisher. So not going to advance to the next round, but gave his best effort here representing his country. The Czech Republic, that's Petir Rolena.
Which side do you want me on?
And 10th, Tauscher going to come across at plus 212. So then Carney comes across from Team Canada in 12th position. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Team USA going to make it in on that bubble position. Allman going to move on to that semifinal coming up later on this afternoon. That was heat number 1. Everything you expected, Candace?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything you expected. And more. We have heat number 2 coming up, but we're going to go down to the beach right now with Emily, who's got our action live from the beach. Emily, take it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am live here with Norik. Norik, that was an amazing race. You're defending champion. You're here in Denmark. Can you just say a few words about being back in Copenhagen?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. Actually, it's my first race of the year, so it feels great to be back. It was the qualification this morning, so I get through the semifinals this afternoon. Felt great. The water looks calm, but actually it's moving quite a bit, so it's tricky conditions, and it feels great to be out with everyone and racing again.
And it was an exciting race. 5 of you guys in front of the pack. You were actually sitting in that second position most of the race, and then on the second last turn, you took over Eri. Can you just take us through that?
Yeah, well, it's the idea of the qualifications. You try to rest as much as you can, and then you always looking for that first place to have the first choice on the semifinal. So try to rest as much as possible, and then do your move on the end.
And you were saying a little bit about the water conditions. There's a little bit of wind, a little bit of bumps out there. Can you just also say a few words about the race course here? Are you relying a lot on your strength or the technicalities? What's most important today?
Well, it's a complete race because you've got kind of everything. You've got some flat water paths. Then there's also a little bit of wind, so sometimes it's moving. We've got 8 turns, which is a lot of turns for a 3K race. 8 turns per lap actually, so that's 3 times 8. And so yeah, you've got to be good like everywhere and try to do your best all the time. No time for mistake.
And what is your goal for this championship? Is that to defend your gold medal?
Well, you're always looking for the first place, but we'll see what happens.
Great. Well, good luck later today. We're looking forward to see you again.
Thank you. See you later.
Thank you, Emily. Noik Gerard, one of the top contenders. And this year, took it second last year in 2023, and now looking to come back and taking the SUP Technical. Also one of the top contenders coming up in the SUP Sprints later on in the week. But 24:04 was the qualifying number. That is going to be the number to beat here coming up in heat number 2. But I'll tell you, Eri from Brazil put on a show there, Candace.
Yeah, he did. Not surprising at all.
Yeah, definitely. So there's your top 8 as we round out. There it is. If you're following back home, take us through the recap, Candace. The start was almost textbook as we take it off. Look at this.
Nice skimming, utilizing run speed to board speed. You can definitely see that Ricardo Rossi got out in front. He had the whole shot. He was leading a good portion of the race. Nice, clean first turn. It's definitely difficult to manage all the boards going around that first buoy at once, but everybody made it around cleanly. Here we have Ricardo transitioning from the first beach flag run. And it looks like Noik was coming in third after the end of that first lap. Got a couple draft packs forming, but the positions changed quite a few times throughout this race.
Yeah, I saw a lot of positional changes there. As you saw everybody taking their turn out in front, dragging the rest of the group.
Here was that hard push from Eri on the first lap.
That's when he went to the outside, started making his way back in, pushed his way into that second place position. And this is where this turn right here, just snap turn and exits out of there so quickly. And then Noik goes down, or sorry, Rossi goes down, coming out of the Volkswagen outside buoy and lost a few.
Antonio Maria on that NSP.
Thank you for the correction. Goes out, it falls down on that, which opened the door, but then was able to make his way back into that third spot. But it was all Eri all the way up until the end there. This is when Noik starts putting on the gas, trying to catch Eri to the outside. Here's the turn now where Noik cuts to the inside. Nice turn by Eri. You see him just scrape the paint off that buoy, and Noik starts putting him in his sights and then just jostles for position here, going back into that far northern buoy.
Yeah, this is where there's that nice little downwind portion, which Noik is a downwind specialist. So right here, he was able to make up and get into that first position going into the second to last buoy turn. And here he is coming in, catching some bump.
And brings it home for Team France, looking to double up, come back and repeat here in Denmark as the overall team champions. And I tell you, Spain is favored high, and they are, as you saw, with Antonio Murillo, very strong, but they will have some definite challenge from Team France as he comes walking across. So there it is. Copenhagen's where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 1 is in the books here in the men's SUP technical. And we're going to jump into heat number 2 here momentarily. We got more action still to come. There's everybody on the pier.
And I'm going to welcome in Bo.
I'll throw him in. Yeah, thanks, Candace. We'll bring in Bo Nixon here for heat number 2 coming up. And I'll tell you, all of the spectators lining up across the venue, very well received here in Copenhagen. And again, special thank you to our institutional partners. We got Destination Marketing, wonderful Copenhagen. Sport of Denmark, thank you guys so much for making this possible. And I tell you what, the city of Copenhagen is putting in a lot of investment in SUP here in this venue. As they did in 2017, they're bringing it back here in 2024. And I'll tell you what, it is a truly spectacular venue. Heat number 2, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're teeing it up for you as we start taking a look at all the paddlers there. There it is, 204. That's my man Glenn Sloth, one of the newer competitors to the field. We'll see how he fares as we take a look out in the far ocean to the other country of Sweden. Not just too far away. So that's all coming up and more. You're watching the World SUP Championships live from Copenhagen, Denmark on ISAsurf.org. And now we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, heat number 2. Bo Nixon joins us in the booth as we start taking us through. Clement Colmes, he's going to be one to watch in this contention from France, wearing bib number 142. And Bo, taking a look at this, there's another big name, right? Taguchi.
As well as Michael Booth, of course, from Australia. And we saw on the previous screen there, Blue Ewer from the UK. This heat is very, very stacked, so we expect this race to be very, very close, just as that first heat was.
You know, Michael Booth, not really known for his technical, but he's the only contender from Team Australia, so he's going to have to do it all on his own.
He is. I know he's gonna have a busy week this week, Michael Booth. He's very much known for the distance race, but he's going to try his hand at the technical race today.
He's done it before. No doubt.
He has.
He's done it before, and he's really, really good at it, so not doubting that he can do a good job. But he's going to have some work to do here with this group. As Clement Colmes, Rai Taguchi, Paolo Marconi from Italy, another one, Blue Ewer you mentioned, and then a youngster who's been off the circuit for quite a while, Guilherme dos Rios.
Yes, that's right.
Coming back, making a comeback there.
He is,
so
that's right.
We're really excited
to see him back here. Yeah, it's an exciting day here in Denmark, Copenhagen. Beautiful day. Conditions a little bit challenging out there, but it's a good race day.
You heard Noak say that though. The conditions weren't as bad. There's a lot of you see in those buoy turns a lot of moving water, but they're faring with it very, very well. They're using the wind to their benefit, riding all those little bumps, and you saw the heat time, 20 minutes for a 3K. That's pretty fit. That's pretty fast.
That's really fast. You know, that's upwards of 9-10 kilometers an hour. So they are really going hard for it. They want to qualify for the semifinals.
That's what it's about. It's all qualifying here, ladies and gentlemen. This is heat number 2, getting ready here. And I'll tell you, watching heat number 1, any strategy changes you going into heat number 2 here?
I definitely think that people are going to want to have that inside track to get out to the Golden Buoy. They really want to make sure that they're out in front at the start. Being a flat water venue, getting that great start means you're going to get out in front. You can stay in that lead pack as well. That's going to be really key. So that I think the start is going to be where it's all going to happen there.
So you got to watch the start is what you're saying here, Bo Nixon. I'm saying, you know, get on that draft. You saw it. Get on the draft, let him pull you around the course a little bit, and do what Noak did. Break out and try to make that whole shot for home in that last 150 meters. Clement Colmes from France, from New Caledonia. You know who we're not seeing this year from France? The team leader that we saw for years and years sitting this one out.
Yeah, it really is sitting this one out. It's
Titouan Pouillot.
I know, it's such a shame, but I think the way the qualifying worked in France, that Noak got the jump on him there, and Clement as well. On Titouan, but I think also that he's getting a little bit older, with the family and things. So
and
he's
that's something to talk about because we're seeing that often. Candace Appleby sitting in the booth with us, the goat of SUP racing. And, you know, a lot of these, I was talking to Laura Quickglass this morning from Spain. You know, she's like, I'm getting older. You know, all of us are starting to get older, and we're starting to see these young guns come up and starting to take in and fill those spots.
That's right. You see some of the juniors competing in the open divisions as well, both in the women's and the men's. So it's great to see that young talent coming through. But, you know, stand-up paddling, you can do this sport at an older age as well. We see some competitors 50 years old that are competing in the women's event. So it's great to see that a lot of ages are coming through, and also obviously the young talent that's going to be the juniors tomorrow.
And like you said, I think the interesting part is a lot of the juniors are competing in both the open and the juniors. We're set and ready to go. Heat number 2, they're on the start line. Here we go. Taking a look down the line. There is the Frenchman, Clement Comas from France, from New Caledonia, on this inside with the starboard. We'll see how this start is. Taking a different spot. I mean, starting the way outside. Very interesting. His teammate started way to the inside, so they're mixing it up there, Bo.
They are mixing it up there. You can see really quick start from the middle of the pack there. Bit of a slower start for competitors there. We've got this Blue Ewer out in front of the NSP.
And Rai Taguchi just to the left of him. Look at Rai with his cadence. Absolutely blistering. Trying to make it out to that hole shot buoy. Rai Taguchi from Japan with the hole shot. Blue had him there for about a half a stroke.
He did, yeah. Blue has really been practicing his starts, and you really notice that then. He was way out in front. As we see competitors starting to get into a little bit of a train, a bit of a line out to that first buoy turn.
It's going to be a parking lot at that buoy, I'm telling you right now, as they start making their way back out there. 150-meter sprint, ladies and gentlemen, to that hole shot buoy. As they start making their way, pushing, pulling, whatever they can do. Blue Ewer to the outside. Rai Taguchi and the black and red shorts to his left with the headband. And, you know, and one thing we got to talk about in this heat as soon as they go around that buoy is the lack of the Japanese goat.
Yes.
Not here this year.
I know,
Shrimpy
Shuri
not
Araki.
making the trip.
No, not making the trip.
Focusing on school, I hear, which education, I get it.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, Rai Taguchi and himself. So Blue Ewer out in front there.
Taguchi got pushed to the outside, Bo.
He did, yeah. So he's in 3rd place at the moment. As we see competitors just struggling a little bit. Looks like...
There's Dos Rios making his way around. He got caught up in that parking lot area. As you see the ISA surf buoy just spinning around like a pinball machine. And they make their way all across. There's 8 and 9 now free and clear. The whole shot is now the group starts spreading out a little bit. You start to see them get more in the train.
Yeah, they definitely started to spread out a bit. As you said, you can see they're taking different lines, each of the paddlers making their way in for another buoy turn. You can see their cadence has slowed down a little bit now. They're starting to find their rhythm. At this point, when you're out in front, you kind of just got to get that flow. As you start to look behind your shoulder, over your shoulder, you'll see the other competitors catching up. You want to put a bit more effort in. But at the moment, they're just settling into that. You know, these are top 3 paddlers there.
Yeah, no, very strong coming in after the first buoy turn. Now they're going to make a left-hand buoy turn coming in. There's Blue Ewer just in front, coming into your living room. Going to bounce off that VW buoy, make his way around. Look at Blue. Beautiful shot there. Taguchi always tries to cut to the inside. Let's see if he tries to stick at the nose of that starboard. He would take a more conservative turn. No, look at how tight. Lucky his board is blue because he's rubbing the paint off that Volkswagen buoy.
That's right. Looks like Michael Booth there. Yellow hat. Turning around the buoy there as we see.
Oh, you're on each other's board, stacked up. That's 273. That's Dos Rios going down. Cameron Tripney also in that mix, making his way around. So you saw how tight and how condensed that group gets. I think one of the paddlers had his foot on one board and one on his partner's board there for a minute.
That's the thing with the first few buoy turns. Everyone's really tight, close together, especially off the start. So you really have to find your own space, as the top competitors have done.
Looking for the top 8. So there it is, 3, 4. Michael Booth now around free and clear. And there is the rest. Itzel Delgado isn't wearing a bib number, but I saw him sort of make his way around there. Was that him?
Yeah, I think it is him. So he's in 289.
289. So thank you for the correction there.
Oh, good. So yeah, it's like we've got Blue Ewer comfortably out in front. Going to come in for the flag turn here on the beach. So we'll see another transition from the beach back into the water.
Blue's in great position here. Taguchi now going around with the starboard. Nice skim for Ewer. Taguchi with a nice, going further to the outside there. Interesting stop. There's Comas Now making his way around for Team France and Team Australia. Michael Booth's got to be happy with a 4th place spot here early in heat lap number 1.
Yeah, he'll be happy to stay up in that front pack there. He'll probably try and stay with him for as long as he can. But he wants to save that energy, of course, for later in the day and later in the week, too, when he's going to be competing in all of the divisions.
You know, Rai Taguchi currently sitting in that spot, was 3rd in the 2023 ISA SUP Tech and Distance last year. We're talking about his co-countryman Shrimpy Araki from Japan, doubled up last year, doubled up in Puerto Rico 2 years ago. Decided to focus on school this year, so bowed out on this one, and he's putting all the pressure on Rai to come out and take it this year for Team Japan, but definitely one of the top guys there from Okinawa.
Yeah, great to see all these competitors here this year.
Very graceful flag run there.
It is.
That was Limker from the Netherlands now making his way across. Here's Taguchi on the backside turn. Watch Taguchi, he's a great turner.
He's amazing.
His buoy turns are probably the most technical of all of the paddlers on the water. This kid, I tell you what, I think it was, where was it, the Euro Tour? I think it was when he made that buoy turn coming into the end, snapped it, and just was able to overtake from 4th to 1st place with 1 buoy turn. There is 8th position on the screen now coming across. Blue Ewer from England still out in front, and it gets a little wobbly. You see that chop coming out of that Volkswagen buoy right there, almost that hit him from the side, getting on the rail, making it really uneasy. You got to show a lot of balance there, Bo.
You really do, yeah. That side chop is quite difficult out there today, especially when you're on those narrow boards. It's going to be tricky, especially turning that board up into the wind. We saw in the first heat, the beach run, even just with a bit of wind, holding your board can be tricky as well. As we see the leaders there. So Rai Taguchi out in front, Blue Ewer, Clement Comas, Michael Booth, Itzel Delgado.
So Itzel currently sitting in that 5th spot position. We'll figure out who 6th, 7th, and 8th is. The 8th is the spot right there, 6:05 here in lap number 1, heat 2 of men's SUP technical.
So yeah, we've
from
got
Denmark.
Centino from Argentina in number 6, Paulo Marconi number 7, and Guilherme dos Reis from Brazil in that 8th spot currently, but Cameron Tripney in that 9th spot, very close behind.
Blue Ewer, known as the new James Bond, according to the total SUP man himself, Matteo. Watch for him to make it top 10 in the Euro Tour. His family owns a water sports shop back in his hometown, loves the ocean. And no doubt here showing it today. And, you know, Blue's always been a guy that's been close, but never taken it.
Exactly. He came across his first international win last year on the Euro Tour. So he's had a lot of experience paddling in international events, but you're right, he needs that breakthrough performance, and I feel like this year is going to be really, really good for him. He's showing really good, really good competitive strategy at the moment, taking it easy. He's definitely not putting in 100% at the moment.
Nah, they're just, you look at their paddle stroke cadence right now. I mean, they're kind of sitting in the easy chair right now. And you see even Rai Taguchi easing up on his paddle stroke, taking a look over his left-hand shoulder there. But there's that buoy turn I'm talking about. Look at how deep he puts that starboard back. He's sinking that fin about 2 to 3 feet in the water, just stopping that board and snapping around. Michael Booth, another strong turner.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
really known. He's actually been working on his starts and his buoy turns a lot in the last year.
He has, obviously being that distance racer, he doesn't need to do it in the distance races. So he's really been focusing on the sprints and also the technical racing. So doing those buoy turns, beach starts.
And you know, Michael Booth, if you look back at 2017 in that distance race when he started way to the outside for some reason. And he kicks himself to that day. Cost him the entire distance race in 2017. So he's got some unfinished business here in Denmark.
Exactly.
He's coming back to achieve.
And he won in 2016 and 2018. So,
right.
Yeah, kicking himself.
He's coming back. So that 2017 did kind of hurt him, but he's looking to make it up here in 2018. You look at the buoy turns. Here comes Boothy once again. Teaches a lot of clinics back in this home country. The only competitor from Australia. And you see his position. He really hunches over. His paddle stroke is a little bit different than everybody else's. You can definitely see him. He really puts a lot of stress in his core.
Yeah, he certainly does. So he had the top 7 there, I believe.
Making their way out. Lap number 1 coming to a close. And they'll go into lap number 2 coming up. Will be heat number 3. And then we'll jump into the ladies SUP technical coming on later on this afternoon. In case you're just joining us on ISAsurf.org, welcome. Heat number 1 is in the books. It's up on the website, so check it out there. We're currently in heat number 2. Oh, Delgado gets a little bit loose. Or sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, Delgado.
That was Delgado, yes.
Yep,
Delgado got a little bit loose around that buoy. And, you know, Itzel's another one. You know, he's finished pretty competitively in the Pan Am games and all that, but he's always been close, never had that breakout world championship. That's all he's ever wanted. I know his mom watches him and, you know, been rooting him on for days and days, but he's always been one that's kind of close too.
Yeah, he definitely is. Itzel just coming off a win at the 11 Cities.
Big win.
Sunday, yeah, big win.
How many miles was that, or how many
It's
K?
220 kilometers over 4 days.
4
it was.
days.
Yeah, this time, 4 days. And he's won an APP World Tour event in California. Itzel Delgado has a couple of years back, 2022. As we see our competitors there. So that is the top 7 at the moment, fighting for the top 8 to qualify.
Top 8 qualifiers are where you're looking for it. So there it is. The Argentine currently sitting in that 7th position, and there it is. Dos Rios from Brazil currently sitting in that bubble spot. And Dos Rios, like we talked about earlier, you know, he was one that took some time off, 26 years old. He was on the circuit racing hot and heavy in California. And I think they even adopted him in Dana Point at one time or not, because he was spending so much time there. You know, his best finish was the PPGs on a borrowed board. He borrowed it from some random dude on the beach, comes out and just crushes it in the PPBs. And, you know, he's made his parents back on the circuit. So this is his first appearance actually since 2019. So I know a lot of people really excited to see what is going on with the young man from Brazil.
Yeah, he's definitely just wanting to qualify through this. It's been taking a few years to really train up for this event, to get back on the competitive circuit.
And Bo, I was down on the beach today. You know, it's a flat water event, but it is very, very technical. You can talk about 24 turns and 3 laps. I mean, that can make you dizzy.
Oh, it definitely does, for sure. And you got to remember which way to turn as well.
Yeah.
On all those buoy turns. But it's definitely one with that chop on the water as well, a bit of wind. The water's cold too. You can see these competitors just opting for board shorts for the men. But yeah, you don't want to fall in.
Yeah. That's what happens in some of those buoy turns, though. It gets tight. But look at Taguchi now, really starting. He's kind of got sort of a nonchalant paddle stroke going now on that starboard. As there's a look at him out in front with his normal bandana. That's how he gets all fired up. His dad's here watching him. They were the first ones on the beach this morning, looking at the water, evaluating the conditions. Dad was talking to him. I don't know what he was saying because it was in Japanese, but the family puts a lot of effort, as well as their coach, Coach Suzuki, into Team Japan. Yeah,
definitely. Japan is such a strong team as well. You've got, you know, gold medalists competing this year as well. And Eureka, she's going to be coming up later on in the week. So it's a very, very strong team. I think they've got a really good chance for the team medal as well. They were very close last year. I see Rye there turning around. Just that one stroke. You see Blue a few strokes.
What?
And even Clement Comas there, a couple of strokes to turn around, but Rye just a single paddle stroke. Itzel coming in that 4th position. Michael Booth turning around now.
Not much way in the change in the situation here. Everybody's pretty much holding their spots. We'll see if we go into that lap number 3. We should see some position changes going there, because remember, the finishing, that how you place or how you start on the start line coming into heat number semifinals coming up later on this afternoon.
Right. It'll be reseeded again, so the competitors will be able to choose their spot based on the results from these heats. So we're still looking at that top 8 qualifying at the moment. Dos Reis from Brazil and Cameron Tripney.
Watch this. And now, if you're a young paddler at home, this is what you need to be doing. Right there. Just steps up. So great footwork, as Kansas would call it. Walks his way back to the front of the board, a couple of strokes, and he's right out of the hole, making his way down the line. So beautifully done. 13-17 here in heat number 2, going into heat 3. Nice backside turn by Delgado with his backwards hat. That's kind of his signature. Different paddle. Delgado was using that Stingray paddle from Quicklay there for the many, many races, and it looks like he's sort of reverted back there, Bo.
Yeah, it does look like he has changed his paddle. Good point on that, Drew. I know he was using a different paddle for the 11 Cities race as well. Probably a lot on the shoulders using this Stingray paddle. A lot of power from that, and it's definitely what the foilers are using these days to get up quickly on their foils. So maybe opting for a more standard blade shape.
And Bo, you know, we were talking about this with Candace. You know, this is a qualifying heat. just looking to be in that top 8. Your Taguchi, start saving a little bit of energy, even though the finals are tomorrow. But that semifinal is going to be pretty competitive with a heat of, what do you got, 16? You got top 8s, 18, 24 going into that semi. So there will be 2 semifinal heats coming up at the conclusion of these 3 initial heats coming up later on. And the finals will be tomorrow in the SUP technical, where the field will be 16. And then we'll also race the junior SUP technical tomorrow as well. So there is your lineup. If you need more information, go to ISAsurf.org. It has the entire event schedule, recaps, and more. But I'll tell you what, very clean race by all these paddlers right now. Not a lot of rubbing, not a lot of falling. I mean, very balanced and a very sound racing by all of them. Let's see what happens here in heat number 3. Or sorry, lap number 3.
Yeah, lap number 3. So you can see the time there on the clock. So I think it's going to be pretty close to that first heat as well. And that's, like you were saying, to qualify, you want to make sure you're getting up to that, 20 minutes and 6 seconds.
That's fast.
Yeah,
that's
really
fast.
fast.
Rye's right on there. Comes Rye off the beach. Huge smile on Rye's face as all of his countrymen are cheering him on. And he knows he's in prime position. But look at how quick he gets back on the board on that glide. I mean, that board just hits the water, and he's standing back up.
He's not even breaking a sweat out there, is he, Drew?
No, he's just having a fun day. He could be drinking a macchiato right now if he wanted to. There goes our young man from Peru, Itzel Delgado. Michael Blue from Australia, making his way around. Marconi from Italy making his way around. There is Bastidella from Argentina making his way around. Plus 29 seconds. Beautiful drone shot of our venue. Now, this is one of the venues we're going to be at this year, though. There's actually 2 venues.
That's right, yeah. So this is the beach venue we are looking at here. Amanga Strand Beach Park.
Very good.
Right. And then, yeah, so this is going to be where the technical races are being held, also the team relay. We're going to head back to the city venue for the distance and the sprint racing, which is going to be starting on Saturday, finishing up on Sunday.
That is true. That's where we're actually broadcasting from, is the city venue. Right downtown Copenhagen. You can grab yourself a coffee and read a book in the library right next door. And taking a look at some of the field here today as we get back into the fall, later in the pack here, currently sitting in that 12th position. One of our team members from Senegal, one of our new countries. So Latvia, Lebanon, Norway, Scotland, Senegal, Slovakia, South Korea, and Thailand will all be competing. 8 of the new countries this year. Pretty fascinating. Great work by the ISA. I'll tell you, the ISA has done a wonderful job. Just coming off the Olympics in Paris. A huge success in surfing. And give it to the team, Fernando Aguirre and his team, for putting that all together and continuing to push surfing and water sports.
Oh, totally. And they're pushing the sport of stand-up paddling as well to become part of the Olympics. The ISA do a lot of work behind the scenes, lots of development programs, people to get into surfing, into stand-up paddling. What the ISA do is just unbelievable for our sport as that governing body. So a big up to the ISA. Make sure you do go to isasurf.org, and you can check out all the information there about the ISA, how to get involved, and the events coming near to you.
Yeah, definitely follow it. ISA founded in 1964, a little bit before our time. But
that's celebrating 60 years.
They've been doing a wonderful job. This is their 60th year anniversary, and pretty fascinating on how many events they run throughout the year. Adaptive, longboard. I mean, they're doing everything. Juniors. Then they run the Olympics. I mean, what do they not do? Fascinating. ISAsurf.org for all the upcoming information. Here comes Taguchi from Team Japan. Beautiful turn. He has not made a stumble this is one of the cleanest qualifiers I've seen Rye run in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he has to practice that turn so much at home. He's so smooth. He's just got it really switched on as well during this race. No bobbles at all whatsoever. As we see, Itzel Delgado there, 4th place. Michael Booth, Santino, and then Paolo Marconi as well. So still looking at the top 8. In 8th position is Dos Reis from Brazil.
What a difference a heat makes. I mean, this heat, very clean. Everybody's holding positions. We'll see if that changes around these next 2 buoy turns. You see the cadences really start to pick up as they start charging their way in. Now we'll start to see if they get a little challenge. But, I mean, everybody's been holding their spots the entire time. So they're going to hold out to the last 2 buoy turns here, Bo. And here comes Rye into this inside buoy.
Yeah, Rye around that turn in 2 strokes. Blue there, just right on his tail. as we see Clement, Colmas. So those three have really been out in front this whole race. Blue obviously started in front. Rai overtook in that first lap. This is how it's been for the last 2 laps. So going to turn around this buoy, head back into the beach.
Yeah, coming in for home right now, Rai Taguchi from Japan. Now getting a little bit of pressure from Blue Ewer. Now look at Comas, taps Ewer in the butt with the tip of that snowboard, and now it comes into the sprint. 150 meters coming into the beach, and this is what we expected. It was all fun and games up until the last 150. It looks like Rai Taguchi on your left will hit the beach first. Will it be Comas?
I think Comas in second at the moment.
Yes, that's what it looks. They hit the beach at the same time, and it will be Comas coming down with second place in the qualifier. Moving into that semifinal heat. Oh, what a finish there as Blue Ewer just gets edged out at the last moment. Bo, it's all fun until the last 150 meters.
That's
then
it.
It
is.
serious.
It does get, even if it's the qualifier, and you got to qualify anyway. But yeah, 19 minutes, 34 seconds
That's
from Rai Taguchi.
blistering.
It really is. So that's, a whole 30 seconds faster than the first heat of the men's. It's El Delgado. They're crossing 4th. Michael Booth.
Michael Booth's got to be happy with that finish.
Yeah, he'll be happy he stayed with that lead pack there as well.
So Michael Booth comes in for Pablo Macarni from Italy, comes in that 6th place position. And now we're looking at those bubble spots. This is where it's going to come from as they start making their way back in. Pasadena from Argentina comes in that 7th position. Argentina missing one of their top competitors this year. We'll talk about that coming up in the ladies event later on this afternoon. And there it is, the 8th spot qualifier. He's got a big smile on his face. Grew a beard in. I guess when you become a daddy, you grow a beard. Is that how it works?
That's how it works, yeah.
Guilherme dos Rios from Brazil going to take that final 8th qualifying position. He comes to the finish line, gets a hug there. And I'll tell you what, Bo, very fast heat, 1936, right? Taguchi looking strong here.
Yeah, very strong. That was a fast heat. I think all competitors there, the top kind of 5 there, beating that first heat time. I think just a really clean race.
You know, I haven't called a flat water technical race in a long time because you're always looking for the waves, or like looking out the back. You're like, oh, is there a set coming? A little bit different this time.
Yeah, it is a lot different this time. So more that flat water, probably why we see Michael Booth up there. I think the board choice as well is going to be a lot different for these competitors, not having the waves too. You'll see a lot of competitors opting for that dugout deck. A little bit narrower, faster through the water, but less stable too.
Yeah, Candace was talking about those dugout canoes, or dugout style stand-up paddle boards, and they really came on scene about 4 years ago at the ISAs. And by a lady by the name of Tareen Black. I don't know if you know that name, but she really dominated in the dugout, and then you really saw a progression towards and really kind of one of those times where everybody's like, So Venezuela coming across there, as you hear it in the background from our Total SUP folks. That's a good finish for them. Villanova. But Bo, I'll tell you, there it is, heat number 2. We got technical underway here. Day number 1, everything you thought it would be?
Oh, and more.
Did you work all your nerves out, Bo?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. I'm glad you did. Let's go down and see how the nerves are settling with our winner of that heat. Emily, take it away.
Thank you very much. That is correct. I'm here with Rai Taguchi. Rai, that was an amazing start to the event, winning the 2nd heat of the day. You started really well in that heat. Can you just tell us a bit about the race out there, how you started the heat, and also the finishing, how you guys were really close all the way?
This is a technical quarterfinal, but this heat is very hard heat. I think 10 big name but 8 people just up to the semifinal. Very hard heat, but I catch the 2nd place, first buoy. And after race, it's just a slow and easy paddling, and the final buoy and a little bit spot, and the first race. Yes, just easy. Yeah.
And Rai, I know that you're competing in 3 disciplines on this event. You're competing in the technical race, in the sprint, and in the long distance.
Yes.
How do you manage your energy throughout a week like this?
My goal is 3 gold medal this event. Yes, all race is full power. Yes. No. no save energy for final.
No saving energy, just full power.
Yes, just a final.
Well, we're excited to see it. So, good luck in the semifinals. We'll come up soon, and we're looking forward to see you all week.
Okay, thank you so much.
There you go. Rai saying never let off the gas, Bo. All energy.
And that's, his time showed it there. 19 minutes, 34 seconds. He was going hard in that heat.
Yep. So let's take a look at the recap of heat number 2 of the men's sub technical. The start, super clean here, Bo.
Yeah, super clean. Blue Ua, right to Gucci, getting out in front there in the middle of the pack. Even Michael Booth had a good start as well.
Look at how fast they get to their feet.
Rai is out there on the outside there. So quick. Blue around that first buoy turn. And then we saw Rai overtake him not too far after this.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Blue had a great start. You can't ask for a better start from Blue Ewer. I mean, that was just the best he could do. But your eye starts to catch him fair in the end. And coming around that flag, this is where everything just started to settle, and they started getting this train and just kind of kept it for 2 full laps.
That's right, yeah. Pretty much as it stands there is how it finished in the end. So the top 8 didn't really change from this point on, except Clement Colmas just getting ahead of Blue Ewer there at the end. But great buoy turns.
Super technical buoy turns all the way around, not one stumble, fall, or anything. And this is where Rai really starts just to stretch it, taking a walk in the park here. Backside turn by Rai. Look at how quick and easy he makes that look. And he just continued. Onside, offside, both sides, turns amazing.
Yeah, super switched on in this race. Real competitive attitude as well from Rai. He's in it to win it. He's here.
When he comes around that buoy turn, he really just shoves that board forward, tries to get out of the hole quick. And this is when he came across, big smile on his face as he came around that flag turn and just started making his way back out. And everybody just holding position until, and that's why I'm going to leave it, until the upcoming buoy turn when everybody just started sprinting for home.
Yeah, you can see the different techniques with that beach flag run as well, that holding your board. A few people have the handle on the side of their board. Others have to grab the handle in the middle of their board. So you can see Blue, Rai, and then Clement has a handle in the middle of the board. So
yeah, Rai wanted to sign autographs at that turn. I mean, he was just walking across. He's like,
happy,
anybody need an autograph? I'll get you while I'm coming around here. And then the final 2 buoy turns as well, they really start turning on. And this is where Taguchi really starts to put a sprint hat on.
yeah, so yeah, you can see them here sprinting toward the finish line. Blue, you're on the right. Clement Colmas in the middle there. Right to Gucci, going to cross that line in first position. 19 minutes, 34 seconds.
Fastest
carrying
heat
the
of the
Japanese flag.
Fastest heat of the day with one more qualifying heat to come up. See who goes into the semifinals coming up later this afternoon. ISAsurf.org is where you're watching. There is your top 8 with Guilherme Dos Rios taking that 8th spot for Team Brazil. So he's got to be happy with that, making his way back on scene. Probably got a little bit of the jitters out. We'll see how he fares coming back out. They'll join the previous 8 coming up in the semifinals later on this afternoon. We still got the women to come, Bo. They're getting loose, getting ready to go. The ladies, and they're going to come up right after heat number 3. But I'm going to turn it over to Candace Appleby, and you guys got the next call. So let's go to break. Right, you're watching ISAsurf.org. Men's SUP Technical heat number 3 coming up. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are moving into heat number 3 of the men's technical race. It's going to be another stacked heat. Of course, this is the world's best here competing today. The top 8 will qualify out of this heat to move forward through to the semifinals. I'm Bo Nixon, joined by Candice Appleby here in the booth to call all the action. Candice, who are you looking forward to seeing in this heat?
Ooh, there's some exciting new paddlers. I'm excited to watch Donato, friends. He's been doing really great this season. He's a paddler from the Netherlands. And I'm also excited to see Campbell Carter. And yeah, there's so many new names, so many new athletes that are just having incredible seasons all around the world, competing in Europe. People I've been watching throughout the year. And then we've got some veterans like Dan Miller from Canada. He always competes in either prone or sup. So it's exciting to see the different watermen that are going to be in this heat.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see in this heat. We've got Christian Andersen as well coming up, 2019 gold junior medalist for the tech race. And you've also got Aaron Sanchez as well. So it's going to be a really stacked heat. I'm super excited. The conditions look, although it's a flat water race, it's pretty challenging out there with that bump, especially around the buoy turns with a lot of competitors going into the first couple of turns.
Definitely. The conditions play a huge factor into the way you manage the course. So it's exciting to see where the athletes line up, given their priority with the seating and the position of the whole shot with the wind. So it's interesting. Here we go. We got our final competitors lining up here on the start line. It's the third heat. So these guys are excited. Their hearts are pounding. They're ready to go. The top 8 advancing to the semifinals. And they've had the opportunity for 2 heats now to run, and they've been able to see how the other men have taken this course, and I'm sure they were all taking notes.
Definitely we're all taking notes. We just saw there just before one of the competitors actually bringing a little bit of seaweed out of the water. So there is a little bit of weed coming into play today. Did you notice that when you were at the beach this morning?
Yeah, there's a little bit. Most of the start line was pretty cleared, but when there is a little bit of wind that kicks up, it can move things around. But that was always something that I would do if there was a piece of kelp or something in front of me on the start line. Move everything out of your way. No rocks, no pebbles. You have your clear path to get a nice run start.
Yeah, as we
Here's
see
our
the
lineup.
The lineup for heat number 3. Obviously, Campbell Carter, Thomas Grus up there, top competitors. As we also see Aaron Sanchez. Aaron there, he got the copper medal in the distance and the sprint racing last year in France. So he's going to look to add a medal in the technical race this year.
We have a nice diverse lineup of boards. We've got at least one of everything, it seems, in this heat. So it's exciting to see the board manufacturers really do a lot of work to support the athletes. And, the board styles have changed tremendously throughout the years. You're going to see a lot more dugouts today. But I've seen a few athletes choosing the flat deck boards for this race. I saw Donato, he's on a flat deck Blackfish for this race, and some of the other guys are using the Everreadies. So let's see, they're lining up here.
Yeah, getting ready for a start for heat number 3 of the men's tech race. All ready to go. You see
Young
blue
Thomas
hat.
Nielsen on the left there, representing Norway. Getting a nice running start. Almost
start
every
from
athlete
most
to their
competitors.
feet. Here we go. Hot off the line on the starboard. Looks like Aaron Sanchez leading the pack.
Yeah, Christian Andersen as well. Donato friends there on the left side too. So all competitors trying to make their way and get out in front to start. If you get a really good start, Candice, it's really going to set you up for the rest of the race, being that flat water course. No waves coming into play, so it's not going to mix up the lineup too much.
The start and your position on that first turn is really important.
It really
Especially in a technical race when there's short pieces from each buoy. You want to make sure you're in one of those front packs and that you're not stuck behind in the first couple buoy turns. So right now it looks like we have on the starboard out in front, Aaron Sanchez, followed by
That's Donato
Friends on the Blackfish. And then right behind him, it looks like Christian Andersen on an NSP in the 3rd position. We're going to get a better shot of them as they make this first turn.
Yeah, so we've definitely got our top competitors out there in front. So that would be...
And it is a tricky first turn, and there's also implications if you get into somebody else's way, right? You're supposed to allow the paddler in front of you to get around the buoy. Here we go. We have a little bit of a downwind portion here. So Aaron Sanchez from Spain making his presence felt here in the beginning. Donato working on a little bit of the draft. Really smart. You can see his stroke rate is really low. And then he takes a couple more quicker strokes to try to catch a bump there. Christian Andersen wearing a blue hat on the NSP board.
Yeah, it looks like Kotaro Miyahira from Japan behind him. So that'll be our top 4 competitors. We see a lot of the competitors opt to go a bit wider on that first buoy turn. Maybe to get a bit more of a kind of direct line back into this next buoy turn.
Yeah, I think that that back part of the pack was so congested that they were kind of forced to go wide. But the wind is actually coming from the north, so you don't want to go too wide on that first turn, otherwise you're going to be off course. And we don't have a huge separation here, so we don't have a definitive 8 yet. Nice clean turn there.
Yeah, so it looks like
nice and clean.
Kotaro got ahead of Christian there. We see a lot of people coming into this buoy turn here. Very tricky with a lot of people coming in. We might
this is
see
4 paddlers side by side. So far, making it around clean. That's some technical paddling there. Here we go. We have the last right before heading into the beach.
Yes, this is our lead pack currently on screen. Top 4 paddlers making their way around there.
Ricardo Avila of Peru on the Sonova in 3rd position. 4th position, now we have Christian. The Peruvian team has been really paddling well. Actually, I'm sorry, that's an SIC. That's Kotaro Miyahira in the 3rd position.
So he's made his way up in front of Christian Andersen. I think Christian at this point is going to start to save some energy, knowing that he's in that front pack. As we see the beach run here around the flag. Very quick
Slight separation now, maybe between the top 4.
So we'll see Aaron Sanchez in the first, Donato Friends, Kotaro Miyahira, Christian Andersen, is Ricardo Avila, Kiel de Brun.
Ricardo Avila was coming around the buoy in 5th there. Peru. Campbell Carter here in the United States. He's definitely wanting to advance out of this heat. All of these guys in the back pack, they're all still pretty close. There's not a huge separation yet, so anything can happen here. And then we have the veteran, Dan Miller, representing Canada. He's been at the ISAs. He's done prone. He's done SUP. I think he's done just about every race you could possibly do. I don't know if he's SUP surf, but Dan does it all.
He certainly does do it all. He was here last year as well, competing in France at the ISA. It's great to have him back for 2024. But yeah, sitting right on that qualifying bubble, we have Tassos from Greece. We also have Matej Smida from, and then also Thomas Grusup as well, and then Campbell Carter. So a lot of people sitting on that 8th, 9th, 10th spot at the moment. So we see a bit of a change at the front there. Looks like Donato slightly getting ahead of Aaron Sanchez. Kotaro in that 3rd spot.
Christian Andersen holding the 4th position. 5th position we have, I'm trying to get it.
Is Ricardo.
Is Ricardo.
And Kiel de Brun just behind him.
So it looks like we got a little bit of side drafting happening here. You can see Donato's stroke rate is relatively low, so he's using that outside side draft. Looks like we also have a little inside side draft here. So these guys are definitely working the positioning, saying, how do I want to set myself up for the next buoy turn? Because they also have to give way. If there's more than half a board length ahead, you have to give way to the paddler in front of you. Otherwise, you will be penalized. I believe there was a penalty given in the previous heat. There was a 1-minute penalty given to somebody that was impeded progress. So you have to allow the paddler in front of you to get around the buoy clearly in order. So yeah, in the last heat, on lap 1 in buoy number 2, paddler number 152 interfered with 153 and received a 1-minute penalty.
Okay.
So here we go. We have this nice clean turn. Those two were side by side. And right here, this is that little downwind portion where you can see them really pushing, trying to utilize the water to get ahead. And Aaron Sanchez is getting some nice little bumps there.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of texture on the water out there. A few small bumps coming through, so definitely aiding the paddlers. You can see a little bump there right behind Aaron Sanchez as he's really pushing hard to get ahead of the pack here.
And the dugout boards do, because of the way the volume is displaced, they catch the bumps a little bit better. So I know Donato typically paddles on an Ever-Ready, but he's using the flat deck Blackfish today, which is also really a little bit more freeing when you're doing buoy turns to be on a flat deck, right? So it's interesting to see the different board choices today. And so Aaron put in a lot of work to get ahead, but wasn't really much separation at the buoy. We have 3 paddlers going around, side by side. Difficult turns. These guys are making it look easy.
They really are making it look so easy, but it is tough, especially when you're doing that backside turn. For the buoy, he's going to have to use that paddle strokes quite a few times. As we see our competitors here rounding this one. So we'll get the updates on the positions here, but a lot of competitors being close together. As we see our leaders there. Aaron heading around that buoy, heading back out at the moment, and then around another buoy turn before coming in for that beach run. Christian Andersen, Danish team member. So that's going to be your kind of leading pack there. Very close together.
Ricardo Avila was that the 6th or 7th position coming around there? We've got
Kjell De Bruin as well, also up in there. Amazing drone angle here.
You can see it, Donato taking a little bit of pressure off because he's in that draft position. So our first place paddler currently, Aaron Sanchez, is doing a lot of work. So this is where you really want to make sure you pay attention to the type of effort that you're putting in, because you know that everyone behind you is conserving a little bit of energy.
Yeah, of course. It's do you think there'll be a little bit of tactics to switch up the first place and maybe fall back a little bit, or do you think he's just going to keep paddling hard?
You know, we saw in that last heat, in the first heat, that first place ended up in 4th at the end, right? So a lot can happen on these buoy turns. You might decide, there's a clear separation, I'm gonna take a little off. But like Nuik said in his interview, you want the best seating position for the semifinal because the goal is to make the final. So everyone has a different strategy. It's hard to let off the gas when you're pushing as hard as you can. And we have our top 7 right here. So this is our 7th place paddler currently. So this next pack is vying for that last qualifying position.
Yeah, so Ricardo Avila there in that 7th position, as we'll see. The orange nose of the starboard's coming through to get into that 8th spot. So this is going to be a check.
So that was
competitor.
Tomas Grossup in 8th position on the starboard. I know that's Campbell Carter right there in the 10th position. So those 3 are going to battle it out for that 8th position right now as it sits. The next 3 paddlers coming around, they could work their way up through the pack as well. We've got Thomas Nielsen right there representing Norway. He lives in the United States. I see him a lot training down at Doheny and at Baby Beach. And I believe he is going to university overseas, I think. But he's always really proud to represent Norway at all these competitions. I see his parents often, and they have been very supportive of fostering his dreams, his paddling efforts.
It's great to have that family support. A lot of these paddlers do have that alongside the support of their country as well, representing the country here at the ISA
World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. As we see a nice angle there of our competitors out in front. So Donato now out in front ahead of Aaron. So he did drop back. Looks like he's going to save a bit of energy.
Let Donato do some of the work. This is that long back stretch where you see some of the guys trying to come around and change position, right? Getting in a front position of the pack going into this far north turn where there's that little bit of downwind can really be beneficial. If you're good in the bump, you're definitely gonna want to get around that buoy and try to advance your positioning. The long straightaways are the time where you're really gonna make your move. The shorter inside stretches between those inside clumped up buoys, that's not really where you're gonna make your move. But it's these long straightaways.
Yeah, we can
where
see.
you're gonna push it. You can see these. They're doing it
That's
right now.
Yeah, there's Kataro there, coming on the inside. So he's gonna try and take the lead on this second lap.
Nice wide grip on his paddle right here. You can see he's really wide, not getting a ton of reach in his stroke, but adding leverage leverage and power to his strokes by going wider. So dropping that lower hand lower on the paddle. Nice clean turn. This is where he's going to try to push and get a little bit of separation. You can see that now the stroke rate goes up. Really try to utilize the bump. You want to use the water to your advantage.
So it's our top 7 competitors here, making their way back toward the beach. A couple more buoy turns. Another beach run as we see the competitors behind. That will be Hector Jessel and Thomas Grusup, alongside Campbell Carter. So a lot on the line for those competitors in that 8th, 9th, 10th spot.
You've got someone like Campbell Carter. He's doing a lot of work here this week. He's going to be doing the juniors. He's doing the men's. He's doing the distance. A lot of these paddlers come. They represent their countries, and they put in a lot of work. They race all the races.
Yeah, they certainly do.
Ooh, this is a little bit hung up there on the buoys, but making it around cleanly. Nice. It's important when you're in the back and someone's right in front of you. You got to hold the nose of the board up. You don't want to set it down on the tail of their board and make them become stuck. If they become stuck, they can fall in, and then you're going to get stuck behind them, right?
That's right, exactly. And also, how does it come into play when you are a little bit further back, especially when a lot of people are coming into the buoy turns? That water is a bit messed up. It's a bit choppy. Does that affect the stability for those paddlers, a bit further back?
It can. The more boards moving on the course, the more chop. There is quite a bit of chop here today already from the wind as well. But when there are paddlers in front of you, it does allow you to slow down and get time for your footwork as well. So, but when you're in the front, you have the ability to prepare for your turn, and then if you have clean water out in front of you, whip that turn and try to break the pack.
Yeah, sure, fantastic drone angle here of the leaders of heat number 3 for the men's technical race. Kotaro from Japan out in front at the moment.
Really using a lot of power when he's up in front on the straightaways, lower stroke rate, wider grip on the shaft, and then we'll probably see him. Let's see if he tries to break away again like he did before. So there he's upping his stroke rate. He's trying to utilize the turn to get away. Really putting in the power here. He's working really, really hard. So
He is.
yeah.
Yeah, he's really going for it as they come in toward this beach turn. You can see a little bit of a different line from Aaron Sanchez there on the left of screen.
You can see the way the wind, there's side wind. You can see that flag that's blowing. So they're battling side wind every direction. Right here, little transition. Gonna try to go for a nice clean skim. Nice, quick to his feet. Now this is where you put the separation, and you really try to seal the deal early if you can. But all of these gentlemen are so fast, so fit. If you're out in front, you got to know how to be chased.
That is very true. Exactly. In Team Japan there, we saw Rai Taguchi take the win in heat number 2. We've got Kotaro from Japan out in front in this heat as well. As we see number 8, 9, and 10 paddlers coming through. This is going to be, does like Thomas Grusup there coming around. And then we've got Hector Jessel from England Campbell Carter coming around in 10th spots. This is going to be a really tight race as they come into the final lap here for that qualifying position, Candice.
And there you can see a great shot there. You can see his technique really utilizing his body, gets into a full 90-degree angle. You're really utilizing his legs. You can see every stroke he takes, it's like he's doing a deadlift, really utilizing his hamstrings, his glutes. This is a full body sport, folks.
Yeah, you saw him, his top hand as well, holding down the shaft a little bit. How does that change the way you paddle, or does it add a little bit more power to your paddling as well?
I don't know if it necessarily adds power, but he's getting really low and wide, and I think that's where he's getting a little bit of that extra torque and really wide grip on the pedal. You can see him right out in front right now. He's not letting up. He doesn't want to give anybody a chance to get back on his draft, especially in this long straightaway.
Not with the cadence he's paddling at the moment. He's really making some space between him and Donato Friends in second. So he's really putting a statement on this whole heat and all the heats of the men's technical as well.
Yeah, choking down like that a little bit, especially in that upwind leg, does help you, allows you to stay a little lower, get more leverage. The closer your hand is to the blade, the more leverage you have on it.
Some more power you can apply to that stroke. And as you said, just, getting a little bit out of the wind as well.
Then you can see the farther back on the pack, the slower the stroke rate. So utilizing less energy. And our paddler right there in 7th position, he looks like he's really trying to make sure he hangs on to that pack. You don't want to get caught in no man's land and then get caught by the second group and go from being in a secure 7th to fighting between 3 other guys going for that 8th position.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw Campbell Carter on screen just before 10th spot. He's falling just a little bit behind of Hector and Thomas. But this is your heat leader at the moment, Kotaro from Japan. Donato Friends.
Donato really upped his stroke rate right out of that turn too. It looked like he was trying to shake the pack behind him, but then he kind of slows it down a little. He knows, okay, I haven't lost them. I'm still going to try to up the stroke rate and utilize the bump, but you don't want to kill yourself too much, right, by trying to lose a pack if they're going to hang on you like that.
Yeah, of course. We've had a little bit of a change, it looks like, behind there. Kjell de Bruin moving up a few spots, as is Tassos from Greece. This is your current heat leader.
Kotaro not letting off the gas at all, representing Japan proudly. Looks like Donato did get a little bit of space, a little bit of separation.
I think Aaron took a bit of a different line as well. You can see the competitors having to move back to the left of screen to be able to turn around this buoy. So that wind definitely coming into play, pushing them a little bit across.
Yeah, if you're catching bump, you do have to tack a little bit to make it to that inside buoy.
Yeah, so your top 7 there. Then we've got these 2 competitors at the top of screen there, top right hand of screen, 3 even Campbell Carter coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see the final results there as they come in. But this is the end of Heat 3, their current heat leader. So Kotaro for Team Japan, crossing the line in that first spot. Be interesting to see his time on that too. That was a 19 minutes, 49 seconds. So faster than the first heat. Not as fast as Rai Taguchi in that last one. Donato Friends there, crossing in second. Aaron Sanchez. Kjell de Bruin in 4th place. Christian Andersen in 5th. Tassos from Greece.
12 seconds.
And then Ricardo as well, crossing in number 7. So this is where it's going to get interesting. So you've got Hector Jessel, Thomas Grusup, Campbell Carter racing in here for the top qualifying spot. So only 8 people can qualify, and one of these looks like Thomas has got the jump on Hector. So Thomas Grusup from the Czech Republic will qualify into the semi-finals, which is going to be on later today. But a strong race from those 3. They were really trying to push all the way to the end.
Yeah, Campbell coming in 10th place. I know his family's here with him. His parents have been helping support Team USA, managing the team. And I'm sure he's disappointed not to make it out of this heat, but he's got the juniors coming up, so that's going to be one of his priorities, is doing well in the juniors and the distance race.
Yeah, you can see there, Kotaro, Miyahita from Japan, 19 minutes, 49 seconds. So good 15 seconds ahead of Donato Friends. So coming up is our heat recap, Candice. So start line for all the competitors. Bit of an interesting start. See all competitors do a pretty good start.
Yeah. Nice quick glide. Not a big runway to run and get board speed, but nice glide of their feet.
Aaron Sanchez went out hard right at the start. Got ahead of a lot of his competitors, but then just decided to bring it back a little bit toward the end. I think saved some energy.
And that's what we saw in that first heat is Ricardo Rossi was out in front for the first lap and, you know, ended up finishing that heat in fourth. So a lot of energy being used to push in the beginning of the heat, but things are shaking up throughout the course of these tech races.
And as you said, Candice, getting that great start is going to put you in a good position for the rest of the race. You want to make sure you get out in that front pack to start with. He's going to have a lot better chance of qualifying.
Yeah. Tech racing is typically the fewest mistakes wins.
Yes, it's technical. That's it. It's
Very
technical racing.
Yeah.
So competitors there doing the beach flag run as they come in. And you can see that top 7 really stayed together until Kotaro made a move on the final lap to get out in front. See there.
And Donato doing really great, consistently in second throughout this entire race. Really smart racing, kept himself up in the front of the pack, so he's going to have a good position. He's going to have a good spot position selection for the semifinal, but he also was able to do quite a bit of drafting throughout that race too. So very technical paddler. He's been doing great this season. He had some awesome results throughout the summer.
Yeah, he's been doing the Euro Tour this year. Been doing very well in that. As you can see here, this is the final lap. Kotaro really getting himself out in front. Donato Friends there in second spot. Aaron Sanchez fell back to third. Still qualifying, though, for the semifinals later today.
Really exciting to see Kotaro doing so well. I mean, really just showing his fitness, showing his technical ability, and letting everybody know, hey, it's the first round, but I'm not afraid to really push hard and to leave you guys in my wake with a gap. I don't want to leave anything else out there. I want to get the best spot in the semifinal, and it looks like he's hungry. So it's been really cool to see the Japanese paddlers and the whole team. Every single ISA, they come back and they're stronger. They're taking more medals, and we're gonna send it down to the beach, I think.
Yeah, Emily's on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm here with Kota and team manager from Japan, Suzuki. Kota, that was an amazing race. You guys were very close in the beginning, and then it seems like you just had a sprint in the end. Are you not trying to conserve energy out there?
最初のうち素晴らしいレースでした。で、最初のうちこうみんな一段になってたところで最後の方でスプリントして一気に前に出たけど、まあこの次のレースに向けて体力温存するとかそういうのはどうですか？
まだ体力が残ってるんで、まだ全力ではないんで、これからもう一段階上げて頑張りたいです。
まだ若いから大丈夫だよね。
はい。
He's still young and he still have one more gear to put it up, so he's okay.
And I know you have a goal for this event, and that is to become junior world champion. So you're here competing with the men. Is that giving you confidence going into the juniors round as well?
ジュニアのチャンピオンになる目標がもちろんあるでしょうけれど、でここでメンクラス、大人のクラスでやることで自信がつきますか？
自信ついて、あとオープンでもまあ表彰台目指して頑張りたいです。
He gets a lot of confidence racing with a man, and he is aiming for the podium, and for the medal, even in the men's class.
Amazing. And just in the end here, can you say a few words about being here in Copenhagen?
コペンハーゲンに来て感想を。
まあ日本と違って、まあなんか建物とか景色も綺麗で、とてもいい場所です。 いい場所です。
He likes it to be here in Copenhagen. He likes the structures and all the environmental things, and he loves to be here.
That's great to hear. Well, we're wishing you good luck in the semifinals coming up soon.
Thank you.
Suzuki-san there, he's a great team manager for Team Japan. I've had the chance to spend some time with him over there, and what a great post-heat interview.
Yeah, fantastic post-season interview as we are going to take a short break, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the women's tech racing, starting off with Heat 1.
I Rema 1000 handler sundhed ikke kun om mad, men også om at bakke op om trivsel, fællesskaber og mental sundhed.
To school with you. My dad's lost his car keys. Our parents overslept. I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure. Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure.
More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen.
'24 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. You are watching the technical racing down at the beach venue here in beautiful Copenhagen, Denmark. This is day one of competition. My name is Bo Nixon, joined by Candice Appleby to call the action today. We're going to be kicking this women's heat off with heat number one. Some big names in this heat, Candice.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting, and it looks like they've already chosen their spots on the line, so they're going to be ready to go. And they've been here for a while. They've been watching the men. They've been taking notes. And we've got an exciting lineup for this first heat. We've got Melanie Lafayette from France, Duna Gordillo from Spain, Lisa Venturelli from Italy, Nimze Garcia from Puerto Rico, and I'm reading these in their seating order right now. Lina Ribeiro from Brazil, Soren Preston from the United States. We've got Linda from Czech Republic, and here we go, lady. They're getting ready to start, so let's.
Yeah, start line. Heat number one of the women's. We'll see how they get off to a start. The top 8 will qualify for the semi-finals later on today. As we see racers at the ready to kick off the women's tech racing. A lot of spectators down on the beach cheering on their fellow countrywomen. But yeah, the big names. Melanie, obviously, in this heat. Duna Gordillo, Soren Preston as well. All past medalists hit the ISA.
Our paddler from Scotland here on the far right. Oh, we've had one mishap on the start line, but it looks like out in the front, Melanie. Okay, here we go. This is a great drone shot. We have our top 5 paddlers really flying out to that first hole shot. We got Melanie Lafayette on the 425. Right behind her is Soren Preston. On the outside, on the right, you have Duna Gordillo from Spain.
So that Lisa as well. From from Italy up in that lead pack. We'll get a good glimpse of it as they round that first whole shot buoy.
And a lot of these young ladies have been racing each other all summer long in Europe, so they're training hard, they're fit. We've got Soren Preston right there from the United States, right behind Melanie Lafayette, utilizing a little bit of the draft. Really smart racing from her. You can see Duna out there in the middle. She's in the lead, so she's really pushing right now for that first turn hole shot, but Melanie's on the inside of her, so Melanie's going to try to push for that inside position too. If Duna is more than half a board length ahead, then Melanie needs to concede to her to let her have the turn. Here we go. We got the first turn. Okay, we've got Duna. Nice clean turn. Melanie coming around in second. Soren coming around in third position. It's getting more and more congested here.
It really is.
These ladies can make it around cleanly.
So they're all going to get around cleanly from that first buoy turn. But great start from all the women here, staying nice and close. As we see Duna out in front at the moment. You can see that wind really coming into play, pushing the women a bit across to the right of screen. This is happening in the men's as well, so they've got to kind of fix their lineup a little bit to be able to get back into the second buoy turn.
And looks like we've got, all right, so our top 6 right there on the screen you can see Lena Ribeiro. She's a veteran in the ISA, a silver medalist in the Pan American Games in 2019. She's battling for the 5th, 6th position. You've got Duna, has about a board length on Melanie. Sometimes a board length is enough, but when you come into the buoy turns, having a board length of a lead isn't always enough to get away.
That's
true. You can catch up on the turn. If you have a quick turn, you can get around that buoy really quick. But if you get one little bit of a bobble, it can allow that gap to be closed and then somebody to get on your draft. So when you're making the turns, you want to make sure you're doing quick, sharp turns. There's Duna. We got Melanie going around in second. Nice footwork from her. Soren whipping around that quick pivot turn. We've got 3 paddlers. We got it coming around together.
Lisa, Linda in there as well. So competitors there. It's going to be a real tight battle for that top 8 qualifying spot. As we see the women coming around here. But it's a great start for heat number 1 of the women. We'll be able to get the top 8 at the moment.
Duna holding first position still. Nice clean turns. Melanie coming around in second. Soren in third. Soren's also going to be doing the junior race as well.
Yeah, so a lot of these competitors, as we saw in the men's previously Kataro as well, competing in the junior boys tech race. So Soren, a great young talent from the USA. She's going to be coming up in the juniors tomorrow.
We've got lots of different types of turns. At the top of the screen, you can see that was a parallel crossbow turn. And a lot of the times, these paddlers are getting back on the tail. They're whipping the turns around, using pivot turns, crossbow turns. We've got the first flag transition here for Duna. She's going to try to get as much run and skim onto the water. She just did there nicely. Melanie's usually more of a flat deck style board. You'll see her on that 425. Nice quick transition for Soren there.
So yeah, Lisa there in 4th position. Italy, Lena Ribeiro from Brazil. We've got Linda from the Czech Republic in 6th. Puerto Rico in that 7th position.
Jose Garcia.
And then the local young talent, Emma from Denmark.
I remember Emma from Puerto Rico. I believe she was competing as a junior back then.
Yeah, fantastic young talent from Denmark. As we see the really top kind of 10 competitors quite close together. So it's going to be an interesting race. This is just the first lap. 3 laps of a 3-kilometer course. But Duna there holding the lead currently at the moment.
Coming around here.
Guatemala coming around.
Nimse Garcia.
Jamara and also Allison there from Scotland. So Duna out on the the long stretch around the back of the course at the moment.
Not really a whole lot of drafting going on yet. Right here, Melanie's going to try to really work hard to get on Duna's draft. I know Soren's going to do the same. So far, there's about a board length separation between each of the paddlers out in the front. Lena Ribeiro there, the nice buoy turn. Paddler in 6th position, making their way around the buoy. 7th and 8th, pretty close together there.
Yeah, so there's definitely started to be some separation now. Different packs. Got the lead pack there, Duna, and Melanie's trying to catch up. She has caught up right to the back of Duna there, so she is going to be drafting, saving a little bit of energy.
Really strong paddling technique from Duna there, reaching out far, nice solid grip on her paddle, utilizing her legs. She's been paddling with the group from Mallorca, with Lauda. Lauda's been tracing her since she was very young, and she still is very young.
Very young.
Yeah, I think I was competing before half of these girls were born. I have a picture with Duna when she was about hip high to me. But the first time I went to Spain, yeah.
Wow.
And that was only like 2 years ago. No.
Well, no, she did take the silver medal in 2019 for the junior technical race. So it wasn't long ago that she was just a junior, very young talent. She took the gold in the distance race 2022 and silver last year in the distance as well. So she can really mix it up in the different disciplines.
Yeah, for as young as she has incredible endurance in the long stuff. I remember that distance race that she won and kind of blew everybody away in Puerto Rico with her performance. And it was like, wow, she's not just a junior champion. She is legit. And this summer she proved as well. She had some great results on the Euro Tour. And here she is leading this first heat for the women. Her and Melanie are no strangers to competing against each other. Kind of going stroke for stroke here. Duna's definitely going to work hard to keep that whole shot position. She's going to want the first seed for that semifinal this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. But Melanie as well. She got the silver last year for the tech race, so she'll be looking to go one better this year. She's going to want to try and stay with Duna. This is really kind of a good field to get an idea of the performance overall, especially going into the semifinals and the finals tomorrow, of how the other competitors are stacking up, how they're feeling. So they're making a bit of distance between that third place with Soren.
Yeah, there's definitely a several board length gap between 3rd and 4th. Soren with some quick turns.
Lisa behind her.
And then Lena, 5th position, paddling the new Ever Ready. We've seen that board come out this season, and a new design from Infinity. Lots of these board companies have been just continuing to innovate, and it's really neat to see what they're coming out with. Here we go. We've got some nice clean buoy turns on the inside here. That's really great to see how the women's field is just getting stronger, the depth of field over the years. It's awesome to see the way that the ISA supports women in sport as well, with equal inclusion. We have an equal number of participants in the men's and women's races. Nice quick turning there from Soren and Lisa there on the NSP. We have our veteran here, Lena Ribeiro, silver medalist at the gold medalist. I was the silver medalist. She beat me, I won't forget that one. But gold medalist at the Pan American Games in 2019 in Peru, training really hard. Her husband, Americo, is the coach for the Brazilian team.
So that's Linda, Czech Republic, NSP, turned around there. She is currently in that 6th position.
Emma Franz in 7th. It looks like Nemsi Garcia from Puerto Rico was in the 8th position there, coming around. We've got that outside turn heading into the flag transition now. So yeah, that's a great perspective there. We've got the top 5 have rounded that red buoy, and 6th and 7th are going to hit that top red buoy. So 7th and 8th, 8th and 9th are going head to head for that last 8th position right now.
Yeah, Malgorzata from Poland is really trying to chase up to Emma from Denmark. Obviously, Denmark will want to have a competitor move forward through this event, being the home nation. As we see
Soren
Soren.
Preston. She's no stranger to the flag run, transition to the beach. We do a lot of that style of racing in California. There's Lena coming around. I'm sure her training partner, Juliette Duhaime, is watching from Brazil. Juliette usually is out here representing Argentina and has moved to Brazil. She's been competing really strongly this summer on the Euro Tour as well, but she's not here joining us at the ISAs. I'm sure she's cheering on her training partner from home right now.
Definitely, as we see Emma there from Denmark, Linda as well, Czech Republic. Here we go, the 8th and 9th position. So Nimsa Garcia in the 8th spot, Malgorzata in 9th at the moment. Very close between the two. We see Nimsa get a little bit of a better of that flag run.
Our leaders are heading to the back stretch. Looks like Duna is just holding that lead, reaching out. She's got a great stroke. Melanie is just staying with her. Gonna try to conserve as much energy as she can, but you conserve, but it's not like you're letting off the gas. You're still working really hard when you're competing at the highest level and you're drafting. It's still a tremendous amount of work.
Candice, do you wish you were out there racing?
I'm happy to be in the booth with you, Bo.
That's good.
It's really fun to watch these girls, these women out there racing. It's of course I always want to be out paddling and getting in my fitness, but I'm very happy to be here to support the sport, see what the ISA is doing, to be a part of the event. If I was back home in California watching, I would definitely miss being here in some capacity, but I'm happy to be here in the booth calling the action. And there is our paddler from
Scotland.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Really cool to see Scotland here representing.
That's right. I think she's Alison's 57 years old,
That's
so
amazing.
The oldest competitor. Yeah, I think she's competed in the 11 cities as well, just recently on a tandem board. So
she just came from an ultra long distance race to now compete against the best young women in the world. And there she is going around that beach flag transition. Amazing.
So competitors there as we move back toward the leaders of this heat. Number 1 for the women's technical race. 3 heats of the women's tech. Top 8 of each heat will move through to the semifinals.
It does look like the wind has dropped a little bit, and which is interesting. Most places that I've experienced, as the sun comes out, it gets windier. But here, as it's getting warmer throughout the day, the wind has actually dropped a little bit. So you don't see as much utilization of riding the bumps. You can tell that it still has some surface texture, but it's definitely getting glacier.
Yeah, very interesting, the kind of microclimates here. I guess that a lot of bodies of water as well, not too many mountains or land mass around where we are in Denmark. Copenhagen in the city. The Duna Gordillo.
See how she really extends out her bottom arm in her stroke, so she's working hard to get an extra inch or two out of her reach, and in extending that bottom arm, she's utilizing her lat muscles, and she's really getting a lot of propulsion in the initial catch phase of her stroke. So really technical paddling from Duna. Really graceful to see these ladies, the way that they step back on the boards and do their buoy turns, and it's different, watching the men and the women. There's a different type of grace I see when I see the women stepping back on their boards, and it's really beautiful.
It is, with that cross step. You see it here as well, cross stepping back. Almost kind of like a longboard style, yourself a longboard surfer, Candice.
Yeah, and we have 2 different stances here. We have, Duna is a goofy footer and Melanie is a regular footer. So for that last turn, for Duna was a pivot turn, and for Melanie it was a crossbow pivot turn. So you're going to see them coming into these buoys here. This will be, unless Duna is ambidextrous here.
Possibly.
Okay.
I know that Duna has been training a little bit.
She is actually.
Different stances, yeah.
Yeah, so she's actually utilizing pivot turns for both So a backside pivot turn for all of the buoys, which is really interesting. It's very difficult to do. I know other paddlers like Connor Baxter does that. He's got some ambidextrous qualities from all the years of windsurfing that he's done. But pretty neat to see that.
It is definitely an advantage as well.
Yeah.
If you can do both.
Soren is a regular footer, so that's just a regular pivot, traditional pivot turn for her.
Same as Lisa and Lena as well.
Yep.
So a lot of regular footers there, opting with that right foot back, left foot forward.
That's the most comfortable turn, I would say, is the pivot turn when your back is to the buoy. When you're forward to the buoy, when you're forward to the buoy, it's a little bit more difficult because when you're in your surfing stance, that inside rail wants to dig on the turns. So you'll see when your back is to the buoy, the paddlers are having probably a more smooth turn, but when they're front side to the buoy is when it gets a little bit more sticky and more technical sometimes.
You have to cross
and then
that
when you have
paddle
other
over.
people next to you and you can't get your paddle in the water,
Yes.
it gets even more challenging.
It certainly does, as we see the competitors here coming in for the final lap, lap number 3.
They look pretty comfortable in their positions right now. You could see Duna didn't waste any energy trying to get off her board too quickly, trying to run too quickly. She's very poised in that transition. She knows, okay, I'm up here in front position. It's me and Melanie. We race each other all the time. We have a big gap from everybody else, so let's just be smart, conserve our energy, and race this race well, but don't do more than necessary to hold that position. Got the young Soren here. She's looking over her shoulder. Maybe there was some cheers probably coming from the beach.
Definitely her teammates cheering her on. Lisa there in 4th spot, Lena 5th spot. This is going to get interesting as we start to see 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th position, if there's been any changes there.
Nice quick run and skim. It's really important to set your board down on the right spot. If you set it down too early, your fin will hit the sand. You can go over the handlebars, I like to call it.
Yeah, that's it. What's the beach entry like? Is it quite a shallow depth a long way out, or does it drop off quite quickly?
It's not a quick drop off. It's fairly shallow. So it's fairly shallow. They can get on the boards somewhat quickly. They don't have to run up too far. But there's not a whole lot of room to run to get a running board speed, right? So it's a quick turnaround, that flag, and a quick little short run and skim to your feet. So you want to utilize as much of that run as you can to transition that into board speed rather than just climbing on your board. You don't want to just climb on your board from it being in a steady position. You want to get a nice run, skim out in front. There we have Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico.
Currently in 9th at the moment, so Malgazada got ahead of her on that previous lap. Top 8 qualifier, so that is sitting right on the bubble there. Nimse is going to put in a lot of strong paddles to try and catch the Polish competitor.
It's going to be interesting to see how these next heats shake out with the conditions changing, right? So now I have a pretty full-on flat water conditions, not much wind happening here. And look, we have Melanie working the inside. She's trying to make a little move here on Duna, looks like.
Duna's really slowed down her paddle cadence. I think maybe just saving a bit of energy, knowing she's out in front.
Yeah, and Melanie's gonna probably get the whole shot on this next buoy. This is that nice long backstretch straight away where we would see people that in the previous heats, this is where they're making their move, right? So the longer straightaways are the opportunity where you wanna, if you're gonna change position, that's when you wanna do it. It's not easy to move around in the water. It's not like a running foot race where you can run around people. You have water displacement, resistance, big boards, and so you need the distance and you need the space to try to change your position.
So Melanie Lafayette from France, Duna Gordillo from Spain there. So top 2 competitors in heat number 1. Soren Preston, she's looking in that 3rd position at the moment. See her come around that outside buoy on screen there shortly. But Melanie taking the lead in this last lap. So we've got 2 more buoy turns before heading in to the beach to cross the finish line. 20 minutes and 30 seconds have gone past.
You can tell that they're feeling the conditions a little bit. This is that part in the race where you're like, okay, I've been out here for a little while. I'm feeling it. But they've put their training in. They know how to execute this 3-kilometer course. They're going to do this course again today, right? And again tomorrow. So, well, they hope to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal, is to move through to the finals, which are going to be held tomorrow. That's alongside the prone and also the men's finals all happening tomorrow, and the juniors too. So a lot of action happening.
So you see a little subtle difference in their stances. Melanie has a little bit of a slight staggered stance, whereas Duna's is pretty parallel. So some paddlers will opt to have their dominant foot offset a little bit in their stroke. It gives a little bit more power, a little bit more torque. And here we have them coming in.
Yeah, looks like pretty even. Melanie maybe just out in front a little bit. Duna's still going to go hard here at the end.
Let's see
try
how
and get the top seed.
Duna is going to push here. Let's see what happens.
First
for
off
the
the
finish.
board, same time. So looks
She's
like
not going to let up. Oh!
very close race.
See what that was? They're both smiles, giggling. Okay, and so it looks like the nod went to Duna, but I don't know. I see a +0. So I'm not. It looks like a tie. Maybe there will be some sort of a photo finish. We'll give you the results here for first and second officially. But Soren Preston has a little bit of a few board lengths on the 4th position. So our paddler from the United States looking to come in 3rd.
Italian in 4th. That's Lisa Venturelli. So comfortably moving through to the semi-finals. In that,
she's going to run across with the flag, representing the United States of America.
They don't even look puffed out, Candice. I mean, these are the top athletes in the world competing here.
I know, they're
even breaking a sweat. As we're going to see.
Giving each other high fives. Great camaraderie between the women here.
Yeah, so Lena Ribeiro crossing the line in 5th position. Now our attention turns toward the 6th spot. I believe it might still be Emma from Denmark. So
look at those times there. That's quite a lot of separation from 2nd and 3rd. That's 41 seconds, and between 1st and 5th, it's a minute, 3 seconds.
So just getting word on that Duna Gordillo did get ahead of Melanie right at the line with the trackers that they have on them at the moment. So Emma,
by a 1,000th of a second. It is going to be a photo finish, but by a 1,000th of a second, we've gotten word that Duna officially is in 1st place. Officially or unofficially? If they officially?
Yeah.
It's official. All right, it is official. Officially in 1st position.
So Linda from the Czech Republic there in 7th spot. It does look like we have Malgorzata in 8th position, so she will be moving through to the semi-finals later on today. So the young Danish competitor Emma as well moving through.
And Nimse Garcia representing Puerto Rico coming in 9th. Well done, Nimse. Nice with the bow.
So it is tough out there, the flat water tech race without the waves. Nimse last year, she did have a few nice rides in the waves, so probably coming into play here a little bit, being a flat water venue.
Yeah, I mean, you see this paddler coming through is paddling on a sprint, which is typically a flat water board, right? So you're going to see the flat water paddlers really shine, I think, in this event. You know, there are no waves, so. And here we have coming in 10th position.
Stoked to be competing, representing her country.
I mean, competing on the world stage. Look at that, so excited. That's awesome.
As we're going to get you caught up with that heat recap. So that was heat number 1 of the women's tech race. As we had a great start from our top competitors. Melanie there, you can see the red board, 425 out in front. Duna managed to get to that first golden buoy ahead of Melanie. Candice, what were some of the key takeaways from this first heat for you?
You know, I'd say it's no surprise that Duna and Melanie were out in front. I mean, these gals are the fastest in the world. You've got you know, Soren coming in third, she's competing in the juniors. So I know that she's going to be really happy with that showing for the women's. She wants to do well and place in the women's as well. So, but I think that's definitely a statement for her. She has the junior race tomorrow, so we see that she's fit to hang there with the big girls as well.
Of course, Lena Ribeiro as well from Brazil, moving through. Big name in the SUP community, as we can see the top 4 there. So these beach runs critical to get a great start back on the water. And a great drone shot there of the city of Copenhagen in the background. Duna, Melanie, really commanding lead in this heat.
Yeah, they're really setting the pace for the women for today. So it's going to be interesting to see what the finish times are for the winners in this next round, and to see if Duna and Melanie are much farther out ahead. It's going to be interesting.
It really is going to be interesting. So great to set the time. We did see in the men's before that the first heat was actually the slowest. The next heats got progressively faster.
Yeah, and I think the wind has subtly dropped a little bit throughout the morning, but yeah.
So Melanie and Duna here rounding out the final lap as we see them really battling. So Melanie had the jump here coming into the final buoy turn, but it was Duna that managed to get ahead.
Yeah, she worked hard to pull in front of Duna to try to get the nod on this heat, but Duna was like, you know, wait, I rested a little bit. Maybe she was able to utilize that time of drafting Melanie. And you could see them both kind of smiling and giggling at each other. You know, they're gonna push it all the way across the line.
They certainly are. Soren Preston and Lisa there as well. As I believe we have Emily on the beach with Duna Gordillo from the winner of the last heat.
On the beach of Copenhagen.
Yes, thank you. I am here with the 2022 World Champion, Duna. You got your campaign started here in Copenhagen. Can you just tell us a little bit about your race?
Well, this is the first race of the ISA of this year, and I'm so happy because I passed to the semifinals and focus on that, and let's see.
And you and Melanie, it's not your first time that you guys have a close race together. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe the friendly rivalry that's going on between you two?
Yes, with Melanie it's always me, Melanie, and I like so much race with her, and yes, pretty funny.
And yeah, it was cool seeing you guys crossing the finish line here all together. But can you also, you ended up getting the win, you were in the front most of the race. Can you tell us a little bit about the confidence going into the semifinals, having this win in your pocket?
Yes, in this first race in the quarterfinals, it's always to stay there and to be confident, and only pass to the semifinals, and then with a lot of strong women, and yes.
And can you also tell us a little bit about the preparation leading up to this event? How have you been training for the event?
Well, we train all the year, more or less the same, to long distance technical sprint, and then the selection said what we do. But it's always the same. In the summer, it's so strong, like 5 days a week, gym, and in the water. The same as always, I think. Playing with the teammates and yeah.
And there was a little bit of talk on the broadcast about if you were saving energy out there, or were you giving it all you had, or is there more to give later?
Here in the quarterfinal, I don't give my all, but because if I pass, tomorrow is the final and I want to reserve, and to the semifinal too. But yes, I do. I don't know. I start strong, and to the first boy, it's always hard. Yes.
Well, we're excited to see you give all you have later on in the semifinals. So good luck.
Thank you.
Great post-heat interview there from Duna Gordillo, the winner of heat number 1 for the women's technical race. She wasn't even going that hard, Candice.
she's like, I don't give it my all, but I kind of do.
Just at the start, gotta get to that first buoy. But Melanie, Soren, Lisa, Emma, Linda, Lena, and Malgazada all moving through to the semi-finals later on today. Congratulations to all of those women. And a great showing from a lot of the different countries represented here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Don't go anywhere because heat number 2 is not too far away for the women's technical race. We're going to go a short commercial break. We will see you there very shortly after this. Championships. They are in heat number 2 for the women. As you see them getting loose there. A couple of nice heats there you guys call. Good job, Bo. Thanks, Drew. It's great for you to bring the energy into the studio here as we are looking at the start list for heat number 2 of the women's tech race. It is another stacked heat. So we've got...
Yeah, this heat number 2 is pretty stacked. Again, you got some great...
So yeah, we've got a really stacked heat. Jessica there, Brazil. Another big name in this heat, of course, Anai Guillemard from France, a previous medalist in the junior racing as they're off heat number 2 for the women.
Wasting no time whatsoever. Now we're back off and running. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties there. Now the ladies are on the water. Nice, even, fair start for them as they charge back out. But look at this, the whole shot, Bo.
So out in front, really putting it on this heat. So there's quite a few women out there in the top spot there at the moment. So we're going to be a close battle toward this first golden buoy.
Rika Okanaki from Japan in that mix right there, just shooting for that whole shot. But you see 2 lines, 2 basically draft trains heading out there, people stuck in the middle of it, and they will see to converge on this golden buoy. That is the key, though. Just make that charge for that buoy turn as they all start to... This is the back of the pack now. You see them on a lot different paddle cadence going out on that whole shot.
Yeah, that's right. You really need to get ahead out in front at the start. It's really going to set the pace for the rest of the race. If you can be in that top 8 heading to the first buoy turn, it's going to give you a really good chance to qualify into the semi-finals later today as the women starting to bunch up a bit together here toward the first buoy turn. Does look like our Japanese competitor is out in front.
Now going to make that right-hand shoulder turn, make her way down on that first buoy turn of this heat number 2. Boom, and around they go, and there is all the ladies here in heat number 2. Top 8 will move on to that next semifinal round, and we got one more heat to go after this in case you're following us at home. This is it. Copenhagen, Denmark. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. God, look at how glassy the water is. This morning, 8 o'clock this morning, A lot of chop, a lot of wind blowing straight into the beach, and it is just dead calm right now. And these athletes, they were catching that little bit of wind chop earlier, Bo, which was giving them a little bit of help. But now, I mean, it's just a full-on grind.
It is, yeah. Flat water tech race at the moment. So the wind's completely dropped. You can see there's not too much texture on the water, just from the kind of wake from all of the boards there at the moment. So it looks like we do have France out in front. I think that is Japan in second.
Japan now in second.
So it's going to be a close race in this heat number 2 here. I think we've got a lot of the women there at the back. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes around this next buoy turn. It looks like we do have the top 5 competitors there.
Nice from France. Nice paddle for her. Look at Rika Naki getting on her fin box right now. Really starting to stretch out that stretch. You look at how narrow their boards are in the women's category. I mean, they're paddling toothpicks out there as they come along, and this is the conditions you're able to do so.
So, Drew, that's actually our Brazilian competitor, Jessica, out in front at the moment. Jessica Matos, 176.
There's France in 4th. As they make their way around, now starting to carve their way in. Let's see what happens here as they come around. Really few extra paddle strokes getting around that VW blue buoy. Nice backside turn there on the NSP. Beautifully done. SIC comes around, and they're all, let's see if we can get our production crew to throw our names up on the screen for us so we can see what the current situation is. But, I mean, it is just beautiful on the beach right now with not a breath of wind out there. And you see our crossboard see that crossboard turn, trying to get that starboard turned all the way around.
Yeah, competitor there, the Infinity, showing us how it's done with the crossbow turn.
So, Bo, these ladies having to do a little bit more work on this course as they're not really getting a lot of help from Mother Nature. And the minstrel goes across the line there, a couple extra strokes taken across. But the water just I just can't believe how quick, how just flat and just stagnant the water is right now.
That's right. I think it's really going to lend itself to the more sprint competitors, especially those competing in the sprint races later on this week. It's definitely going to be more suitable for them with these conditions of flat water. Yep. Catch up with our leaders here. So
Jessica Matos from Brazil taking on Rika Okanaki from Japan.
So Rika goes around first.
Yeah, Rika edging her out. So these two just back and forth. Rika had the whole shot, then gives it up around the buoy turn. Now Brazil trying to take the inside line. Rika looks like she's taking a different angle there. Starts carving her way out earlier. The Brazilian paddler taking a little bit more to the outside. Now they'll all get back on trend. There is the current situation right now. Rika Okanaki from Japan. Now France moving into that second place position. That's Nice. And then it gets down into Argentina, Italy, England. And there it is, the bubble spot. Jay Karst from Germany currently sitting on that bubble spot.
Yeah, Jojo there from Germany. She's going to look to get up into, she's in the qualifying at the moment. She's 5 seconds ahead of Ji-won Choi from South Korea. So at the moment, she's sitting in that top qualifying position. As we see Angela Kerr from Scotland just rounding the beach run at the moment.
Not a bad turnout for Germany. I'll tell you, they paddled pretty well, both in the men's and the women's category here in these early qualifying heats right now. So JoJo going good right there on that qualifying spot. If you're sitting in the... yeah, Choi's got to do some work here. This is early on. We are only in lap number 1, so we got 2 laps still to go. We saw what can happen. Look at Okanaki's, that great backside turn by her. She just whips that thing across and comes out. Look at that, extending her lead for about a half a board length. So those buoy turns are so critical, especially when you have 24 of them in a technical race.
That is so true. It does look like we have a bit of a change, though. So Rika out in front. Looks like Anai from France is into that second place. Does mean that Jessica has dropped back into third. And this is where you're really going to start to see a bit of separation, Drew, on that back stretch there, the long distance section of this race, this tech course. You see there, great shot of the separation happening at the moment. Jessica actually falling back a little bit further as well. So it looks like Alma Caleta from Argentina is moving up into third spot at the moment.
Look at Alma's paddle stroke. I mean, she's almost touching her nose to the board, reaching as far out as she can go, using a lot of core. So a little interesting paddle stroke there.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's great to see the different techniques that the women are using. So Amazing to see the best women in the world here competing. 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
Yeah, we're in women's heat number 2. We got Bo Nixon, Drew with you, calling it for you. Now they're starting to stretch out that lead even further, but look at this. Okanaki now starting to look at her paddle cadence difference between first and second here. As Anais Trelli tries to turn on the gas, trying to keep up with her, trying to keep on that fin box. If she can get as close as she can, she's going to get pulled. If Rika starts to pull away, I'll tell you, it's a lot more work. Nice turn there by Rika going down to the outside, opening up a little bit of a gap there for Nice, but she cannot take advantage.
No, that's right. So Anai there trying to get back into that draft position. Obviously, if you are out in front, being that paddler in the lead, you're doing a lot of the work. You're able to conserve energy if you can get behind your competitor in front. As we start to see the kind of top 3, 4, 5 women there. Definitely going to be, well, at the moment, I'm not going to say definitely, but comfortably ahead of the rest in that qualifying position.
Yeah, a nice, she's been looking for a breakout win too. I mean, she competed back in 2019 in El Salvador. Now she's back here in Denmark looking to jump on the podium once again. And, Team Japan, they are paddling so strong so far in the tech. I mean, if you're Coach Suzuki, you got to be really happy with the way your competitors are competing right now. With Rai Taguchi taking the top spot, the fastest qualifier. Now you got Okinawa out there challenging for the ladies.
Yeah, Rika, the bronze medalist in 2019 for the tech race, also the distance race. So she can definitely mix it up with different disciplines. Team Japan, I think, have a really strong team. I'll speak with Candice about this earlier. I think they're a really strong chance for a team medal this year as well. Last year they put in a solid performance, as we see Rika here.
Yeah. Rika, the 30-year-old phenom from Japan, always paddling with a smile on her face from Okinawa. And Anissa with a nice crossbow turn there. Got a little wide, but we'll see if she can cover back in. But look at how narrow Rika's board is. I mean, it's almost as wide as her hips. So she's paddling a toothpick out there as well. 9 minutes and 4 seconds coming along this inside buoy. Let's watch Rika bring it on here, Bo. Steps to the back, pops the nose out on that SIC, and boom, done. One stroke and out. So Team Japan put a lot of practice in on those buoy turns.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Rai Taguchi earlier. He was doing an amazing buoy turn. I think they're all training together, definitely getting a lot of tips from each other to be able to do these buoy turns. Very, very, really need to be able to do those buoy turns well in these types of race, as we see.
Interesting fun fact about Rika, I was talking to her coach earlier today. I mean, she hasn't competed since 2019. So she's been kind of out of the circuit since COVID, and now coming back and trying to compete in 23, 24. And tell you what, training has definitely showed. Nice backside turn for her, bringing it into her home. A 10-minute lap time here, so a little bit slower than we saw in the previous heat.
Yeah, it is slightly slower. I think they're just conserving their energy at the moment, knowing they are out in front.
But man, grab your water ski and go rip some slalom turns out there right now. I mean, this is just epic conditions. The sun is out here in Denmark. This morning it was kind of cloudy, gloomy. It was 9 degrees Celsius this morning when I hit the beach. Now it seems like it's all changed. So here's a shot of them coming into that flag beach run turn. Let's see how Rika handles this as she bails off the front of that SIC. Waits a couple turns, actually take a couple paddle strokes off, grabs that SIC, makes her way. Anai Canal coming around the buoy turn as well. She'll make it around free and clear, and these two really starting to stress the leads between second and third.
Yeah, they certainly are. So it's really starting to make some distance there, and this is where they can really make up a bit of time as well. Get around that flag really quickly. Alma there from Argentina.
She's got to be happy with that. Sitting in third place in this qualifying, especially in this type of stacked heat, almost got to be super happy with that.
Yeah, Laura Neri as well, Italy there in that 5th position. We saw Jessica from Brazil. She started strong, was in the lead, but has fallen back 23 seconds off the pace at the moment, but still in qualifying position. As we see Holly Pye from England on the starboard in 6th position at the moment. As we're going to start to look at that cutoff point. So 7th, 8th competitor, and then that 9th and 10th you can see coming around here now. That is going to be from Denmark. So the Danish competitor
on that bubble spot, so watch out for her as she's sitting there about 55 seconds behind the leader. And there it is. Jay Karst currently sitting at 1 minute 8 seconds from Germany, still in that qualifying position, so watch for her. And an interesting fun fact about the Brazilian paddler, you know, she's been on the circuit for a long time. We've been calling her name. She's always been around supporting the team. I don't even think she was really on the roster until the last minute, kind of just jumped in because Team Brazil needed a filler in the women's tech. So she kind of is filling that gap right now, backing up Lena, who just pretty much very dominating paddler, so definitely a good backup position there for Team Brazil. And now Riga really starting to extend her lead over there.
She is. She's really starting to put in the hard, strong paddles now on that back end of the long distance stretch there for the tech race.
There's all kinds of paddlers on the water. We got surf skis going right. Earlier we had some big transport oil tankers. Now, if you're looking out there, there's a far reef out there, and there's Sweden to your right in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. There's a big reef there, and this is a big shipping lane through here. So you'll see a lot of cargo ships. And earlier you saw some pretty good bumps coming off those ships, pushing through there. They're actually kind of fun to ride.
Yeah, you definitely see them now if they come through.
Oh, yeah.
Glassy.
It's just flat.
But might change things up a bit. Be interesting for the competitors, but we are... Yeah, we're really starting to see. Actually, we're starting to see Anai. It's starting to catch up to Rika there.
They're really starting to spread out here. You saw a big gap between second and third. Now you're seeing a bigger gap between third and fourth, fifth and sixth as the pack really starts to spread here in lap number 2. And that bubble position to really pay attention to is Team Germany. Jojo Karst currently sitting on that bubble qualifying position, but just flat glass out there right now, ladies and gentlemen. And Rika on a good stroke. Nice footwork. Bounces back. That board doesn't even wobble side to side on that buoy turn. Couple quick strokes and out. That is textbook turning. And the nice part about it, when you don't have side chop hitting the side rail, it makes it a lot easier, Bo.
Especially when you're out in front as well, not getting caught up in the wake of other people's boards.
Question for you.
Yes.
We go into the qualifiers and the semis here coming up. Board changes.
Oh, good point. Yeah, definitely with the conditions changing. I think they're a bit more flatter water. We saw some competitors on, there's more of a sprint board, a lot narrower, dugout design.
Get out of the dugouts, get on the flats.
Yeah,
go
possibly.
Go thinner.
Narrower. Probably get more on the dugout because you can go thinner on a dugout. It's going to give you more stability, being lower to the water. So I think we could see a bit of a change in equipment. But, Drew, I mean, it must be tough traveling with 2-3 race boards.
I've seen it. I was at the airport earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
The poor baggage guy, the Danish guy, he was looking like, what is going on here?
Yes.
I mean, he's like, what are these things? And I mean, they're 12 foot long, and he's just throwing one after another off the plane. That guy deserved a tip that day. I mean, I don't know who. He earned his money, let me tell you that. As we are finishing the furthermore northern buoy right now, this is lap number 2, but that will be an interesting concept coming up. I'm sure the guys are really paying attention to that right now coming up in the semis.
Definitely. I think they will be, especially the next heat as well. I know Seychelles definitely travels with a couple of different boards, so she'll be looking to choose a board that's going to be more suited for the conditions out there now rather than that bumpy conditions we saw earlier on in the day. So we have Jessica there alongside Lara.
Been doing this a long time, looking really, really strong as they start paddling towards your living room area. Now coming in for that home run buoy right there. Now going to complete lap number 2 here in the women's SUP technical. Heat number 2. The men's heats are official. We'll be bringing those into you before the next ladies' heats here. Was Rika really stretching, pushing that SIC. You see that angle she uses to get around that VW buoy. And Anai doing a great buoy turn as well. So the French team and the Japanese team really exceptional on their buoy turns. And I'll tell you what, this is where you want to learn how to do your buoy turns with these type of conditions because it is like perfect out there right now.
It certainly is. That's Alma Coletta there from Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina. We talked about Team Argentina missing one of their strongest athletes this year. So we'll see how that fares for him. And there's Rika now on the front side, cross bow turn, reaching way out in front. So choosing a little different method there as Rika now makes her way back in. And this will be a good way. If she can hold on to this, Bo, Team Japan's got to feel very comfortable. 16:23, so a faster lap time that time than we saw in the last one.
Yeah, a couple of minutes faster. I think that's definitely starting to get ahead of...
You brought up a name coming up in the next heat, Seychelles, for Team USA. One of the elders, April Zilg, who led the team last year, had a baby, so she's playing mommy, you know. So Seychelles steps up, and I'll tell you what, Seychelles, she's always wanted to be on top. She's always wanted to charge, and she's very, very focused. So I'm excited to see how her heat comes up this year.
Yeah, it'll be her first ISA debut for Seychelles, so it's going to be very interesting.
But no stranger to competition.
No, oh god, no, two-time world champion, Seychelles, so she has a lot of experience as we are starting to look at the competitors heading in for their final lap. So Rika Anai still comfortably out in front. You've got Alma,
11 seconds.
Coletta here coming around, and then Jessica. Jessica was the silver medalist 2019 in El Salvador for the sprint racing. So these conditions helping her as well. Laura Nitti just behind her from Italy.
In that bubble spot, that's what we're looking for. Keep an eye on that 8th position. We'll see if JoJo Kars from Germany is holding on to that, and I think she is. I haven't seen a change in that situation yet. However, they're starting to bunch up a little bit in that 7, 8, 9 category.
They are, yeah. So it looks like Holly Pye here in 6th position. Still in that qualifying spot.
Yeah, Laura Nitti from Italy, she's one to watch too. She can come off pretty strong after she gets into it. So one to definitely watch out for Team Italy. And we haven't given Team Italy enough credit. I mean, they have performed very well so far, even though we're early on in this contest, day number 1 of 5. But Team Italy, everybody's talking about Team Spain, Team France, Team Italy.
Yeah.
And I was talking with their coach, Federico, earlier, and he says, we have a full team, we have a full roster, and everybody's focused. So keep an eye out on them this whole entire week.
I think we're going to keep an eye on a lot of teams.
Especially since there's no surfing this year. You take the surfing element out of this event, it changes everything, Bo.
It really does, yeah, definitely. Especially the medal rankings for the team at the end of the week. It's going to be really interesting to see where they all sit. I mean, with the surfing last year, we saw a lot of the countries, Puerto Rico, were getting medals in the SUP surfing. Also Argentina, so really, going strong there for the SUP surf, but it's really going to change up things now we have just the racing.
Yeah. I mean, Benoit Carpentier for Team France, I mean, he's won SUP surfing for the last 27 million years. I mean, the guy's a dominant force, and you take those points out of the team standings, it's really going to shake things up when you're just talking the race elements. So we'll see how that makes its way through here. And there it is. JoJo Kars currently from Team Germany sitting in front. Look at that. She's got about a minute lead over that 9th place position, so very comfortable.
Yeah, quite comfortable there over Ji-won Choi from South Korea. But on screen there, Rika Okuaki.
She's looking great.
She is.
Look at that. She even took a couple of paddle strokes off, and the board just glides through the water. So you got to be stoked with her performance here. She's extending her lead even further, 16:54, with 1 lap remaining here as she starts paddling her way all the way to that northern side buoy. And, I mean, her footwork is tremendous as she makes her way on the backside of that SIC. And I'll tell you what, this is the days that racers dream of as they make their way across their heat number 2. We got one more women's heat coming up. We'll have heat 3 coming up as we discussed, and then we'll get to the semifinals here this afternoon. And those semis are packed. They've been posted, ISAsurf.org. Jump on the website. The 60th anniversary website has all the information there. We'll be bringing you up to date with those as they come along. But now the whole field has just gapped.
Yeah, it looks like Anaya has really dropped off the pace from Rika there. She was very close to her on that beach turn just before, but Rika really stretching out her lead across that back section of the tech course. This is the final lap for them, so they will be rounding 2 more buoy turns and then heading into the beach to cross the line. Coming up to 21 minutes on the clock. Rika there turning around. She has such a great style. Fantastic buoy turn.
Yeah, she is. She looks a lot younger than she is. I don't want to get that out there, but 30 years of age from Okinawa, and I'll tell you what, she's been on the ocean since she was a baby. Her dad had her in the water, teaching her all kinds of ocean sports, and loves to do anything on the water, snorkeling. She also is a yoga instructor, so she's got good balance. So we've seen that in past events, like especially on the buoy turn sections. You start throwing 8 turns or 8 buoy turns in a race per lap, It takes good balance, and we've seen that play a factor in these windy conditions. Now, I mean, you could tap dance on those boards right now.
You definitely could. We see Laura Nitti here from Italy. Great technique there, stepping back up. Looks like a bit of a tap dance there. So
there's Coach Suzuki. He just miles up there. This guy, I'll tell you what, he deserves a lot of credit. He's been with Team Japan for, 15, 20 years. As he comes, there goes Rika across the finish line, 22:01. That's fast.
That is fast. Very fast, as we see Anai from France. She's going to cross the line in second place. So really strong showing.
Just 18 seconds behind, gets a high five from Rika. And I was talking about Coach Suzuki. You know, he lived in Las Vegas, Nevada for the longest time, worked in the automotive industry, moved back to Japan here about 10 years ago or so, and really got involved in the SUP sports. And, I mean, he's the biggest supporter. You see him all over social media pumping up his guys and gals. So, big, strong ambassador for the sport there. There comes Coletta across, as well as Matos. That's a good finish for her. Team Italy coming across. Nitti just 44 seconds behind. I dig the braids.
Yeah, love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But it's going to be interesting to see this little bubble, the top 8. Holly Pye on screen at the moment from England. She's in that 6th spot.
A lot of volume in that board.
Yes, there is a lot of volume. So that's the Starboard All-Star. She's been riding Starboard for a long time. Holly Pye, her parents running a Starboard shop in England. As we see a Danish competitor behind.
I think so. On the NSP, she'll come across.
That's Maria. So crossing Holly Pye and then Maria behind her.
So she'll click the button, plus 122, so 23-23 for the English Team England, Holly Pye. And there is the Dane coming in on the NSP in her home beach. I'm sure she's getting tons of praise and accolades as she smiles over. Big smile on her face. She'll come across the finish line in that 7th position. So let's see, 8th place. Can JoJo from Germany hold on here as we approach the 24-minute mark?
She does. Team Germany there carrying the flag across. So JoJo, great performance from her. I don't think she gave it her all in that. She has a lot more in the tank.
Yeah, I'm expecting big things from her coming up. You know, she's one to watch out for.
So that is your top 8 there on screen. So they are going to be moving through to the semifinals, which are coming up later today.
And that leash always plays a bummer right there. Now, you're seeing those things. In case you're just joining us, those leashes, you know, leashes and PFDs were not mandatory. Were not required in this race, but a lot of people choose to do them so they don't lose their boards out there. And I believe, is that our competitor from Hong Kong coming across
South
the finish?
Korea.
South Korea, excuse me, comes across the finish line. Yeah, good finish for her.
Young competitor. She's had a lot of great results recently.
So hugs all around for women's heat number 2, Rika. The sportsman that she is, giving everybody a hug. The start, absolutely spectacular. Easy finish. Rika Horikoshi pops up to her feet, but it was Anai out early.
Yeah, Anai and Jessica as well. Matos, she was out in front. There's Jessica there, really out in front. Anai in that 3rd place at the moment there. But this was the first lap. Things really changed as we started to get out onto the longest stretch of the tech race.
Yeah, Jessica had it right about till there and then really started to fall off. And it was really interesting to see how she just kind of left. And I don't know if it was a strategic play, just wanted to see how that whole shot worked and then kind of backed off, or what. It'll be interesting to talk to her from the beach. And then everything really started to shake out here, Bo.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Drew. I wonder if she was just like, okay, I can mix it with the other women. I can get out in front at the start and then maybe just pull it back a little bit. Possibly. So really maybe some tactics coming into play there. As we see Rika there, really commanding lead from this point. She started to really push hard away from Anai and Alma as well.
And this is where things just really spread out. I mean, they had about 20-30 seconds between first, second, and 3rd, and Ricky just Rika just kind of ran away with this. There goes Anai around. Nice glide. Perfect board mount as she starts to charge her way back out there. But things are going to change coming up in the semifinals.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's going to be the best of the best moving forward into the semifinals. I think there's going to be a bit of more tactics coming into play. Definitely to get the seeding as well moving forward. So Rika's going to have that first choice of where she's going to position herself on the start line for the semifinals.
And what's interesting is you're seeing teams, team members both picking totally opposite ends of the start line. So, so far I haven't seen where you place yourself on the start line playing a factor whatsoever.
No, I haven't really. I've seen most of the top competitors opting for the middle.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the start line to just head straight out. I don't think the wind not coming into play now is not really going to make much of a difference.
Nope.
If you want to be upwind or downwind, it's not going to come into play.
It
so
definitely was a factor earlier, but that is now coming out of play. So there it is, top 8 on the screen coming up here momentarily. There you go.
There it is.
There's your top 8. Moving on to the semifinals coming up this afternoon. It's Karst, JoJo Karst, on that bubble position. She will move through. And unfortunately, everybody else will watch from the beach. But I'll tell you, we have 16 now. We got 8 more still to go here in heat number 3 coming up. We're going to go down beachside right now. Emily's got our winner, Rika. Take it away, Em.
Yes, that is correct. I'm down here with Rika. Rika, what an amazing race you had there. You look very, very strong. Can you just take us through the race?
Yeah, thank you very much. So it was no wind, no waves today. So it was a very smooth race. Yeah, very exciting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next race.
And you said there's no wind, not much bumps. How does that, come into play today? Is it easier? Is it harder? Are you closer to your competitors when you can't catch waves?
Okay, so yeah, it was very easy one, but a little bit hot now. Yeah. Yes.
And I know you won a bronze medal in 2019. What is your goal in this championship here in Copenhagen?
Sorry?
What is your goals for this race?
Okay, so my goal is gold medal, of course.
Well, that's what we want to hear, going for the gold. And can you just say a few words about being here in Copenhagen with the team and how the team spirit is on your team?
Yeah, my team is very younger. Yeah, so we have too much power. Yeah, it's gonna be the gold medal for team. Yeah.
Well, we're very exciting to see you all in the mix for the gold. So good luck for the semifinals.
Yeah, thank you. 日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございました。次のセミファイナルも頑張ります。Go Japan!
Very happy Team Japan. Rika Okanaki, super stoked. She'll be moving into the semifinals coming up this afternoon with one more heat still to go. We got heat 3 coming up of the women's SUP technical. We'll be back with that action coming up. Stay with us.
Morning. Can we ride to school with you? My dad's lost his car keys. Our parents overslept. I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure. Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure. More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen. I Rema 1000 handler sundhed ikke kun om mad, men også om at bakke op om trivsel, fællesskaber og mental sundhed.
And welcome back to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, live from Copenhagen, Denmark. And there's one to watch out for. The Spaniard, Candace, the one everybody's been talking about.
Yeah, there's two to watch out for in that shot. Marie Carmen as well. She has been on a tear this season, and she's been going head-to-head with Esperanza over in Europe as well. So this is going to be a really exciting heat. We've got some really fast women coming up.
We do have some out of all the heats, this is the one everybody has been talking about. There's SB at the bottom, Seychelles from Team USA. And of course, it just keeps getting hot and heavier from there as we take it through the lines there. Team Germany throwing Tanja Ecker in the mix as well, and they had a great performance in that last heat. As Drew with you, Candace Sappleby calling it live for you here. We are in heat number 3 of the Women's SUP Technical, and we're so glad you're joining us here on ISAsurf.org. And day one, Candace, what everybody's been making it out to be so far. The conditions started off a little choppy, a little windy. We had some bumping and grinding and everything, everybody falling off, and now it's totally changed. It's just slick and glass out there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Started off a little windy this morning, and then it's gotten calmer throughout the day, which is not what we're used to seeing.
No.
Where we live. Usually it's worse.
Usually it's just waves coming in the afternoon, but a little different. So we're talking about board changes. We're talking about strategy changes. What do you make of this? You just saw how flat it was.
Yeah, I mean, in the earlier heats, we were seeing men pull away because of the little downwind legs, and now it's completely flat. So it is nice for the paddlers. It's warming up a little bit because the water is cold here. So these are great paddling conditions. But now it's straight flat water.
Yeah, it's grind time.
Yeah.
Grind time. Put your head down and just start pulling, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of where we're at. But this heat is a stacked heat. There's some names. We talked about Esperanza Barreras from Spain. You got Seychelles from Team USA, making her first appearance in a long time, but no stranger to the competition community. What do you expect from her today?
Yeah, Seychelles is in race form this year, so it's been great. She had a little bit of time off after having a child, and now she's back. She's ready to go, and she's hungry. You can see her there on screen
with the black visor.
Yep, she's getting excited. So all these ladies, it's the last preliminary round of the morning, and it's going to be a fast one. I would not be surprised if this was the fastest women's heat of the day so far.
Well, we saw a fast one in that last one, so 22:30 or something like that, which, I mean, that was, so it seems like it's progressively getting faster. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. Flat water, we were talking about it earlier. Start talking lane choice.
Yeah, so in the morning, the lane choice, you know, depending on where the buoy was, the lane choice was important with the wind. Now, you can still see some of the top seeds are on the farther left side of the start line, and it is a right turn. So in theory, the right side is in somewhat of a hole shot, right? Given that it is a right turn to start. However, depending on where the buoy is set up from the perspective of the athletes on the beach is also going to determine where they start on the line. So some of our top seeds opting to start on the left side of the start line. And yeah, we're gonna see how this next heat shakes out. So look at those conditions, like nice and glassy. You can see the wind, the what are those things called in the
flags?
No,
those windmills.
Yes, thank you, windmills.
We're playing Pictionary here. Candace is giving me like hand signals of them.
The windmills weren't moving that much.
No, they were not.
They were moving a lot more. So all right,
we're gonna run out of power here anytime. But a couple of our new countries in this mix. We have Panama, Latvia, Hong Kong. So it'll be interesting to see how they all fall out. We are under starters orders right now for heat number 3 of the Women's SUP Technical. 8 will move on. And Candace, here we go. We're out in, look at this, Seychelles on the inside with the black visor, up and paddling out in front first.
Yeah, we've got Marie Carmen as well, really putting down the hammer early. And I think that's Esperanza on the starboard. She's got a really high rate. Such a seasoned paddler. She is the defending gold medalist, I believe. So this is going to be a really fast heat. These women want to get that top seed spot for the next round. And so as I suspected, we've got Esperanza and Marie Carmen out in front right now. Seychelles is in third, holding on to a little bit of a draft. So you got Marie Carmen. You can see she's side drafting a little bit, but also really pushing the pace.
You called it. You said the Peruvian would be out there, and she is. Now Seychelles starting to work her way inside on Marie Carmen's fin box. But Espy this is just textbook SB. I mean, it seems like she gets the whole shot in every race she ever is at.
Yeah, she's a really seasoned paddler. She has a lot of confidence just from the years of experience that she has. Her skill set's there, her training's there. She's got great support from her country. Everything that you see from the Spanish paddlers is just professional in their approach. So it's great to have her holding it down still for the ladies. We got the first buoy turn, so we got a front side turn for Espe. She went for a little bit of a combination crossbow pivot turn.
I like how you mixed it all up. It is true. She kind of uses a multi-disciplined offside turn there. And the thing about Espe is she's not a young buck.
No, she's not. She's definitely one of the more seasoned paddlers. And we've got Marie Carmen pushing to catch back up to Espe there. She's going to get on her wash. And Seychelles definitely is working hard to try to close that gap to get on that. You don't want to lose the pack early. If you can stay with it and not be left in no man's land, if you can utilize the draft, you're going to save a little bit of energy.
Especially in these conditions, because you have no ability to make it up.
I mean, there may be some ability.
Well, there's no runners, there's no bumps,
but
there's
yes,
no
you're
wind.
right. It's
there's
straight
nothing
muscle
to help
grind.
you. It is just
straight grind. Yes, exactly.
So it is a little more, definitely the draft is basically one of the only elements you have to pull you through here.
So we've got about a 1 board length gap between the top 3, but we'll see if that is closed on this first turn or if it's broadened. Espe here coming in,
takes
just
a look,
glancing back to see who is around her.
And that's key when you come into these buoy turns. You want to know if anybody's going to move in on the inside of you, cut you off, because that goes to be a lot of problems.
In theory, they're not allowed to, right? You have to be more than half a board length ahead. So Espe with a nice pivot turn, sweeping recovery to walk up the board quickly. We've got 3 regular footers there. Another regular footer going around the corner.
Team Japan making her way through. So
we got our top 6 have made it around the first turn. We got Stevie Bowden there representing Panama on the 404.
6, 7, 8. There's the cutoff. That's where we're got to take a key. We pulled away from that shot. We'll find out who that is as Espe goes into this buoy turn.
In 4th, we have a Japanese paddler. 5th position on the. We have on a SIC there. We can't really see the bib numbers from here, so we're working best we can to make sure we can identify each of these paddlers for you back at home.
They'll throw. We'll get those thrown up. Little off. Odo from Japan, the Japanese rider, Otono, almost wobbled and fell over there as she started to make her way out of that buoy turn. But holding on right now as they coming through. 3:54, very fast lap time so far.
Very fast.
Definitely the fastest of the 3 women's heats so far. As they come into the beach run, let's see the step off here by Espe.
Espe looked pretty controlled coming in there. Her rate wasn't super high. She wasn't really too concerned about anyone behind her. It's interesting. It looks like she's deciding the pace that she wants to set for this race. She knows that she's out in front and people are going to draft her. And she's pretty seasoned, so it's going to be interesting to see if there are position changes. There's not a big separation yet in this heat, so.
Still kind of bunched up. However, a little bit of gap being placed between now 2nd and 3rd. Currently sitting in that 3rd position is Team USA. That's Seychelles and Harada in Japan sitting in that 4th spot. So ladies and gentlemen, we're in heat number 3, lap number 2. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back in just a couple of moments. We'll pick it up the action live from Copenhagen, Denmark, as more of the Stand Up World Paddleboard Championships in just a moment.
Why are they doing commercial?
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognised event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para-Surfing Championships gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The World Longboard Championship showcases traditional longboard surfing, highlighting the style, flow and grace of this classic discipline. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardised certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their communities and aids them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all, and together we can all create a better world through surfing.
And welcome back to live action here in heat number 3 of the Women's SUP Technical, part of the 2024 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, part of the ISA, and 9:31 into this race. I apologize for the quick break in the midst of that heat. We had some technical issues we had to work through, but we are wanting to make sure to bring the finish action to you live here. 9:42 heat number 2. Now the ladies are in their second heat here, Candace, as we come along here, and a little change in the situation. As we were talking about 5th place earlier, we got Team England, Annabelle Page, currently sitting that 5th place spot.
Yeah, we still have Esperanza and Marie Carmen, so they're pretty far out in front. We don't see 3rd place in this frame here, and they look like they're not working too incredibly hard. They're working hard, but they're pacing themselves. Seychelles, you can see she's out in 3rd by herself. There's a gap between her and 4th. So it looks like Espe is getting ready to start her 3rd and final lap.
Yeah, ignore the screen at the bottom of your, right bottom of your screen. This is the 3rd and final lap of this contest. So they'll make their way out there. There comes Seychelles from Team USA now on the beach. She'll make her way across. Currently sitting in that 3rd place spot. The bubble position, though, right now, I think is where everybody's kind of paying attention to now, coming around that far outside red buoy. That is the one everybody's watching. And that is the Panamanian Stephanie Bowden. So Panama making her way in there, and I think the one you were really interested in was our Wales athlete, Emily Evans.
Yeah,
Sitting in
great to
7th.
see an athlete representing Wales sitting in 7th, but we have, looks like 7th through 10th there was kind of close together. So interesting to see how that shakes out.
Puerto Rico in the...
So
they're shifting around there. There is Emily Evans, currently sitting in that 6th place spot.
you can see Stevie Bowden of Panama going around the inside flag buoy right now. She's in 8th position, and so 9th position is right behind her. So she's going to be working really hard to hold that spot. She was able to get on the water on her board a little quicker, and she does have a few board lengths ahead of 9th.
Look at this, though. Challenging, not backing down whatsoever. SB still out in front. Very powerful paddler. She carries a lot of a lot of power in her paddle
Yeah,
stroke.
she has years of endurance, and so many miles under her belt. She's probably taking millions of strokes in her career.
You were talking about that yesterday. I think that was funny. You know, you and SB, you know, being such legendary paddlers. You spent more time on your board than you really have on land.
I don't know about that, but yeah, it's pretty close.
It's pretty close. I mean, and look at this now, a challenge being put on by 2nd place.
Yeah, Marie is trying to take that inside line to get to that buoy. This is that long straightaway that we've been talking about where you want to make your move, and Espe is not going to let her have it.
No.
So she needs to be more than half a board length ahead. If she is, and she's on the inside, then they both have to kind of go around together. So we'll see what happens here, because this is somewhere where you don't want an unnecessary interference.
No.
Right? Because if you cannot impede someone's progress if you do not have right away, and you need to have more than half a board length to have that. So
judging by the looks of this camera angle, it appears like SB's got her edged out by just a little bit, but it's a tight one.
yeah, it looks like Maria's deciding to get back on the draft. She worked really hard, but now she's going around the outside, so I'm not sure what's happening from this perspective. She's going to try to take this turn on the outside rather than be behind her.
Even though it's a qualifier, she ain't going to let her pass her.
No,
ain't going to happen.
They're trying to make their statements early on if they can. And I mean, you know, both of these women are they're always up in the pointy end of the results, right? So you've got Espe, who has several ISA titles under her belt. You've got Marie Carmen, who has had an incredible season this summer. She has multiple Pan American medals. She's
and a
podiumed
doctor.
both. And she is. Yes.
Yeah, and a doctor, chiropractor.
So. And so both of these women are just confident, poised professionals who are very prepared for this week of competition. And you're going to see that. You're going to see as we progress through the rounds, you're going to see those who have put in the most work, who have the most years of experience. They're the ones that are going to finish on the top.
You're absolutely right. And I'll tell you what, SB is definitely one of the favorites here, 14:04. Two buoy turns left to go. Backside turn by SB. Whips it around there. Mary Carmen just on her fin box, trying to pull out of the gap, trying to close in a little bit of distance. Mary Carmen not giving up. She's challenging her on the outside, on the inside, pushing her into buoy turn number 4, buoy turn number 6. So she's definitely keeping the pressure on SB.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see it every time they have an opportunity. She's pushing. So we got another right side. So this is a front side turn for Espe. So she's doing a little combination of stepping back, crossing over with a crossbow turn. Marie Carmen still putting in some hard strokes, seeing if she can maybe make a pass on this buoy.
And now coming in, see her, this looks like there's a little more heat out there than they faced before. This is SB's, oh, she bumps the buoy, almost throws her off, which would have opened the gap. That would have been a very bad mental error by SB going in so tight, but she definitely wanted to keep it closed.
Do you see that Marie Carmen is a little bit sharper on her turns? However, if you don't have the first position to the buoy, right, then you have to wait for the other person to pass. So if they were, it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of these rounds shake out between these two.
Yeah, definitely this battle is not ended here. They're going to move into the semifinals, and it's going to get even more heated as we throw more talent out. And now the offside turn by SB, crossbow turn, dragging a little bit. That'll open up the gap, and no, Mary Carmen cannot. She had the opening there, Candace, as SB kind of stalled But unfortunately, she a little too early.
There's a lot of board.
There's a
lot of
lot
board
of
to turn
board.
around those
Yeah.
buoys, right? And so there's how hard do I push it? How hard do I push it? Do I save the legs? You don't want to push it so hard that you push yourself off your board.
That's a very, very valid point. As they come in for home, ladies and gentlemen, look at this time. 16.
This is they still have enough. They still have a little bit of work to do here. It looked like that was the finish for a second there, but they still have this transition here. They're gonna get off their boards.
Bounce their way around the beach run at
Espe knows that
16:24.
Marie Carmen wants to take that first position.
So come into the home run.
You could see her putting
Flat
in some
butter?
hard strokes at first. Espe's putting in those hard strokes to see if she can get a little bit of a gap, but then you can see she can feel where Marie Carmen is, and so she lets off a little bit because you don't want to push too hard to get out ahead, but then someone's going to end up right there on your tail, and they're going to be drafting you, conserving some energy.
Very
So
true. Clean
that's-
beach run for both of them, though. Here comes Seychelles around. That Seychelles run.
She's smiling. You can
Smiling
see the
happy.
smile. Nice skim from Seychelles there. Nice quick cadence.
I'll tell you,
Off to her feet.
she is her talent, if I remember right, is distance. She is very, very strong in the distance.
Yeah, she started her SUP career by, doing those 11 cities, and she also did, I believe she had a record for most miles paddled in 24 hours in the early parts of her career. I'm not sure if that record has been broken or not, but that was, when she started paddling, she put in a really solid base, which is important to do.
It's important to do on anything. There is Harada from Team Japan. There goes Paige around the flag. She'll come around, as well as Ecker from Team Germany sitting in at 6th, 7th. So here is the 7th and 8th positions now making their way to that beach run section. Closing around on the Sonova. That is the Wales athlete, Evans. She'll come around plus 129. And Boudin. Now, Boudin, should tell you what, 9th place, if she puts the gas to it right here, a little slow around the flag area, though. She had a chance to overtake her, but Panama currently on that bubble position, currently sitting in that 8th place spot. So good. If Panama can qualify, that is a good finish for them.
Yeah,
as they were just
Stevie,
added recently.
Yeah, she made it. Stevie was in the Pan American Games. She qualified, so she was there with us. In
How was
2023.
that, by the way? Was that spectacular?
It was great. The ISA does such an incredible job of continuing to take all sporting disciplines to the next level. So it was an incredible showcase of surfing, shortboarding, longboard, SUP surf, SUP race. We were at Pinche Lemo, which is a incredibly great left-hand point break in Chile, and it was really awesome to see the performances there. And we have these ladies giving an incredible push here. This is that outside backstretch, so interesting to see if Marie Carmen's going to try to make another push or not. And it looks like they've maybe caught up to the...
They're lapping. That was our Latnia rider, Jujila Doma from Latnia. They're currently lapping in this contest, so making their way around. Nice open shot. You see those big old tankers now making their way through. Very, very, very active shipping area across the front of the contest site here on the beach.
Yeah, and you can see both these gals taking in hard strokes out of the turn. Marie Carmen wants to make sure she doesn't let Espe get away from her at all, because there's one more turn until the finish here, I believe, and they both want the first place out of this round.
And that's our Hong Kong paddler, Ying Hong now, and our Latnia rider on the left-hand side. And they're fairly new. I tell you, those nations are fairly new to stand-up paddling. It's cool to see them actually competing in the ISA World Championships. So very excited to see these countries come alive here, and they're getting better and better all the time, putting more and more athletes into the ISA. And now they're coming in on that inside northern buoy. And those are our race leaders. Backside turn by Espy, beautifully done, in and out. Mary Carmen, nicely done.
One more turn to the finish. You can see Espe really putting it on there.
Not going to let her catch her.
She wants to make sure that she is around that final turn buoy to the finish first. She definitely wants to get the top seed.
I'll tell you what, though.
Final.
Mary Carmen not backing down. Very impressed with the Puerto Rican as she's not let SB out. SB's used to running away with these in some cases, especially last year. She just ran away with it. Mary Carmen definitely putting the gas to it, and now they come in hard on the left-hand stroke. Both paddlers, 1, 2. Spain and Puerto Rico going to come in here for heat number 3 of the women's SUP technical. It will be Esperanza Barreras. If she does not make any mistakes, she will not. Paddler number 7-3 coming across. Looking for the lap time on that one, boys. Throw it up on the screen if you can. There it is, 21:12. That's speedy.
That's pretty fast.
That's speedy. That's Candace Appleby speed right there, ladies and gentlemen. Mary Carmen from Puerto Rico, just 4/10 behind, so she will qualify. And we'll wait for the rest of the paddlers, but they had quite a lead over the rest of them as here comes 3rd place.
And I love to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship when they wait at the finish line for the rest of the competitors. And it really shows a lot of character. Sport, when you're a kid, builds character. When you're an adult, it reveals it. So it's pretty cool to see these ladies showing that support for their next paddler. We have Seychelles here representing the United States. Well done, Seychelles, in 3rd place.
Just 45 seconds behind there. Big smile from her. I think she's got a lot more in the tank here coming up in the semis.
Yeah, she does.
So watch out
Mom,
for that.
so she's got superpowers.
She's just patient. There's one thing you learn. I asked her one day, I was like, what do you learn? Patience. I was like, now I know what my mom went through.
It is a virtue.
It is a virtue. Here comes 4th place. This is Harata from Japan coming in to the finish line area. And you can see a beautiful beach there. Nice aerial drone shot. And she's going to be stoked. Coach Suzuki gives her the Japanese flag. She'll finish 4th. She'll have 4th lane choice coming up in the semifinals. And now we got a little bit of a paddle battle coming in here in 5th and 6th as they make their way in. So conditions, flat as glass out there. It is a grinder, ladies and gentlemen, but these athletes are just making it work. And that's Annabelle Page coming across the finish line.
Tanya Ecker from Germany coming in 6th.
Team Germany looking great here in these early qualifiers.
Looks like we got Stevie Bowden. She's stoked.
Yeah.
Finishing in 7th place.
And this is cool. Emily Evans from Wales.
Our Welsh paddler finishing in 8th, qualifying for the semifinal. Well done.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl. There it is. Heat number 3 qualifiers are in the books, and Team Spain owned it from the beginning, Candace Appleby.
Yeah, these ladies are fast. They started off with a really, really fast pace, and from go to woe, it was Espe.
Yeah, Espe started out in the lead, never looked back, had to do everything she could to hold off Mary Carmen from Puerto Rico, and that is why, right there, just holding it really tight to those buoy turns, not allowing any kind of error, because Mary Carmen was looking for any kind of opportunity she could get.
Yeah, no mistakes. Really smart paddling. Really, really poised on all these transitions here. Smooth buoy turns.
Yeah, there was only one chance, and I think it was here in lap number 3 or 2. I think it was lap number 2 when Espe opened up the gap for Mary Carmen. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to take advantage of it. If she was just a second or 2 behind, she might have had that opportunity.
Yeah, Marie's really strong. So even if you get, half a board length on a skim or a start or a buoy turn, Marie's pretty strong to be able to tap, 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 catch up. You can work really hard to try to close a 1 board length gap and then settle in on the draft and rest for a little bit.
So true. They went hard in that lap. Lap number 3 across that outside line. They both put the pedal to the metal. Unfortunately, it wasn't Mary Carmen's day on that one. She gave Espe every bit of energy she could, but it was Espe that ran away with it. Takes it around the final buoy turn, around the flag, I mean, all the way back out, and charges out. And conditions continue to just turn out to be flat.
Both of these gals showing great footwork, patience. You can see right there when Marie Carmen was waiting patiently to step back, letting Esperanza clear the buoy. And this is that final stretch to the finish line. Espe really made sure that she put the nail in the coffin there. She didn't want to let Marie pass her.
She's got to feel good. I tell you, Espe's been in this position numerous times. No stranger to finishing top in her qualifying heat. So congratulations to her as she moves on to the top qualifying spot coming into the semifinals this afternoon. And we're going to go down beachside right now with Emily with an update from our winner.
The main competition competition with semi-final.
Yeah, thanks guys. I am here with the 2023 world champion, Espe. That was a great start to your campaign here in Copenhagen. Can you just say a few words about the race?
Yes, thank you. I'm super happy to stay here in the ISA Worlds again, and the course here is incredible. Conditions are pretty good, and the sun is shining now, so it's perfect. The start line was hard as always, so it was a good way to put my butterflies of the stomach out. Now I'm more calm.
And I know you and Maria Carmen, you are not just competitors, you're actually also training buddies. How is it to compete against her here and then also taking the win?
It's like a training for us, I think. You have to ask her, but for me it's like a training. I have less pressure than other times because we used to paddle together. But I'm super happy to stay paddling with her and with all the others in the start line, yeah.
And I know that you are having a lot of experience, you know, two-time world champion, you competed for many years. How does that, experience come into play today? How do you rely on your experience out there?
I have to say that as long as I stay racing, I feel like more calm. My mind is more focused on every time, and I think I feel no nervous. I'm nervous always, but I can control them. It's different. I think the experience can help a bit, yeah.
And what is your goal for this event here in Copenhagen?
Gold medal. I have to say, I always try to do my best. I think that everyone got it, but I am one of them who also want to have a gold medal on my neck.
Well, that's great to hear. We'll let you go and get some rest because you're coming up in the semifinals soon, so good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen, Esperanza Barreras from Team Spain, looking to come back and take the SUP technical once again. The fastest heat time in all three heats, 21:11. There's your top 8 qualifiers right there. Moving on to that semifinal. And speaking of semifinals, it's coming up, Candace.
It's coming up. This is gonna get more consequential here.
So stay tuned. More from the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from Copenhagen. Coming up right after this.
Morning. Can we ride to school with you? My dad's lost his car keys. Our parents overslept. I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure. Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure. More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen. I Rema 1000 handler sundhed ikke kun om mad, men også om at bakke op om trivsel, fællesskaber og mental sundhed.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the beautiful city of Copenhagen, Denmark. We are getting ready to kick off the men's technical race semi-final number 1. Competitors are on the start line, about to start their race. But before we do, we're actually going to throw it down to Emily on the beach with the Danish competitor Kasper Steinfarth.
We're about to start.
Yeah, guys, I am here with six-time world champion Kasper Steinfeld. Kasper, we're here in Copenhagen, your home country. You are going to compete for your last time here in Copenhagen. Can you say a few words about this event?
Oh, you know, it's a fairy tale once again to have the World Championship here in Copenhagen. Honestly, last time we had it, we thought it was going to be the last time. But here we are again, and for me it's super special because I have such good memories of seeing my friends from around the world compete here. And to finish my racing career here in Copenhagen is like something I couldn't have asked for, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity.
That's great. And just to get back to talk about the race that's going to go on right now, can you say a few words just about, we're going into the semifinals, who are we going to look out for? Obviously, you'll be here cheering for the Danish team, but there's a lot of strong riders out there.
Well, I mean, you're going to get a biased answer from me. Like, I'm obviously rooting for Christian and the Danish contingency. There's a lot of strong athletes. Nuik Garayo from France. We have Blue Ewer from England. There's such a strong field of young athletes. I think that's the key word for me, is like the old guard is disappearing. We're disappearing. Now there's a young generation taking over. And don't be surprised to see a couple of fresh names that maybe you don't know walk away with some medals. I'm really excited to see them all take it on.
And you have so much experience here. Can you just say a few words about the race course today?
The race course today, like, I know the waters here in Copenhagen well. It's fairly calm today. You know, you have the occasional boat wave come through from the big tanker ships going by. It's not that tricky, but expect some breeze coming in the afternoon. There might be a few bumps that could make or break some of these races.
Well, we will get back. I think we are getting ready now to start the semifinals. So let's go and watch it, and we'll go cheer on Team Denmark.
Thank you very much. Let's do it.
Thank you very much for that interview, Emily, with Kasper Steinfarth. Always great to hear from him on home soil. My name is Bo Nixon, here with Candice Appleby, calling the action for men's semi-finals. Candice, Kasper alluded to the fact that the old guard was moving out. How does that feel?
I'm still fighting it.
Definitely. I know.
Forever.
I think you can take it all on.
It's true. I mean, you have, Soren Preston, she's always nipping at my heels at home and here, and I was racing before she was even born. So we've had so many young paddlers that are coming up, and like he said, there's going to be some names that you didn't know that you're going to learn over the course of this next week, and that's always the most exciting thing, is both on the men's and the women's side. So yeah, I'm excited to see who the new stars are coming out of this event.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the young Japanese talent in this heat, Kataro, he really set a great pace in his first heat. He winning that heat well in front of his competitors. So it's going to be interesting to see him coming up against, the big names of Nuik Garayo from France, the winner of last year's tech race.
Yeah, this is a lot more nerves on this heat. I mean, these guys are making the final, right? So there's a lot on the line here. Everybody wants to make it to that final dance, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, so starters orders, and they're off. So men's semi-final. Number 1, Christian Andersen getting a great start on the NSP, well out in front. For competitors, you can see him there, the top right of screen.
Clean start for everybody. And really, there's Christian out in front, but the next 5-6 paddlers are all kind of side by side here. So it'll be interesting to see what happens around this first turn.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Clement Colmas, Nuik Garayo up in there. Blue Euro as well, a little bit back from the pack. Not as clean a start from Blue as we've seen in the previous heat. And also he's been working on his starts, but a bit slower off there. Usually he's out in front to begin with, as we have
a lot of nerves. And there's a little bit of an element of fatigue that's going to maybe set in. Right now they're in their second race of the day, so managing the in-between, the cool down after the first heat, the warm-up before the second heat, nutrition in between, those are all parts of today that are super important. So here we go. We've got Christian, nice clean front side buoy turn coming around in second position there.
I think it's Clement Colmas from France.
And we've got Ricardo battling for third, fourth position next to Nuik. I think that might have been up in fourth, or is he up in fifth position?
Blue's in about 5th or 6th. They're all very close together. We'll get a Get a better view on this angle here. So yeah, Christian Anderson out in front now. Does look like,
as you can see, his rate is significantly different from the start upwind. Now he's like, okay, I'm in front. I'm going to control the pace here. You want to control your speed going into the buoy, right? He can control everybody behind him. When you're in that front position, it's actually a really good time to try to lose people is at the buoys. If you slow down just enough, prepare for your turn to where you can whip it right at the buoy and then speed up out of the buoy. If you slow down kind of right before that turn, everybody else has to slow down. But if you're in the front position, then you can get out and get ahead soon. So we'll see what sort of approach he takes here on this first buoy, on this buoy turn.
yeah, just
Nice cross stepping.
quick.
And then you're going to see him up his rate a little bit. And nice clean turning.
Very clean there.
Noik in fourth position.
This blew you up, fifth.
Nice footwork there, walking over the nose of that Sonova. Takes incredible balance. We do have a fall. So you can see it's not too deep right there. If it was, that fall would have been a lot more difficult to recover from.
Yeah,
so they're in about waist deep water. So plenty deep enough to clear the fin, but also shallow enough that if you fall, like have a little mishap, you can hop right back up to your board.
That's true. Yeah, especially being on that inside there. Be a bit deeper the further they get out. But does look like very close semi-final for the men's here. It's going to be good to see the timings as they come into the beach turn. The wind's starting to pick up just a little bit more. You can see the flags waving there.
Looks like we have Ricardo in third, Noik in fourth, Tomas from Czech Republic in fifth position currently.
They're all very close there, Candice. You can see they're all in that line there. So Christian Anderson crossing. And we've got Clement Colmas from France, Ricardo Rossi, Noik Gariud, Blue Ewer behind him. Looks like could be Santino. No, Paolo Marconi. Italian.
Toro in seventh position, was it?
Yeah, that's right. Then we've got Santino.
They're all still pretty
Kiel,
close. There's
Odie.
not a huge separation in this heat.
Anything can really happen at this point.
Yeah.
And this is where you were saying before, Candice, that this is where you can start to lose those competitors. You really start to put in the hard yards, especially on these longer sections of longer stretches of between the buoys.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens on that first back stretch.
I think there could be a few places, changing places out there. We'll see if Christian's still out in front, but it's going to be very close. Kataro went really quick out in his first heat, but he's sitting back in seventh at the moment.
He's got juniors tomorrow, but he definitely, like they said in his interview, he wants to make podium in the men's, right? So he's got to manage his pace in this heat so that he can qualify for the final, but still have some energy for hopefully 2 finals is what he's going for tomorrow. So
yeah, that's exactly right. Looks like Ricardo Rossi is up into second place, just ahead of Clement Colmas. Noik Gariud now in fourth. Does look like Ricardo is going to take over first place from Christian on the outside.
yeah, he's working hard on that outside line. So you have your top 7 kind of in a pack together. There's maybe half a board length between third and fourth.
Yeah, all very close together. They all
Very
bunch up
close
again.
together.
Coming into this next buoy turn.
Not quite as much of that bump that we had in the earlier round. So this north buoy, outside buoy to the inside, it's going to be a little bit different dynamic, I think. There's still going to be some flow of water to use, but it's not going to be as dramatic as in the earlier heats. So we'll see what happens if these guys are really, if they decide to up their rate after this turn. You could tell whether they're grinding for a little bump or not.
I'm sure they'll be trying to milk everything they can out of that short downwind, kind of downwind section. With the wind just puffing up a little bit. But that top pack there at the moment are sitting in the qualifying position. The top 8 will move through to the finals tomorrow, taking place alongside the juniors, the women's, and the prone technical races. We see some clean turns around that buoy turn there, Blue Ewer. We've got Paolo Marconi. So very strong.
So we've got eighth place going around the buoy. 8th, 9th, 10th. Those three are all still together. 11th and 12th. So this is not a huge separation from the front pack and the second pack.
Now it's going to be interesting to see how things end up after this first lap. Remember, 3 laps of the technical course, totaling 3 kilometers in distance. You were telling me that's 1.86 miles earlier, Candice, for those in the US.
Only those in the US.
And yeah, and to an extent the UK as well. They go in miles. So you see Ricardo Rossi in front at the moment. Clement Colmasters overtaking Christian Anderson there. A few boards on top of other boards, but
Christian went out really, really hard. And that's what we've seen. We've seen that, I think, in all the men's preliminary rounds. Whoever led in the very beginning wasn't necessarily leading at the end of the heat.
That's true. I was speaking with Drew just earlier about, is it a tactic, though, to try and test yourself on that, toward that golden buoy, to that first buoy turn? Are you kind of testing yourself against the other competitors to see where you stack up?
Yeah, and everybody's pushing hard, right? And what you don't want is you don't want to get caught in the back, right? So if you get out to the front, you're at least you know, okay, I'm in this front pack. Now, if in surf racing, getting to that front buoy is the buoy first is also everything, right? Because if you get a bump in front of somebody, you catch a wave, and then you could be disconnected from the pack and be quite farther ahead. But no waves today. ISA, typically we have a technical race in waves, but this is technical racing in flatter waters this year. And that's our 8th place paddler, 9th, and Bodie von Allmen in 10th place. So those 3 are kind of in a little bit of a pack together. They are all vying for the last qualifying position in this heat, trying to make that final.
Yeah, it looks like Santino Basadea from Argentina is sitting on that cusp of the qualifying at the moment. But we see the top competitors here really close together in that train, trying to conserve as much energy, drafting behind other competitors.
You can still see there's a little bit of breeze, right? You can see as they're paddling, a little bit of side wake that from the wind, but not as much as it was this morning. But that does play, that does play into the course navigation. You want to make sure that you're battling the wind properly and conserving your energy.
So starting their second lap.
This right here is where you're going to see guys really try to get that good glide to see if they can get a good separation. I saw Ricardo take a big breath as he ran around that flag, getting ready to try to get a nice skim.
Yes, this is where things are interesting here. Number 8, Santino from Argentina. Then we have Kiel de Bruyne. And then just a little mishap there from Bodie von Allmen from the USA.
Bodie's not paddling on his usual board today. Looks like he's borrowing a board from Stevie. It is a challenge getting your equipment all over the world.
Do you find that brands help out the team riders in getting equipment to certain locations, or is it kind of other competitors to organize equipment?
I think every company's different, right? But of course, it behooves a brand to help their paddler get their board so they can represent for that particular brand when they're competing. But you never know, anything can happen. Boards can get stuck in customs or broken, but it's such a great community. Everybody seems to help each other out, and I see lots of athletes sharing boards, athletes from different countries, and it's really, really cool to see. I think if you can get here, you're always going to be able to find a board to ride.
That's very true. Yeah, lots of competitors, over 180 people competing this year's ISA World Titles.
You can see on that last turn, a couple paddlers trying to push the outside line, not necessarily falling in the draft pack, to set up for this straightaway to try to get a position farther up in the pack.
Yeah, you definitely want to try and be at least on the tail of someone here drafting, especially on this distance section, to conserve a bit of energy. But that is your top 7 competitors.
You can see the paddle rates really slowing down a lot here, right? You see a longer recovery in between each stroke, especially from some of the paddlers a little farther back on the draft. Really want to see how little energy you can use while staying in the draft with everybody else. That's kind of the goal of drafting. And then you see that right there, the pace of that front back pack kind of slowed down, and a paddler there in the back really working hard. Santino working hard to push his way up, and he has gained a few positions because he was back in 8th before.
That's right, yeah. It looks like Kjell de Bruin as well has moved himself up into that lead pack. I think
now you got 9. You have 9 in that lead pack.
That's right. Yeah, you can see them all here. So it's going to be a very close. All these semifinals are going to be very, very close. So they're going to be fighting toward the end. This is lap number 2. And there's one more lap after this.
Nice clean turns. Ooh, it looked like there was some potential congestion back there. And here we go. We got Ricardo working hard.
So Clement behind him with Christian Andersen in 3rd. Noik Gariud in 4th. Blue Yua 5th. Looks like Kataro from Japan in 6th.
You can see when the rate goes up for quite a few strokes, and then it comes back down, and then it goes up for quite a few strokes and goes back down. That's when they're trying to catch those little wind swell bumps to try to utilize the energy of the sea to get ahead of their competitor. Sometimes it works. Sometimes their competitor's doing the same thing, and they say, I don't want to let him away from me.
Of course. And they can also ride the wake of someone else's board as well. Kind of a bit of drafting toward the side. As we see them almost start their final lap. The time is just unbelievable. 13 minutes finishing their 2nd lap.
So you see, in some of these turns, it's interesting because some of the paddlers are able to keep their forward momentum while they go around, but then some kick their board back behind them, right? Which can be kind of dangerous. If you're kicking your board back as you run up the board, it can get you have somebody behind you that can get stuck on your board, and it could cause a collision for both you and the person behind you. So watch closely on some of these buoy turns, and you can learn a lot from some of these paddlers. What I'm looking for is to see, okay, who has that nice, clear forward momentum, control, getting out around the buoy. See, that was a really nice turn there from Ricardo.
And Christian as well.
Christian as well. Yep, nice clean turning. See, right there, though, I think that was a...
Oh, was a collision there.
Oop.
Santino trying to get on the inside there of Paolo. Looks like Kjell de Bruin there, just on the outside to the right of screen. Santino really up in the ante. He's gone from 9th place. I think he's up into about 7th at the moment.
So Paulo was a little wide on that turn, which forced the paddler to the right of him to go even wider. So that's going to affect going into this next turn. Here we got, it's getting tighter and tighter. These guys know they're on the course, and they're counting their positions too at the same time. Where am I in the pack? I can tell there's, at least 5, 6, 7 people ahead of me. I need to make sure that I am not falling back.
That's right. You also got to keep one eye behind you as well to see how close your competitors are.
And then there's that element where at the point where you have to also stay calm, right? You can't overthink it. You need to keep your head on your board. You got to focus where you're at. Make sure you're paying attention to what you're doing and not too concerned with everybody else. Here we go. We got our 2nd flag transition. Nice clean skims.
See Christian and Noik there battling it out side by side.
Kotaro has moved up into 5th position.
Santino's back in the picture here. 7th position, Paolo Marconi. In 8th position, Kjell de Bruin right behind him though. Then we've got Bodie von Arman just back from that pack, so he's going to have a bit of work to do on this final lap to make up that. It's a bit of a slow start there from Bodie getting back into the water.
And like I said, that's not the board that he usually paddles. So even little things, getting off your board, carrying it around a flag, retransitioning into the water, it's a pretty technical thing, right? And so if you're not used to your equipment, it can it definitely affect the control you have.
As we keep an eye on the leaders of this semifinal, number 1.
So we've got a pack of 6 up there. It looked like two draft lines of 3 kind of side by side coming into this next turn. They're going into that long straightaway again.
So still Christian Andersen and Noik Gariud there side by side.
Congestion. This is where the moving and the shaking happens.
So you can see Clement Colmas starting to make a move on Riccardo Rossi at the front there. Riccardo's trying to stay in front.
It looks like he's trying to stay in front, but also really be smart about the pace that he's setting, because you can tell he's actually using really good solid strokes here. He's not just increasing his stroke rate, right? It's not about how many strokes you take, it's about how far each stroke takes you. The goal is to get as far as you can with each stroke, and he's being very consistent with his technique, not getting caught up in, okay, who's behind me? He's trying to catch me. Sometimes it's really easy when you're racing to lose your form and just take more strokes and get too excited, but he's keeping his composure up in the front.
As you see, Noik Gariud there in the blue hat, taking the inside line, trying to get himself up into second position.
Second, third, and fourth are kind of side by side. Christian on the outside.
Yeah, fifth is Kotaro.
This is going to be an interesting turn here.
So Noik had the inside track there, and he looks like he's going to move up into second place. So this is the final lap. Clement Colmas. Christian taking the wider line on the left of screen there.
Maybe trying to see if he can push his way around. Kotaro is grinding hard. He definitely is trying to make his presence felt. He's a junior, but he's competing with the men, and he's got lots of goals. I think he's one of those paddlers that are going to really surprise a lot of people this week as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And look at this fight to this buoy. This is, I mean, the second to last turn.
This is where everyone's starting to.
This is a really, really important one, and this is where you want to be smart. You want to be smart. See, right there, this turn, whoo, that takes some precision there, because if you can't get your paddle in the water, you kind of have to go around to the other side of somebody's board. Those are our top 5 right there. 6, 7, 8, heading to the buoy, looks like. Sorry, this is our top 6 right here, actually.
Yeah, a lot of competitors close together as they're making their way back into the beach now to conclude semi-final number 1. Does look like Noik Gariud now is out in front.
And look at this time, Bo.
19 minutes, 10 seconds. Noik, his hat's come off. He's not going to stop for that. Looks like he's going to finish as he finished last year first. So he's going to be moving through to the finals tomorrow. Riccardo Rossi, Clement Colmas, Kotaro from Japan, Christian Andersen, Blue Ewer crossing the line now from England.
I mean, what a great performance again from Noik. He was able to kind of, you know, hide in there a little bit. He really smart racing, and he knew when to put on the pressure.
That's right. So Paolo Marconi crossing the line in 7th. Santino there counting the number of people before him. He counted himself as number 8, so he'll be moving through. Kel de Bruin, unfortunately, just missing out on qualifying, but a great performance from him.
So excited. You can see the smile on his face. He's counting. One of the happier paddlers I've met in the years. Always just so stoked. Great positive attitude.
It's great camaraderie between all these athletes competing together around the world. There's lots of time spent together. Lots of friendships formed as well. But
all right, well, that's our first men's semifinal. So we have half of the final decided.
That's right. So top 8 moving through. Now you see Noik Gariud from France going to get that top honours of choosing the line. We'll see how the time from the next semifinals stack up. But Riccardo Rossi, Clement Colmas, Kotaro Miyahira, Christian Andersen, Blue Ewer, Paolo Marconi, and Santino Basadea all moving through. As we'll take a heat recap of semi-final number 1. Great start from Christian Andersen. He was out in front for most of the first lap and decided to step off the gas a little bit. Clement Colmas put in a really good race as well. Very, very close race, Candice.
Yeah, very close race. And what we've seen so far in every heat, the first to the buoy has not been the first to the finish line. It was what we've seen in all 4 of these men's preliminary heats so far. So this is the fourth heat of men for the day, the first semifinal. So it's interesting to see how that's played out. Clean turns for the most part for all of these races. I don't think there's been any infractions of any sort. Loic Giraud, really a smart race. You can see him. He's set in third, fourth, even fifth throughout the course of this heat, and really smart paddling from Loic, conserving energy. You can see him there in fourth position. Really great performance from Ricardo so far in both of his heats today. So really showing that he's got the skills and the fitness.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Ricardo's performance today. He's really put himself up there in the top pack of competitors, as we see a little bit of a fight there to get around that buoy. But competitors coming into the line, Loic crossing
Paddled so
first
fast
place.
his hat blew off.
Even with the wind.
Yeah.
Battling with the wind, so good job from the top 8 competitors there. Like we said, very close finish. We're going to look forward to bringing you the action for men's semi-final number 2, which is going to hit the water next. It's another stacked heat. And right now, let's catch up with the winner of the last semi-final, Loic Giraud, down there with Emily.
Yes, thank you. I'm here with Loic. Wow, what a heat. You went all the way from 4th place. You did it again. Is around the second last buoy, you took the first place. Is that your signature move?
I don't know if it's my signature move, but it was a tough hit indeed, tough semi-finals. We've got a lot of strong guys, strong names on the field. I managed to keep the 4th, 5th place during the whole race, which was not easy actually because the guys were pulling hard in front. But yeah, managed to do a last sprint. I lost my hat. I hope I'm gonna find it because it's my winning hat. And no, managed to go to the final. I'm super happy. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
And winning this heat, obviously you had Carl Mats, Christian Andersen, and so on there with you in the last sprint. Does that give you some confidence moving into the next heat?
Yeah, well, that's what we try to do all the time. We try to, even if it's only series or semi-finals, we always try to push each other so we can see where we're at in terms of conditions. So it was kind of the idea, but yeah, it's definitely a good sign for tomorrow.
And what can we expect from you tomorrow?
I'll try to be here and do one more interview.
That's what we like to hear. And just a few words about, being here, being with the French team. It seems like you guys have a really good team spirit. It's always special to be at the ISA event, representing your countries. Can you say a few words about that?
Yeah, it's super cool to be here with everyone. We've got a great team. Everything is going super smooth. So my first couldn't hope for better than that for my first race of the year. So super happy to be here. Say hi to all the family in New Caledonia, all the friends watching. It's midnight, so thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.
And you guys also won the team, the team rally last year. How is the spirit going into that, and also collecting points for the team?
Yeah. Actually, it's the 3rd time that France is a world champion. I mean, the whole team. So we're trying to get that 4th time, and the Spanish guys are strong. The Spanish whole team is strong. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, but if we can score some points for the team, it's always the best.
Well, we're going to let you go, and then good luck in the finals tomorrow. So let's see if we're going to meet here again.
Yeah, let's hope. Bye.
Yeah, very important to get those team points, to be sitting on top for the kind of priority going into the next year. As we're going to go to a short commercial break, we'll be back with semi-final number 2 of the men's tech race.
And welcome back live to the action. The 2024 World SUP and Paddleboard Championships brought to you by the ISA, and we're underway as one of our paddlers already goes down on the start here. Heat number 2 of the men's SUP technical semifinal. Top 8 going into the final tomorrow. Bo, Nixon, Drew with you, calling the action live here early on in this hole shot. Look what we got.
Yeah, looks like we've got very tight race. If it's anything like the last to go by, this is going to be another exciting semi-final. As we see,
give it to Noah Jawar in that last one. God,
unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, he just crushed it. That is such typical racing of that individual, you know, kind of sits 4th, 5th, just right there in striking distance, and then just charges. Pretty amazing there. And now we're starting to stretch it out. Here we go. The heat is a stacked one, ladies and gentlemen. Rai Taguchi from Japan, Iri Tenorio from Brazil, Donato Freens from the Netherlands, Antonio Murillo from Spain, Aaron Sanchez from Spain, Itzel Delgado from Peru, Michael Booth from Australia, and they're all piled into the whole shot buoy right here, coming around the bend.
It looks like that's Aaron Sanchez out in front, Donato Freens back there in 2nd place. We've got a lot of competitors there together, so we'll give you an update.
Yeah,
Michael Booth's in there as well. Delgado's just back from the pack.
That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That whole shot buoy can turn into a parking lot fast. And look at the chop being pushed off as they start charging their way back in. And Rai Taguchi far on the right-hand side, currently sitting in that 3rd place spot. Hard on the stroke right now, trying to increase the stroke rate, trying to get in that. Now they start to form that draft train coming into the beach. But I'll tell you what, great hole shot by the starboard rider.
Yeah, so Rai Taguchi there, left the screen. So he looks like he's just back in 3rd place. We'll get a good look here.
That's Donato Freens currently sitting in that 2nd place position, trying to put the pressure on here. 2:05 early on, 2nd buoy turn. They're going to make a left-hand shoulder turn around here. Let's see if Freens can cut him off to the outside.
I think Sanchez has a better line coming into this one.
He does, but he's getting pushed further south. He's going to have to migrate over, and now you see him start to turn over. Freens is going to have to take the wide turn here.
So Aaron Sanchez there. Getting that inside line. Looks like Donato's going to try and
tries to push him. Oh, they both go down.
Oh, Donato's down, but he's back up. Aaron Sanchez didn't really cost him too much. That could have been
a penalty.
It could have been.
Could have been a penalty. We'll have to see how the judges rate it because he bumped into him, and I thought Sanchez was going to go down, but Freens ends up knocking himself off. We'll have to wait for the judges' ruling on that, but I'll tell you what, give Sanchez some credit for holding on there.
Oh, it did so well there. You could see 1 foot almost come off the board. Donato, unfortunately, falling in, but he's back in 2nd at the moment, so we'll see if there's any call on that from the judges.
Antonio Murillo currently sitting in that 4th place position. Michael Booth currently sitting in that 5th. Now Michael Booth trying to look at this. Boothie goes down to his knees, trying to push his way around the inside. Boothie comes away free. We thought he was going to go down. Almost gets wobbly again, so give Boothie some credit there. Didn't really make a positional change. He almost had that 4th place. But I'll tell you, that is how tight those buoy turns get. I mean, they are rubbing and beating each other up around there. So I'd hate to be a judge, and they're right in front of the official boat right there. So that's where you don't want to make an error.
That's exactly right. All these competitors are so close together. Aaron Sanchez just creating a little bit of space now from Donato. So he's going to be out in front, heading out for the longer stretches of this tech race. Rai Taguchi there. And we've got Antonio.
Aaron Sanchez. You
Itzel.
got Donato Freens. Itzel Delgado going across. There is the Puerto Rican Guillermo dos Rios. That's a good one for him. Currently sitting in that 6th place spot. And they just keep cycling through there. That is not 23rd place, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that updated for you on the screen there as the current updates are being populated as we speak. But I'll tell you what, this first couple of buoy turns are very, very exciting, and they're not stretching out whatsoever. They're still kind of holding a tight little group here. And this, you know, Aaron Sanchez is thinking one thing as we take a look at this last buoy turn. Sanchez on the inside, Freens on the outside. Sanchez has got the inside line. Freens has got to defer to him. Here he hits him with the board.
It wasn't anyone's fault. No one really connected with anyone. So I think Aaron Sanchez there just had a little bit of a hiccup, which put Donato Freens off, thinking maybe he had to slow down a bit to let him go through. So I think maybe I don't think there'll be any.
Well, Sanchez didn't have anywhere to put his
No.
paddle there, so he was just
True.
kind of got off balance there. Freen's now making his way on that outside turn on the Infinity, now coming out of the gas. Look at Taguchi now making a press now for second place on Freen's. Look at Sanchez now, about a 6 board length lead on the starboard on the far left-hand side of your screen, and now Taguchi hitting the gas, putting the pressure on Freen's for second place, Bo.
Yeah, they're trying to catch up to Aaron Sanchez out in front at the moment. Don't want to let him get too far ahead. Looks like we've got Antonio Maria there in Spain as well, just behind him. I think that's Itzel Delgado. He looks like he's on a starboard, usually on an Infinity, but I think he's changed up his equipment.
He changed it up early on in the season, separated from Infinity, sent a shock through the whole community as he's been paddling Infinity, Dave Baney's boards for the longest time, but now mixing it up. And now Taguchi on the outside, and there is a look at your leader, Aaron Sanchez from Spain. Hard pulling out of that last buoy turn, extending his lead even further. This is where he's trying to get away from the pack, stretch his lead, not get anybody else to impact him like he almost did with Donato.
Yeah, that's right. I think he just wants to create that separation, put himself right out in front, so there's not going to be any question about the buoy turns. But it looks like right Taguchi, Donato, Freen side by side for second and third place at the moment.
Taguchi tried that outside line, now moving to the inside line. Freen's now hitting the gas, trying to overtake him. So he's not letting in on Taguchi, but that 2-0 right there, that paddle battle is actually closing the gap on Aaron Sanchez, as Aaron Sanchez now paddling straight towards your living room.
So yeah, Donato friends there in second place. Right Taguchi, the quick, very quick buoy turn from him. Always so smooth. Itzel Delgado, Michael Booth also in the mix.
Yeah, we're looking for the top 8. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the top 8, waiting for our order to populate. We'll get that up on the screen for you as soon as we can. We'll look at that bubble position. Top 8 move on to the final tomorrow here in Copenhagen. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The top paddlers in the world all here, all starting to turn it up for you live at ISAsurf.org. The second and final men's semifinal right now. Aaron Sanchez from Spain just keeps it going right now. But now, look at this. Freen's now starting to put the pressure coming onto the beach, picking up the cadence. Freen's closes the gap, and now he's right on the back of the fin box of Sanchez. Taguchi right behind him. And they're just going to keep it coming, so all the gaps close on that early leg. I'm wondering if there's any kind of like wind chop sort of blowing those guys in, because they close that gap fast.
Yeah, it was really quick to close that gap. Aaron Sanchez had an amazing lead on that long stretch there at the back of the course, but then it's all being caught up as we see all the competitors here very close together. So it's Noah Stender there, back of the pack, Danish competitor. So he's going to look to pick up the pace on this second lap. What an exciting first lap it's been, Drew. It's just been incredible.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Men's tuck red. Freen's bumps him again. Freen's just keeps tapping on Sanchez, just tapping on him. Taguchi with a perfect buoy turn again, coming around the end.
Antonio there, just behind Ryder Itzel, Michael Booth as well. So they're your top.
There's Guilherme dos Rios from Brazil on the Infinity coming across. And then here's the 8th spot right now.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got Tassos from Greece.
Yeah, Tassos
That's
coming across.
Eddie there on the Flying Fish. So he's up.
So
I think Eri was the one who fell off at the very start. He's actually made his way back up the pack a little bit. So he's got a little bit of work to do to catch up. But at the moment, it looks like he's in that advancing position.
That's the spot to look at. The paddler coming into the screen on the left-hand side. That is the paddler you got to watch. That's the 1-2. The Brazilian and the paddler from Greece. That is the bubble position. And that looks like Sean Evans. Look at Sean, our photographer out there, just getting the up-close shots for you, just coming into your living room. You can catch all those shots on ISAsurf.org and follow us on social media, because this is epic. Aaron Sanchez bringing it in on the starboard. Took a couple strokes off there. That's going to allow Donato to close the gap. And it's going to come out to the skim, but Sanchez just beautifully done. Pops to his feet, snap of a finger.
Yeah, this is where it all counts here, just to get back on the board as quick as you can. We saw in the last heat a couple of competitors just coming off, as we see Michael Booth almost coming off, nearly jinxed him.
Boothie going with the surf stance out of the hole there. He didn't go traditional stand-up stance. He goes with the surf stance coming out and almost fell off backwards. So
look at the different lines their competitors are taking there. So you can see Looks like they're trying to head back a bit to the left.
Mm-hmm.
I think that wind's probably pushing them a little bit.
I don't know. The flags seem to be moving. Now we looked like we got away from a sort of more of a north wind coming crossways. We saw that yesterday, and that proved to be a little bit of a factor when it comes to the crowd, because all that wind's putting them right on the rail right now on that outward leg. You're going to see that wind chop sort of hitting them there. Doesn't look to be too excessive right now, but it could play a factor as they start making their way out towards this left-hand shoulder buoy, and this is where they're going to hit the gas.
Yes, it is. They want to make some distance on this next buoy turn. Looks like we've still got Aaron Sanchez out in front. No, looks like Donato Francis made his way.
He has. And now Ryan Taguchi currently in that third place spot. And look at this, Michael Booth on the starboard in the green hat, overtaken Itzel Delgado now for that fifth place spot. So some position changes there, and this is where they're going to hit the gas, ladies and gentlemen, going from right to left. We saw it in the previous heats. We should start to see the cadences pick up. But look at that, Freens with a great buoy turn there, allowing him to break out in front now with a half a board length.
I think it was all of that beach start from Donato there, allowing him to get ahead a little bit toward Aaron and then overtook him there. Maybe Aaron's just backing off the pace a little bit just to conserve his energy. This is their second lap that they're on at the moment.
Yeah, heat number 2, the final semifinal. Top 8 move in for a final of 16 paddlers tomorrow right here in Copenhagen, Denmark. The capital, the stage will be set. And ladies and gentlemen, the top athletes will be putting on a show for you tomorrow. Now, there it is in third place, Ryan Taguchi picking up his paddle cadence. This is where Ryan really starts to turn it on in that final 80 meters. And you see him starting to push the pressure on Sanchez. Now evened up with Sanchez. Now he's hard on the left-hand stroke. Now challenging Freens. So look at Ryan Taguchi. We thought he would hit the gas there, and he takes a couple of strokes. Now he'll fall back in line, but he looked for an opening there, Bo.
He did try to get ahead of them all. I know Rye's going to push again on the final lap as they start that shortly, but...
It's only lap number 2.
That's right. Here we go. Aaron Sanchez got the inside. Donato Freens to be pushed wide. Right to Gucci in third there. So it looks like Aaron Sanchez is now going to get ahead of Donato.
It looks too darn close to call from this angle. But you got Freens and Sanchez just battling it out coming into your living room now. Lap number 2. Currently sitting in third, Ryan Taguchi from Japan. Antonio Murillo from Spain, currently sitting in that fourth place spot. Itzel Delgado falls to fifth. Michael Booth in sixth. And Tassos from Greece in that seventh spot. And now Erie from Brazil on the bubble position. So he's in that qualifying spot, bumping out Guilherme dos Rios, his teammate, to that ninth place spot. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the current situation here. And I'll tell you what, it's not as flat as it was earlier. So conditions changing fast here in Denmark. Starting to see a little chop come on, but nothing real bad. Let's watch this buoy turn. Freens, perfect backside turn. Comes out of the hole quickly, not allowing Sanchez any gap. Taguchi, an exceptional turner. Buoy turner, just spins it around.
Antonio there, another great turn. Itzel.
Michael Booth. His buoy turns have been exceptional today.
They have.
He's never been this clean.
No, that's true. He had a little bobble there to begin with. Another battle here. As we see the competitors. Oh,
Look at
wow.
them.
So Donato and Aaron Sanchez.
They are just swapping paint. I mean, that starboard and that Infinity are just kind of a tie-dye of color right now. This is epic. This is what it's all about. This is what technical racing is, Bo.
I really have a feeling that Ryan Taguchi is going to make his move on this final lap.
I think you're going to see a lot happen. As you see Sanchez glide into that Volkswagen buoy, makes his way around Freens, tries to cut to the inside. Taguchi whips that starboard around completely to the inside of Freens. I mean, that was textbook, just missed his knees by just inches. And the rest of the gap will go out. So there it is, your top 6, looking at that 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, so we're going to get that update shortly. I believe that might even be Guillermo.
No, it's Erie. Erie currently sitting in that bubble spot from Brazil.
So it is your top 7 there.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see Erie come into the picture here in just a little bit as they start paddling out to complete lap number 2. So the lap number 2, our judges' official boat out in the outside there, just watching over everything. And like we said earlier, you do not want to make a mistake in that area. And now picking up the cadence a little bit, coming into the inside flag run. Sanchez very strong. Look at that. It doesn't take him. He's gliding so well on that Infinity. or on that starboard, my apologies. On the inside, here comes Sanchez into the beach.
So again, he's just slowing down. I think he's just trying to slow down Donato there to put his timing off a little bit. But it's going to be a quick start there from Sanchez. Donato, another clean entry. Rye as well.
Delgado currently sitting in 4th from Peru. That's where he wants to be. That's striking distance. That's what we're talking about on this last lap, the 3rd and final lap. You got to be in that lead pack. You got to be within striking distance to make that move. And we're going to see some jostling for positions coming up here in this next 3 buoy turns.
Yeah, so Tassos there in Greece in 7th position. Eri Tenorio done a lot of work to get himself up into 8, and he's created a lot of gap. After falling. And then he's created such a gap as well to 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th place here.
And there they go across. There's Dos Rios from Brazil making his way around the buoy, or around the flag. Currently sitting just off the mark. He's sitting in that 9th place position. Hasn't competed since 2019, now making his way back on the circuit. And had high hopes for him. I know Team Brazil was really thinking he was going to come back. He's been training hard. We'll see if he can close that gap to make it into that final of 16 tomorrow. And now look at this, right? Taguchi overtakes Sanchez. So we saw the moves. We said there's going to be some jostling of positions, some change of the situation, and there it is. Taguchi's going to turn the gas on this leg from right to left. Sanchez is going to have to keep up with him. Now Delgado putting some pressure on the outside, Bo.
Yeah, and also Antonio Murillo as well. So a lot is happening right now. Looks like Rai Taguchi is trying to hold his position there, but Aaron Sanchez very close behind. Antonio Murillo there. We've also...
Yeah, that's...
El Delgado just behind.
We knew it was going to happen. We knew Rai was going to make his move. And I'll tell you what, the way he's been turning buoys today, he's not going to give up any gap. Sanchez is going to have to play strategy here and keep to that inside, or else Taguchi's just going to keep pushing him out further and further on those inside buoy turns.
As we heard from Rai earlier, he's going to give it everything he has in every heat today to make sure he gets through to the final. He's not going to hold up then either, but he's going to get the priority going into this next buoy turn.
Yeah. Rai Taguchi finished 3rd place in 2023 at the ISA SUP Technical, looking for a 1st place finish. Love to take home the gold medal here in Denmark, all the way from Okinawa, Japan. And I'll tell you, this is it. We got just a handful of buoy turns left to go, and the pack, I'll tell you, with the way this is shaping up right here, it's anybody's ball game still.
Oh, 100%, Drew. It really is. Rai Taguchi there around the buoy turn quickly. It looks like Donato, friends, and Antonio there. Just very close.
Antonio, I got to give it to Antonio. He's paddling a very smart race. I'm going to look for him to make a move here shortly because he's right on the inside, just hanging on the fin box of Sanchez. Sanchez takes a look over his left-hand shoulder, sees where he's at, and now you start to see Murillo turn on the gas. Now, look at the cadence. The cadence, Taguchi about a half a stroke ahead of everybody else now coming into the inside.
Yeah, so Taguchi looks like he's changing his line a little bit to change everyone else's kind of line too. So a bit of tactics coming into play from Taguchi.
Keep an eye on this buoy turn, Bo. Mark my words, something's going to happen here as they start bunching up. Everybody jostling for position. Taguchi's got to take this thing tight. He's got to rub some paint off on this buoy and not allow any air. And look at that. The starboard hits the boom, hits 12 o'clock and drops it down. But I'll tell you what, give it to Sanchez. Sanchez didn't back off. Now they're hard on the stroke, coming from left to right. Look at this. We got a paddle bow. Now they're stretching their way out. They're going to leave Murillo in the dust. 2 starboard side by side, and now Sanchez has got the angle. Sanchez on the inside gets stuck in the buoy, allows Taguchi to the outside.
Yeah, Taguchi, although he had the outside track there, he was a lot cleaner around that buoy turn, which is going to give him the lead here coming in.
Oh, that was just dumb luck. I'll tell you, Sanchez thought he had it. He had that inside line and got just hung up on that buoy turn. Right, Taguchi from Japan gets a high five from Coach Suzuki, and will come across 19:08.
Fastest heat time
of the day. Of the day. Give it up to Aaron Sanchez from Spain, though. Tremendous performance by him.
Antonio Murillo there in 3rd. Itzel Delgado 4th. Donato Franz 5th. Michael Booth 6th.
And looking for the qualifiers.
From Greece 7th. There we go. So
good finish for him. Tassos, that's a great finish. He'll move into the final tomorrow. So he's got to be happy with that performance.
And then looks like Eri
from Brazil,
who fell off at the first. start there. He's going to cross the line to qualify Itzel.
Yeah, Itzel, he's giving shout-outs to everybody. He's got some sign language going there. He's got tape all over his fingers. I don't know if he's getting in a boxing match later or what, but yeah, well
it's from the 11 cities.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
All
he's
the
paddled
blisters?
200 kilometers in the last 4 days.
You know, leave it to Itzel to go paddle 11 cities and then come compete in a world championship, you know? Exactly. Oh, man, good for him. There is Guilherme dos Rios from Brazil coming across the finish line, as well as the rest of them, so that'll close it out. So the top 8, top 16 are now in place. We'll wait for any time. That is unofficial, ladies and gentlemen. We'll wait for the official results to come in because there was some jostling positions there. We never want to assume it's official till it is. Let's take a look at the start, Bo.
Yeah, so far left of screen there, Eddie Tenorio there, he actually came off his board but made his way back up. He was not in the mix at this first buoy turn at all.
But look at Taguchi way to the outside here early.
Gets put 7th or 8th
place.
And that was that buoy turn coming on the inside there. Donato, Friend, and Aaron Sanchez were head-to-head for a lot of it. Aaron Sanchez held the lead. Boothie did come off there.
Like
he was a bit wobbly at the start, yeah.
But this is when Taguchi really started to turn it on. But Sanchez holding him off right there. And Freen starts to make up gap right there on that last and second and final lap. Or second to final lap. And this is Sanchez really starting to stretch out his paddle stroke. Freen starts to put the pressure on him again. Taps him in the knee saying, hey, knock, knock, who's there?
Yeah, Donato. He was pushing the limits on a lot of the buoy turns with the competitors out there today. Not just Sanchez. See Rye there, just biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike, and I think he strikes about there.
Yep.
As he's gonna.
Freen's excellent buoy turn there, pushing off Sanchez to the inside, and this is where Taguchi turns on the gas and doesn't look back. But Boothie, give him some credit, man. Great buoy turns all day long. I know he's got to be happy with his performance.
Yeah, definitely making it through to the finals. See Donato there. He actually was leading the race for a short time, but this is where Aaron Sanchez
says, no, I'm going to the inside. Freens gets a little bit wobbly there. All 3 of them coming into the inside for the 3rd and final lap, Bo.
Yeah, coming in for this last lap. This is where things started to get more interesting. Rai Taguchi is going to start. This beach start here from Rai was just perfect and allowed him to get up ahead of everyone else, and he just kept that lead going right the way through. Although Aaron Sanchez on this last buoy turn really battled Rai.
Yeah, Rai with just no mistakes whatsoever in that buoy turn. Sanchez tries to hit the gas and keep up with him, but I'll tell you, when Rai puts his hat down, that is the opportunity right there that Sanchez had, and he just got stuck on the other side of the buoy. And unfortunately, that allowed Rai to break away. You can't, when it comes to buoy turns, you can't give Rai any type of opening or gap. He's going to crush it. So there it is. The top 16 are unofficial, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, ISAsurf.org for all the updates for the heats tomorrow. The final 16 are set, and it's going to be a good one, Bo.
It's going to be an amazing race.
Woo. Oh, yeah. Now we turn to the ladies. Oh, boy. The ladies are here. And let's go down to Emily Beachside right now with a very happy Rai Taguchi, who's been on camera a lot today. Take it, Emily.
Yes. Rai, you told me before that you were going for 3 gold medals. That was your goal for this event. You look like a guy on a mission out there. That was a proper sprint battle here in the end. What does it mean to you to take this win today?
Today is a very happy day because the qualify and the semi-final get the first place, and tomorrow I go to final. It's very good, and first place goal and tomorrow first or second seat I have. It's very good day.
So does this help with your confidence going into the finals tomorrow to try to take that gold medal?
Yes, I got the gold medal tomorrow.
And just say a few words about being here. You have a great support from Team Japan. It seems like you guys have a great teamwork. Can you say a little bit about that?
Okay, Japanese okay? 本当に今日一日遅い時差ある中応援ありがとうございました。本当にチームジャパンのみんなもすごい団結力があって、今回すごいいい感じで来れてるので、このまま明日金メダル持って帰ろうと思います。ありがとうございます。明日もお願いします。
Thank you so much, and we are excited to see you in the finals tomorrow.
Okay, see you in final. See you.
A very happy ride to Gucci. You already called it out. I'm getting the gold medal tomorrow.
That's right.
That's
yeah.
confidence right there. That's just confidence. There it is, the top 10. We'll be adding 8 more to that, but look at that. The Spaniards, 2-3.
Yeah, not a lot separating the whole pack either. All within that 1 minute of each other.
What's interesting, though, I think, is that there is the top 12. We're going to go to break. Dos Rios finishes in 11th, Stender in 12th. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a live aerial shot of the beautiful beach here in Copenhagen, Denmark. When we come back, we got semifinal heat number 1 for the ladies. Duna Gordillo going to be heading it off. Stay with us. More from ISAsurf.org and the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships coming up. Stay with us.
I Rema 1000 handler sundhed ikke kun om mad, men også om at bakke op om trivsel, fællesskaber og mental sundhed.
Morning. Can we ride to school with you? My dad's lost his car keys. Our parents overslept. I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure. Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure. More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Copenhagen, Denmark. There is a beautiful aerial shot of the beach venue. Now, we have 2 different venues going to be happening. We're going to be running the beach venue today and tomorrow, and then we got another venue where we're broadcasting from right dead center of Copenhagen, which is pretty badass.
Yeah, we're only about 5 kilometers away from the beach venue, but we are off-site, and we're watching all the action as you are at home. And we got the ladies' first semifinal. They're ready to go on the start line, waiting for the call from race official Anthony Vela.
Yeah, false start.
False start, which is unfortunate.
So tell us what that means, Candace.
So that means somebody moved when they were supposed to not move.
And the first one goes to the field.
Yes, the next one goes to the competitor that moves, though, and that person is disqualified. So
fine, there we go. A clean start.
A clean start. Everybody's to their feet. We've got ponytails
flying everywhere.
And
I love that part.
High stroke rate. We got Duna on the NSP. You can see her out in front right now. We got a hard start from the starboard on the right side.
That looks like SB in that center section.
So Espe is in the middle on the starboard.
Yep.
Duna we have on the NSP. And then I think on the SIC there is our paddler from Japan, Otono Hirata, possibly.
Nice clean
we'll see
start.
How things develop. And on the outside, we have a paddler. I'm not sure who that is. Jessica Matos from Brazil.
You know what's interesting about Jessica, and I kind of looking at her, was her start in her last heat just like this. Shot out, had the whole shot kind of in the top 3 all the way through, and then started to fall off as she got in later on into heat number 1. We'll have to keep an eye on her, but nice aerial shot there from our Action Sports production crew. Look at that, coming right into that whole shot buoy, Candace.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Jessica, not one of the more known paddlers, so this is one of those paddlers that can have a standout performance and really make their presence felt. Great start from her. We've got a pivot turn coming around in first position. She's paddling that Ghost White Infinity Blackfish. We got Esperanza on the starboard coming in second. Duna in third position. Those two teammates, no strangers to competing against and with each other.
And
little bit of hang-up action at that first buoy. We've got a paddler on their knees. It's important to get up to your feet as quick as possible. There's a 5-stroke rule.
Yeah, but not a lot of sort of conflict there in that buoy turn. Pretty clean all the way around, so that'll open it up. And the field really starting to stretch out early on here, Candace.
Yeah, we've got a pack of 2. We've got, looks like Esperanza's pushing her way up into the front. Duna riding her wash. Esperanza definitely wants to get the whole shot for this turn. We have our paddler from Brazil, Jessica, pushing on the outside there. So once we get a closer angle here, it looks like Esperanza is just in front. So we're going to see how this first turn plays out with Jessica there on the outside.
Yeah, like I said before, last heat, Jessica stayed in the top 3 for the majority of lap number 1 and then really fell off. We were wondering if it was strategic or if she was going to turn it up in this heat, but here comes our field led by none other than SB coming into that Volkswagen buoy in first place, pushing out Duna hard on the NSP. Now Duna's trying to make a carve around the outside. Jessica getting pushed to the inside. And they're all start charging along. There is the top 5 now around and clean women's semifinal number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get an update for you on the situation here as soon as we can throw it on screen.
Italy. Let's see who we have coming around here. Eight of these women are going to make it to the next round. And coming here in the last position, our paddler from Poland.
Yeah, Poland actually making an appearance here. And now far the outside, right hand clearing. Now they start to fall in that draft train. Now 1-2. You got Duna and Espy really starting to pull away here early on in lap number 1. Not really expected, but this could be very beneficial for them as Espy, known to run away with this, finished first in her last qualifying heat.
Yeah, these two are comfortable paddling together, training together, competing with each other. They're definitely going to be pushing the pace of this heat. We've got probably about a 3 or 4 board length gap between them and the third position. They're making their first transition to the beach here. Nice, smart hop off there, nice and controlled from Espe. Looks like we do have the wind kind of coming back up a little bit.
We
so
noticed that in the
it died
last heat.
for a bit, but then, and you see the cloud cover coming back a tad.
Should cool things off a little bit for our competitors.
Our paddler, our third place, Anais from France.
Yep, there goes Anais from France, currently sitting in that 4th place position. And the rest of the group all coming around the bend.
4th, 5th, and 6th, kind of all
So
side by side there.
This is the bubble positions right here, ladies and gentlemen. These are the ones you want to kind of pay attention to.
So right there is ninth going around the turn, Emily Evans from Wales.
And there is a change in the situation. Annabelle Page from England on that bubble spot right now. Emily Evans from Wales sitting in 7th. And there's another. We'll get that updated for you as soon as we can.
We have third position has a few board lengths ahead of the next pack, and then the next pack got 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and then a little separation with the pack behind. So those two paddlers in 9th and 10th, they're going to be working hard to push their way up to try to get into a qualifying position. Espe and Duna are going to do their best to set a really good pace for this heat, stay out in front, conserve as much energy as they can for tomorrow while really pushing it.
And stay out of traffic. I mean, that's the biggest thing, especially when it comes to a semifinal. One fall could cost you the qualification spots. So you got to kind of stay out of traffic. I think they're smart here by trying to stretch it out. Team Japan coming around currently in that 7th spot. So that's Harada currently sitting in that 7th spot now trying to make a play. Harada to the inside, trying to overtake in the Anais from France in that 6th position, and Anais will hold her off as they go in. 6:11 early in lap number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been everything it's been predicted to be here in the technical races. Day 1 of action here from Copenhagen, Denmark. Haven't been here since 2017. We're so excited to be back. And remember, it's just racing only this year, Candace, which shakes things up. We did have a SUP surf element back in 2017, back down in cold Hawaii.
Yeah.
And it was, it's amazing they have swell here in Denmark. And it was a lot of fun. Good to have us back. And there's your race leaders, Esperanza of Esby.
Yeah, both of those two ladies, Espe and Duna, know how to really push the pace out in front. Right now, I know that Espe is going to be racing smart. She wants to do enough to keep her and Duna separated from that next pack. And it's going to be interesting to see if she leads this whole entire race or if she lets Duna pull a little bit.
I think they'll share the work. This is almost what we saw last year. I don't remember last year's technical races, but these two helping each other out the entire time. So we'll see if we follow that. Emily Evans from Wales sitting in that 9th place spot right now. She's on the bubble. She's going to have to make a move if she's going to move into that qualifying heat of 16 tomorrow.
Our paddler from Argentina, Alma Coletta Spada, representing in 3rd place. She's in a strong 3rd place position currently. She's pretty far back from the front pack, but she also has a good separation from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, which just made their way around that outermost northern buoy.
Coming back into the beach. Now they're paddling their way into your living room. Remember, we have one more heat to go, ladies and gentlemen. The women's semifinal number 2 coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere if you're watching live. In Team Japan, Team France, you got Melanie Lafreniere in that. You got Mary Carmen Rivera, Soren Preston from Team USA, Seychelles from Team USA. You got a lot of big names coming up in that semifinal number 2. That's coming up next as soon as we complete this one. But lap number 1 coming to a close now. Espy just seems like she's just gliding here, Candace.
Yeah, she's just staying nice and controlled with her strokes. And here we've got our 4th place paddler coming around.
Yeah, give it to 4th place right now.
4th,
That's
5th.
Lisa Venturelli from Italy. Jessica Mato still holding fight. She tell you what, she's currently sitting in that 5th place spot for Team Brazil.
6th, 7th, and 8th coming around the buoy there. Looks like there's a little bit of communication going on.
Communication always good.
Yeah, always good.
I wonder if they're talking to like, Duna, you need to pull some of this, you know. But Espy's been known just to pull the entire heat. So the difference is the technical final tomorrow. That'll give her some time to rest up. As there is an overhead shot. You see that buoy, that inside buoy. That's the northernmost buoy towards the pier area. And that's been proven to be very confrontational, we'll call it, later on in the contest, as now all the rest of the paddlers make their way.
Our Japanese paddler coming around in 4th position.
Yeah, she's got to be happy with that. Team Japan, Okuaki, making her way around. Rai Taguchi, her teammate, just finished it. Just finished in top of his heat, the fastest time of the day. Rai Taguchi for Team Japan, 19:08, a tremendous heat time. The rest of the sub-technical racers coming around. And ladies and gentlemen, 10:04 here in lap number 1. And you're seeing a totally different pace here in this semifinal as they really start to stretch the lead here. I mean, they got about, what, 50 to 60 meters over 3rd place in this one, Candace.
Yeah, they do. And got our 2nd flag transition here.
You see their coach up on the rail there. Probably
both utilizing rail handles, which is probably the best choice for those boards, the dugout boards, as opposed to using a center handle to carry the board. By using those rail handles, they're able to just set their board nicely down and get a little skim and get onto their feet. This SIC here is, I think that's an SIC, I'm not sure, but that board in particular right there is a little bit flatter of a deck, so those are easier to transition with the beach run and skim. The dugouts are a bit more challenging to get in and out of.
So let me ask you this. I was talking with Bo about this earlier. Conditions started changing up quite a bit. We don't have the wind chop that we had earlier. Do you look at making an equipment change?
No.
Not at all.
These these athletes have probably made that choice coming here, right? It's really hard to get a board here, right? Hard to get a 14-foot board. So I'm not sure how many of the athletes have multiple boards, but for the most part, this is going to be a flat water race, and you're going to have a little bit of wind chop. Maybe.
So you got to predict the conditions before you even jump on the plane.
Well, yeah. So you go with, you choose the board for the prevailing condition, right? And here it's flat water.
Right.
So you want something that's going to work in flat water.
Got
right?
it.
And be able to maybe handle a little bit of wind chop, but there's not huge open ocean exposure that's going to create big wind swell where you would utilize a board that's maybe a downwind board or anything like that. So I'd say that a majority of the paddlers are going to be using boards that are pretty good in flat water. But what we will see in these technical races, some of the athletes that I am used to seeing on a dugout have chosen to use flat deck boards because of the lots of turns and getting in and off the board several times with that beach flag run.
Good insight there from the world champ, Candace Appleby. We're so excited to have her in the booth with us this year. Now, you've won this multiple different times.
I've won it a few times.
Yeah. How's it feel to be the most winningest paddler in history?
It feels pretty good.
I mean, what is the coolest thing? I mean, we were talking about that earlier. Laura Quickglass was talking about it. You kind of get to a point in your career where you've won, and now it's time to educate. I know you have classes. You're big on education and SUP classes back home and teaching these young kids and bringing them up.
Yeah, I love coaching. I coach full time, and most of the people that I coach are actually adults. I've done a lot of coaching of kids. I used to put on a kids event. Anthony Vela and I put on a kids event for 4 years.
SUP Fiesta, baby.
SUP Fiesta. And we had kids come from all over the world. Some have gone on to become world champions. And but yeah, coaching, it's my passion. It's my purpose. I coach full time back at home. So if any of my Ocean Academy family is watching, hello, everyone. And I actually also just launched some online courses. So if there's anybody that wants to learn some technical aspects of paddling, I launched some online video courses last month.
Tell us how to find them.
Check out oceanacademyusa.com.
There you go.
And you can find my courses. I have a basic stroke technique course and a footwork course.
So I got to ask you this. Out of all the championships and all the events you've won, what one stands out most in your mind?
Ooh. Man, they all have a different personality to them, right? There was ones when I was just really young and hungry, like the first ISA win in Sayulita. That was really exciting. That one, being a part of a team for the first time, that was really, really special. But I think some of the ones where I've had to come back from injuries, come back from, tough seasons of life, those are the ones that feel the best. China, Hainan was really special. That was my first qualification into the Pan American Games. But even, Puerto Rico was really special because I was 37. I'm 39 now. I think I'm one of the oldest to win a gold in an ISA. And so it was pretty special because I'm at a point in my career where I'm like, I don't really have to win anymore. So to be able to take a gold medal in that event and qualify for the Pan American Games again, that one was pretty special too. So I don't know, they're all different. They're all special. I don't ever want to take it for granted.
Well, it's amazing what you've done in your career, and I'll tell you, a lot of knowledge in this booth here today. We're so excited to have her. And speaking of a 39-year-old, Esperanza Barrera, still doing it, Candace. Still
She's
out there
holding it down.
Just charging right now. Not letting Duna. We thought she might have Duna kind of bounce in front, but no, she's going to hold off. And this is exactly what we saw in 2023 in France. These two just paddling away with it in the semifinals.
This is a great angle. You can see what the wind is doing, how it's really wanting to push them from the left to the right. So navigating the way you approach each turn, turning out of the buoy and making sure you choose the right direction to compensate for that side wind is super important. If you don't complete your turn sharply, then you're going to be paddling more upwind. So this buoy turn right here, we'll see how the next gals approach it. If you were to actually overturn this one a little bit, it's going to save you a little bit of upwind energy. That was a nice tight turn. because all of them are having to paddle really far, maybe upwind with a little bit of side wind here. So course navigation in the wind, even just in flat water, it's a thing.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely. 16:15, ladies and gentlemen, going into the third and final lap. Here comes SB into this beach run. She's been flawless. Takes a look over her right-hand shoulder, sees nobody other than Duna with her. And then, you know, in the team aspect, you bring that up, and I think that's a very crucial thing to talk about here. You got two Spaniards, 1-2 here. I mean, you're just, it's a different aspect than being out there fending for yourself, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they're both fending for their position on the line, but they're together. So I think where you really start to see the team aspect play out even more so is in the distance racing. These two gals did a really great job of that back in Puerto Rico. I think they took gold and silver at that in the distance race there, drafting back and forth. You know, really, that is a team effort. But it is, these events are really special because you are competing as an individual, but you're for your own medals, but you are competing as a team. You get that aspect where you get to have your teammates and cheer each other on, which typically in stand-up paddling it's always solo. So it's a really unique event in that way.
Definitely. And I'll tell you what, Team Spain, a lot of people calling them to take this event this year. And I'll tell you, led by these two, that can be some valuable points going into the team.
Yeah, the Spanish are always coming to these ISA games really strong, really great depth of field and talent. Like I said before, they are very professional in their approach. And I know the training that they do, like Duna was saying, you know, we train all year. It's really not any different. We train all year, 5 days a week in the gym, 5 days a week on the water. And it shows, you know, it really shows in the fitness, the endurance, the skill set, and the versatility of these paddlers. Duna and Espe could probably do sprint, technical, and distance and have a decent result in all three of those, you know.
So true. It's so true. Team Spain, one of the favorites here at the 2024 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. There it is on your screen. That is the bubble positions. You got Paige and Evans. Evans from Wales, Paige from England on that bubble spot. Currently sitting about 1:10 back off the leader, as we are in lap number 3 here, 18:31 in this contest. Women's semifinal heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We got the semifinal heat number 2, and then we'll close out for the day and bring it back tomorrow for the finals. And you can go to isasurf.org for all your updates, as well as schedules and more. But these two have led it from the beginning, and they're just carrying it away with it right now, just extending that lead even further. And then you get into this position. You've been out in the lead. I've seen you in multiple different races where you have a 1 or 2 minute lead. You just can't make a mental error.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to make a mental error anywhere in the race, or a physical error, right?
Or a physical error.
But these gals are so poised. You know, Espe has lots of years of confidence in sport and lots of miles under her belt. So she's got the technique. You can see her there. They both have 2 different styles of paddling, which is pretty unique. You can see Espe has a stroke that she brings her top hand a little closer back to her head in order to get a little positive blade angle. Duna has a little bit farther reach. She utilizes her whole body, bending forward. So 2 different techniques, different leg positions. It's really interesting to see the styles of paddlers. And it looks like, what do we have here in this shot? Okay, that's the back of the pack panning to the front. So that's the back stretch. That's a good perspective of that long back stretch on the course. So we've got Duna in first and second there in the left side of your screen, and third and fourth are making their way. So that's Alma and Anais from France.
Yeah, and they got about a 2 minute lead over the rest of the pack. So 2 more buoy turns to go, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes, 19 seconds. So a little slower pace than we saw even in their qualifying heats.
It does look like the wind has come up a little bit. I can see the surface texture has changed. The windmills are moving a little bit more. The flags on the beach are moving a little bit more. So we'll see how that plays out.
And Espy coming out of that last buoy turn. She's got a couple more or 1 more to go, and then brings it in for home, ladies and gentlemen. And she'll take prime position tomorrow, depending on how heat number 2 settles out. Onside turn for Espy. A couple quick strokes, brings it around, and now
see what happens here. You never know.
for
Duna
the
might give
beach.
her a run.
Duna on the outside, now separating it a little bit. Espy picking up the cadence just a bit. Duna reaching way out, trying to glide it, not looking to make a challenge for Espy right now, as Espy's starting to use more of a squatting technique.
She's using her legs a little bit like a little bit of a deadlift thrust to get the board moving.
And it will be Esperanza Barreras from Spain at 21-24. Her teammate, Duna Gordillo from Spain, going to come across in second place. So this is exactly what we saw in 2023. We'll see if those times will hold up for lane choice. Now it comes down to lane choice coming into the next heat. And here comes third and fourth, Candace.
Looks like there's a little bit of wake on the water. I think maybe a boat wake that they're having to deal with right there. You can see it running across, and that makes it challenging. But then you use it to your favor.
Yeah.
Tap, tap, tap. Catch a couple of those. That looks fun. That's the biggest set we've seen all day.
Coming from an oil tanker coming by. Hey, who knows?
Hey, you want to use moving water any way you can, and the best use it the best.
So true. The Argentine Caleta coming to the beach. So she'll come across the finish line.
Well done, Argentina. France.
Yep, France
Nice
coming
work,
across.
ladies.
Leighton on Japan. Hirata now making her way to the beach right now. That's a good finish for Japan, coming in fifth position. There's Coach Suzuki. That Japanese flag's getting a lot of use in the finish line areas today. So
Well done, Otono.
yes, big smile from her.
Very young paddler. The
And this
Japanese
one's
team.
impressive. Jessica Matos from Brazil. I'll tell you, moving into the final tomorrow. That's a great finish for her.
Really awesome to see the new names, new faces, young faces.
So Matos, and that will round it out.
Yay,
Paige
she's so
making it to
excited.
the final. Congratulations, Team England. Going to round it out just a minute 29 behind. And ladies and gentlemen, there it is, your unofficial
The most
topic.
excited paddler in all of these rounds seems to be the one coming in 8th.
Heck yeah. Let's
made
take,
it.
Let's take a look at the recap here, Candace. Walk us through the start.
Nice clean start. These ladies had a false start to start off the heat, and then they regrouped, and everybody had a really great clean skim. Little bit of hang-ups at that first turn buoy from the back portion of the pack. And then we had Espe. She stuck her claim early on in this heat. She stayed out in front after those first couple turns. Her and Duna, the Spanish women, are letting the rest of the world know we're here.
Spain's here to
We've been
win.
here for a while. We're back. Watch out.
We haven't got anywhere. That's
Yeah.
the whole thing.
We still got it.
Yeah, we still got it. And they just started to run away with it at this point.
Yeah, so strong, so experienced. These gals have been racing all summer on the Euro Tour, and so this is a great grand finale for them.
And bringing it around here in lap number 2. You see how tight that buoy turn is. Not a lot of water there, but they make it around fresh and clean. Then they come around that beach run. That beach run has been very clean all day long. We haven't seen a lot of congestion in that area. I think it's because the course is so large, it kind of gives them time to spread out a little bit. But Duna had a chance to make a challenge here on Espy, decides to concede to her and let her take it.
I think there's a lot of respect there
Definitely.
for the veteran.
Definitely. Yep, Duna, we interviewed her last year. She mentioned that she trains with Espy and has learned so much from her. So, strong ambassador to the sport, Esperanza Barreras from Spain, looking to kind of come back and win it again here in 2024. And I'll tell you what, she put on a clinic for the rest of them. So there it is, Team Spain 1-2. Candace, any last thoughts on that heat?
I'm excited to see the semi and watch these ladies in the final.
That's right, semifinal heat number 2, ladies and gentlemen. You got Team Japan, France, Puerto Rico. It's going to be a good one, so stay with us. More from the 2024 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships are going to be coming up here in just a moment as the rest of the crowd comes across. ISAsurf.org. The French flag is flying, and we're going to go down to Emily right now, beachside, with our winner, Esperanza.
Espe, congratulations. Another heat win here. You're into the final tomorrow. It was a close heat between you and your teammate Duna. Can you say a few words about the sprint?
Was super funny race. I really love racing with Duna. I think she's one of my favorites, and I feel really motivated racing with her. And we try to be in the front, both of us. It's our way of racing. But we are happy that at the beginning we could make a gap and then just try to keep the space with the third and the rest of the group. So yeah, really happy.
And there's a lot of strong women here in this event. Moving into the finals tomorrow, who do you think your biggest competition is going to be?
I think all of them are really strong just for being in the final in a World Championship. But Duna, of course, is really strong. Frenchies, Melanie and Anais are super strong. And of course, my teammate Mari Carmen is going to be really strong too. Also, Seychelles from the USA. Many of them also, anyone can stay there. So it's going to be a really hard fight in the water.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting final tomorrow. And I know we have a lot of also young stand-up paddlers looking at the webcast now following the event. If you could give one advice to someone who want to compete at an international level like you do, you have so much competitive experience, what would that be?
I think the most important thing is not just paddling, just be an athlete. When they are young, they have to play all kinds of sports. They have to run, they have to swim, they have to practice sprint, long distance or technical, and this is the way to stay in a high level in all conditions.
And tomorrow's finals day for you here at the tech race, what are you looking forward to?
I always want to be on top, but like everyone, so it's not going to be easy, but that's my goal, to get another gold medal. Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
A very happy SB, and she's talking about all that competition coming up, and a lot of those folks are in this next heat, but it is official, ladies and gentlemen. There's your top 8. Rounded out by Team England, Annabelle Page. Coming up, though, Candace, that's quite a heat.
We've got a great lineup coming up.
We got Rika Okanaki, Melanie Lafernette, Mary Carmen Rivera, and Soren Preston, plus Seashell from Team USA coming up in heat number 2 of the women's technical, which will round out day 1 here in Copenhagen, Denmark. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are into the final heat of today, the women's tech race semi-final number 2. My name is Bo Nixon, joined by Candace Appleby to call the action. Very stacked semi-final number 2. Stephanie Borden, Mary Carmen Rivera, Rika Okawaki, some big names, Seychelles, Soren Preston from the USA, Holly Pye from England as well, Lena Ribeiro, Tanya Ecker, multiple-time long-distance champion for the SUP 11 cities, as they're on the start line at the moment. Candice, semi-final number 1, was a fantastic showing for the women. What are we going to expect in semi-final number 2?
I think we might see a few paddlers a little bit closer together in the front pack, maybe first through third, first through fourth, unless Marie Carmen breaks away soon. But we've got Marie Carmen and Melanie going up against each other. That's going to be great with the Americans as well. We've got a pretty stacked heat here, so this is going to be a fun one to watch.
It certainly is, as they're on the start line, ready to begin. They're hoping to get a quick start. Obviously want to get out in front to get to that first golden buoy. They're all up quite quick. It looks like maybe Seychelles was a little bit back behind.
That was Soren, just a little bit of a bobble on her start, but I'm confident that she'll make it up. She knows how to race.
Of course.
Looks like we have Melanie out in front, side by side, her and Seychelles, and then Marie Carmen is right there. Okay, so there we got a little bit better perspective. We got
Seychelles on the far left there.
Seychelles on the far left, and Melanie is right out in front. To the left of her, Marie Carmen. On the right of Melanie, I believe that is Rika.
Yeah, it could be Rika. Yeah, Rika. Get a little bit further away now, as they're all very tight together coming into this first buoy turn. Looks like Seychelles might have the upper hand there. We'll get a better view of as they come around to the first buoy turn, but a great start from all the women here.
This is a tight pack going into this first turn. Looks like we're going to have Marie Carmen. She's pulling just ahead, and she's got the inside line right to the left of her. We have Seychelles, I believe.
Could be Rika at the start.
Or maybe, yeah, Rika on the left. So Marie, a little bit of a shake-up. Nope, that's Seychelles with the visor on. Yep.
Marie Carmen there is alongside.
So Marie Carmen out in front, Seychelles in second. Third, we have Rika. Fourth position now is Melanie. We're going to have a restart, show of the start, replay here. So it looks like Soren just slipped off the rail a little bit with her left foot, which caused her to, and then there was a board in the way of taking her stroke. So she just had a little bit of a bobble there getting to her feet.
She's made up a lot of ground, though. You can see her there back in the middle of the pack there.
She's young, she's feisty, she's hungry.
Yeah, as all these competitors are.
They are. They're all hungry paddlers. So Marie Carmen leading the charge on this heat right here on her Ever Ready. We got Seychelles just right there, riding her wash, doing a really good job of staying right on her tail, conserving as much energy as she can. Rika in third position. Melanie from France in fourth. And as I predicted, a tighter pack of the first four.
Yeah, all very close together. You see they're starting to go a little bit upwind to position themselves for the buoy turn here.
You can see a lot more surface texture than some of the heats the women had earlier. So it was the wind was kind of dying down for the preliminary rounds. Now there's a bit more wind in these semifinals. So this turn is important, right? If you take it too wide, you're going to be battling side wind, but you can only take it so tight. You have the other competitors coming at you. Soren, there we go. Nice quick turn from her. So she's up in sixth position. A little bit of a battle there for those three ladies are battling for eighth. Nice tight turn there from Stevie.
Yeah, they're all so close together there.
Yeah, this is a pretty close race. So maybe one board length separating the packs.
So Marie Carmen out in front at the moment. Seychelles, Webster, she's out in second.
Rika in third. Melanie in fourth. Not sure who are.
Could be Laura.
It is.
In fifth place at the moment. And then Soren up into sixth.
So a little bit of separation here right now from Marie Carmen. This will be interesting to see if she puts in some hard strokes here after transitioning from the flag, if she's going to really try to separate herself from the pack.
Try and get a good grip on that board as she...
It's a lot of board.
Yeah, it is. Seychelles.
There she goes. Yep, she's putting in some hard strokes. So you can see Marie-Carmen, she's trying to separate herself early if she can. But there's still 2 more whole laps to go.
So Laura Nitti there. Soren Preston.
Soren in 6th. Nice quick hop to her
Holly
feet.
Pye from England. So very close.
Lena from Brazil, a veteran here.
Linda.
And Stevie from Colombia. It takes a lot of energy to dismount your board, pick it up, carry it around the flag, re-enter. You're utilizing all the skills, right? So they have, it's almost like multiple race starts.
It is, exactly right, for sure. Jojo there, she put in a fantastic performance in the first heat. I'd really keep an eye on her because she's going to start making her way back up the pack. I think she put in, like I said, a really strong paddle performance this morning. So she'll be looking to move up a few places there.
This is that long back stretch here. So Marie-Carmen knows it. She knows what the strategies are. This is the time where you try to really put on the gas pedal, either make a pass or right here. It looks like she's really working hard to separate herself. You can see it, the way that she's lunging in her legs, her stroke rate. She's got a really quick recovery, really powerful downstroke, and she's trying to give herself an opportunity to have a gap and keep it. That way she can maybe ease off a little bit at some point during this race and still keep that first position.
Yeah, she's definitely paddling strong there. Looks like Melanie's moved up into 3rd spot ahead of Rika Okuaki from Japan. But Seychelles there still hanging on to 2nd place at the moment. But that gap is opening up for Marie-Carmen.
It is.
Out in front.
It's opening. It'll be interesting to see what Melanie does here if she decides to try to make a move around Seychelles. See if she's happy with the pace that's being set or if she wants to push it a little bit and try for a pass.
I think just being the first lap, they're probably just settling in. I think Melanie's really going to start pushing that 2nd lap. Of course, Melanie, gold medalist last year in the sprint. And she took home the silver in the tech race. So looking to go one better this year.
And Rika in 4th position. She was a top seed coming into the semifinal, winning the 2nd preliminary heat.
Yeah, she'll be looking to put in a strong performance as she finishes as well.
Nice clean turns coming around this northernmost buoy. See how far ahead they are from the next pack.
Yeah, they seem to be quite a distance in front of Laura Nitti there from Italy.
Maybe about 10 seconds or so. That 2nd pack from the 3rd pack. Soren's moved her way up, so now she's in 5th and 6th position. Okay, you've got 7th, 8th, and 9th, all close.
Yeah, it looks like Tanya Ecker has caught up to Holly Pye there. Holly now back in about 8th position.
Marie, yeah, really nice drone shot here. You can see the wake from Marie-Carmen. I saw her glance down at her watch for a second, so not sure if she's checking her speeds or maybe her heart rate. The GPS watches are a really great tool for managing your race. Here we go, Seychelles with a nice backside pivot turn there. Melanie coming around the buoy nice and smooth. Rika nice and smooth, great footwork.
Yeah, they definitely have a good lead in front of this 2nd pack here. But Soren Preston's done very well.
So she's really drafting there. You could see her even really pausing on her recovery on some of those strokes. Nice smooth turn. I think she's going to try to go for a pass maybe here. We'll see. Quick turns. Lena Ribeiro coming around. Nice fast turns there.
Marie-Carmen looking strong out in front at the moment.
Incredibly fit. I don't know if you've been following Marie-Carmen this season, but she has really been just rising through the ranks in the last year or two. she's always been strong, always been very consistent, making podiums. But this has been the year where she has really been shining, taking several wins. She went and crushed it in Europe this summer, so she's had the opportunity to race with a lot of these women, and so she knows what she's capable of against them. I think she's coming into this event very confident. She's on a new equipment, really fast board. She's does the work. She's a chiropractor by trade, so she's very aware of her body, takes really great care of herself, and she trains extremely hard. She does it all. She does the cardio, the swimming. She gets in the gym. She lifts the weights. She does the paddling, and it's definitely showing.
You have to be doing that nowadays to be the all-rounded athlete.
It's not the back in the days where we could just SUP surf a lot and then get on a start line.
Exactly. A lot of the races back then were taking place in the waves, so surfing was the training, wasn't it?
It was. And the racing was kind of for surfers like us.
Yeah.
We kind of got into that racing of like, okay, well, I could paddle fast to catch a wave. I'll try racing.
So Mara coming there on the second lap.
She's got a pretty good lead, so she can, and it's a short enough course where she's going to keep a solid pace, but she's not going to be overexerting herself at this point because she made a gap that's large enough that would be pretty hard to close in the short distance that this race is, unless she, barring any sort of a wipeout.
Definitely. I'm quite impressed with Seychelles' performance in this semi-final number 2. She seemed a little bit off the pace in the first heat. Maybe she was conserving energy, but she's currently in that second place at the moment. So Soren Preston did do that overtake from Laura Nitti, so she's up into 5th place.
She knows how to come back. She trains really hard. She trains, I see her a lot training down at the harbor with her coach Mike Isert. He coaches a lot of the younger paddlers. He's coached some other world champions. Jade Housen's a world champion. She's won a junior title at the ISAs. She's won a sprint title at the ISAs. So she has a great coach back at home. I know he's watching right now, so shout out to Mike and everybody back in California. I know her mom's watching, her dad's watching, her stepdad's watching, her grandparents are watching. So hello, everyone. Shout out. And she has a great support system back home. And so I'm sure that her dad was pacing back and forth after he saw her start, but we have faith in her. Great young athlete, so driven. Been racing since she was about 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Great to see the young talent getting into stand-up paddling, especially from Team USA. A lot of the young athletes within that team coming through the ranks. Great to see Soren Preston. Campbell Carter, long-time junior, competing in Bodie von Arman as well from Team USA. So fantastic to see all of them. And we just have a slight technical issue here in the booth. We will bring you back the live action in a second.
Yeah, so we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty in the booth, so we've lost our screen. So we're just waiting for that picture to come back. Hopefully you guys can see it at home. Currently, our leader, Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico, holding that strong lead. Seychelles in second position. Our French paddler, Melanie Lafonette, in third. Rika Okuaki in fourth position. Soren Preston holding on the fifth. Laura Nitti in sixth position. Lena from Brazil in seventh. We got Tanya Ecker representing Germany in eighth. Holly Pye from England in ninth. Stephanie Bowden from Panama in 10th position. Linda from Czech Republic in 11th. And Josephine Marie Kirst from Germany in 12th position. These women have been training hard all season long, preparing to compete in their national championships in order to make their teams, for their respective countries. And now here representing at the top level, there we have Melanie going around the buoy. I've got picture back. Seychelles. Looks like Seychelles in 3rd now, and we have Rika in 4th position. So here we go. We've got picture, folks. All right, Marie Carmen, well out in front, 15 minutes and 9 seconds into this race. Semifinal number 2. This is going to be our last race of the day. These ladies are finishing up the action for us. Marie Carmen here with a nice strong pivot turn. Whoa, almost a little bit of a bobble, but that leg strength prevails. She's able to stay strong through that turn.
Thanks for covering, Candice, as we fix the issue here, but we're back. Very strong race for Maricarmen. Seychelles as well. As we see, this is where things are pretty interesting here. So Holly Pye wanting to try and catch up. She's currently in 9th.
Stevie Bowden from Colombia. Sorry, Panama, representing Panama. She always proudly represents at these ISA games.
So Maricarmen, Melanie Lafrenette from France, now in 2nd.
You can see the women having to battle. Once they come around that buoy, there's a little, you can see the side wind really starting to push hard. You can see the flags are blowing harder now. So the approach in and out of each of these buoys is really important in order to have a good line to whoever you're paddling next. If you overturn a buoy when you have side wind, sometimes it's going to help you. And here we got Marie Carmen coming off her board for her last flag transition here.
Yeah, she's got a great lead at the moment. Very smooth transition back onto the water, onto her board.
Melanie Lafayette from France coming around in 2nd. Seychelles holding 3rd position, getting a little tight there. Whoa, it's getting a little cagey around the flag here. These women are competitive, both on SICs.
Opting for different boards though.
Yeah, Seychelles is really comfortable on the older design of the RS with a little bit flatter deck. So she is paddling that board. She's been paddling that board for quite some time. So I believe those boards are a similar model but a different year. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Some of the newer models, you'll start to see the decks become more and more recessed. That's the trend of how things are going. We got Soren here coming through in 5th place. Really great comeback for her throughout this heat, which is, hopefully going to give her confidence of her paddling ability. She knows that she can have a bad start and make up a lot of ground. She was able to not panic, keep her poised. And Lena Ribeiro coming around there in 6th position. We've got 7th right there coming through. Tanya Ecker. And, that was Lauren Needy, and then 8th. Tanya Ecker from Germany. So those are going to be your qualifying positions.
Yeah, currently as it stands, that's the top 8. Holly Pye not too far behind. She needs to make up a bit of ground here.
It's a good shot. You could see how it looks that Soren is really far left of that next buoy, but you got to do the hard work first when you have a windy stretch, right? So you're going to want to go upwind for the first half. Your body, one side, is going to fatigue a little bit. So giving yourself space to get strokes in on the other side when you have a really strong side wind like that is important. So good course navigation there from the young Soren. Yeah. This is that long back stretch. You can see the separation between first and the next pack. That's about, I'd say, 6 board lengths, 5 or 6 board lengths. Looks like Melanie is pushing the pace a little bit to, okay, this is another angle, maybe 7 or 8 board lengths.
I think, yeah, maybe a bit more, yeah. But looks like Rika Okawaki's moved up ahead of Seychelles. in 4th position now. Melanie just leading that pack of 3, currently in 2nd place, but Mara Carmen very strong from the outset, been holding on to the lead throughout the whole race. She'll be looking to put in this performance again tomorrow in the finals.
Yeah, and Erika is a really strong paddler too, training, representing the Japanese team. They've been working really hard. Every year they come back, they're stronger. She's been paddling since she was a junior, I believe, for the Japanese team, and now she's representing in the women's category. And then you have Seychelles, who has, been working really hard over the last year and a half, 2 years, coming back after having a child, which is an incredible feat. We have one of our former world champions, April Zilg. She's not here with us this year. She just had a baby this last year. So it's really neat to see these female paddlers, stepping into motherhood and then stepping back on the race course. It's a really, really beautiful thing to watch them, see what their bodies can do. And she's definitely hungry out there. She's always a competitor, Seychelles. She works hard. She's also a coach as well. She works with lots of women, loves to work with women and help them to, be encouraged in their strength and their femininity. So it's really cool to see her out here representing. I'm sure her husband and her child are cheering her on from home. Shout out to them. Marie Carmen with a nice smooth turn here.
See the pier offering a little bit of protection from the wind. The texture on the water there quite glassy.
I really like Marie Carmen's approach to her buoy turn. She gets really wide in her stance and really low, really utilizes the paddle to manipulate the water, pushing the water sideways. You'll see some paddlers that get super, super far back on the tail of the board, but then you see other paddlers who get a little bit wider in their base and use their muscle and use the manipulation of the paddle in the water to make the turn. So every time she's doing a turn, she looks really solid in her legs. She has a really strong base, which is really important because you don't want to fall in a technical race because you're trying to be too fancy, right? It's all about being strong, steady, staying on your board. And Marie Carmen knows she's got this one in the bag. She glanced back to see where anybody was. Nobody's close. So she's going to feel pretty good about this one. Taking her time. She's not sprinting up the beach. She's conserving her energy. Very poised. Well done, Marie.
Yeah, very strong race from the Puerto Rican. As we see Melanie Lafreniere from France crossing in 2nd. Rika Okawaki in 3rd position. Seychelles crossing the line in 4th. As we see the battle here, it looks like we do have Tanya Ecker in that 8th spot currently. Holly Pye quite a number of board lengths back, so it does look like that will be the top 8. Soren Preston.
Soren was able to fight back from a rough start. It's not always about how you start, it's about how you finish, right?
That's very true, but she'll be looking to start a little bit better tomorrow in the finals, but I can just tell if she had a better start, she'd be up there in that lead pack.
Yeah, definitely. She's got the skill, she's got the endurance for a 3K race like this, and she knows how to draft really well as well. So she's going to be hungry to make up for it, and she's got her junior race tomorrow as well. So it's going to be exciting to watch her do double duty. Then you've got Lena here coming in. So we probably have one of our youngest competitor in this race, and then one of our oldest competitors in this category coming in 5th and 6th. Well done, ladies. Lena, incredibly fit, always showing up to represent Brazil. Her husband, Americo, coaching the team. 7th place, representing Italy, and 8th place, Germany.
So that will be the final now set for the women tomorrow. Your top 8 on screen there. Both USA competitors moving on through in this semi-final. Holly Pye coming in 9th from England. Her teammate Annabelle Page snuck in the last heat.
Stevie with a smile on her face, finishing strong for Panama. Well done.
Yeah, fantastic finish from the women there. This is our heat recap. That slow start there from Soren Preston, but she made it up throughout the whole race, as we see Mara Carmen led from start to finish.
Yeah, not surprised. She's in incredible form. I know that she is eyeing her first gold medal at these games, so we'll see what happens between her and Duna and Melanie and Espe. They're all hungry. They all want it. Really strong race there, too, from Seychelles and Rika. Melanie was able to work her way back up from 4th, finishing in a strong second-place finish in this heat. So we've got, you know, really great buoy turns, lots of clean paddling, not too much carnage in this race. Really, really skilled. The farther we get into these rounds, the more technique that we're going to see. The better the technique, the better the strokes, the better the turns.
The closer the racing,
Yep.
yeah, it's all going to be happening tomorrow for finals day. Seychelles really held on to that second place for a long time, but it was Melanie that got out in front, and then Rika overtook her as well.
Really great transitions from the water back from the beach back onto the water from Marie Carmen. Nice and smooth.
And Mara Carmen finishing strong. To see those 3 competitors there. A really big gap to 5th position, which was Soren, but she would have been up there had she had a better start off the line. But we're going to have the final set for the women tomorrow.
It's your top 4 ladies right there. What a great day of racing we've had. You can see our race director, Anthony Vela, center of the screen. I think he's pleased.
Definitely pleased with how the day went today, as we've got Emily down on the beach with the winner of semi-final number 2.
Yeah, thank you. I am here with Mary Carmen. Wow, what a heat. You were in the lead the whole way, and you're into the final tomorrow. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I am super pumped to be here in Denmark. It's a nice event, and I feel super ready for tomorrow.
All right, everyone, and it looked like you're getting a good start, getting a head start already from the beginning. I was talking a little bit before with Kasper Steinfeld about, you know, getting a good start and how it can be hard if you get behind in the beginning. How important is it for you to get a good start out there?
Well, that's the beginning of the race. It doesn't mean that if you don't get a good start, you're gonna fight, but it's more easy to get a good start because of the turns. There's a lot of turns, and there's not much space between them, so it's a little bit difficult to go past and sprint between them. So it's better to do a good start first, and continue and finish first.
And how is your confidence going into tomorrow's final with this great race that you just did?
Well, I have a lot of competitors. I respect them, and I'm gonna do my best. I want to win, but we are a house full of power women, so it's gonna be a great race.
And going into the finals tomorrow, what are you looking forward for the day tomorrow?
Well, like I say, I want to win, so I'm gonna do my best and get my best game.
And I also know that you're competing in 2 other disciplines here at the event. So how do you keep the energy high and keep motivated for all 3 disciplines?
Well, one goal at a time, I think, like that. And tomorrow's gonna be the technical, and then after I finish technical, I start thinking about the relay, and then when I finish relay, the long distance, and then the sprints. So one goal at a time, and I try to eat super well, rest a lot, drink a lot of water, and do my best.
Well, talking about rest, we'll let you go now so you can prepare for tomorrow. Good luck in the final.
Thank you so much.
Mara Carmen from Puerto Rico putting in a dominant performance in semi-final number 2 to get in front of Melanie Lafrenette, Rika Okawaki, Seychelles, Soren Preston, Lena Ribeiro, Laura Nitti and Tanya Ecker all moving through to the finals tomorrow. We're going to be looking at the men's final, the junior final for the boys and girls, the prone men and women, and obviously the women tech final as well. Fantastic day of action. Candice, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I'm excited to see champions be crowned. I love these interviews with the athletes. It makes me so excited. And I'm also excited to watch the prone because I'm still trying to figure out how to turn a stock prone board around a buoy. So hopefully I'm going to be taking some notes tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it was a fantastic day of action. Thank you so much for tuning in with us, with Drew in the booth as well, and Emily down on the beach. We're going to be back tomorrow. Make sure you do tune in to ISAsurf.org. You can find the schedule there, our starting times for tomorrow, and it's going to be another fantastic day of action. We've got action coming up all week. So we've got the tech race tomorrow. We're going to be having the relay races, and then moving into the distance sprints on the weekend. So what a week we have, Candice.
Lots of paddling, lots of strokes, lots of action.
Yeah. So thank you very much for tuning in, and make sure you do head to isasurf.org to tune in tomorrow for the finals of the tech racing.
Morning. Can we ride to school with you? My dad's lost his car keys. Our parents overslept. I've got a flat tyre.
Yeah, sure. Morning. Could I ride with you? My driveway is totally blocked.
Yeah, sure. More space for joy. The ID Buzz GTX with up to 7 seats.
Volkswagen.